Primordial fire warrior in crimson flames against the backdrop of the night sky. Tense face of an elderly fire master. Hands of the fire warrior, bound by heavy chains. Imagination paints a battle of the fire warrior with enemies in a whirl of fiery energy. Young men with swords in their hands against the backdrop of blazing elements. Fire warrior rushes through the flames, releasing fire towards enemies with spears. Long-haired youth intently watches the fierce battle of the warrior. Youth holds his hand behind his back, not taking his eyes off the duel. Young man with a fan asks the warrior why he pretends to be an elder when he has been exposed. Angry fire warrior contemptuously replies to the young scholar. Youth continues to calmly observe the actions of the fire master. Figure of the warrior pierced by numerous enemies' spears. A young man with long hair watches the finale of a bloody duel. Several warriors stand over the defeated enemy lying in a pool of blood. A thoughtful gaze of a handsome youth who witnessed the entire battle. Blood spreads across the floor. The boy clearly senses its metallic smell. A young man in a yellow robe stands in the middle of a metropolis under a heavy rain. The boy, near a magnificent building, reflects that he finally managed to relax a bit, a lonely figure under a rim. He thinks about people with extraordinary feelings beyond logic. Against the backdrop of the night sky, the boy recalls words about a talent born once in a century. In a large gray raindrop, the windows of the building are reflected in detail. A solitary youth froze before a majestic structure on a deserted street. Two men discuss a failed scientist who is wandering again near the Murim Alliance. A gray-haired and a dark-haired man complain that this boy is disturbing their peaceful dinner. Men hope that the noise of the rain prevents the young man from hearing their contemptuous conversation. The young man's deep gaze. He realizes he hears every word through the downpour. The boy closes his eyes, considering his insightfulness the most terrible of gifts. A memory of state exams at 19 years old, when he thought everyone around him was foolish. In the Alliance archives, he understood that he has a celestial combat body and instantly masters techniques. The young man's eyes instantly imprint every line of martial art in memory. The young man in a yellow robe recalls how intoxication with his own power almost made him a target for Zhong masters. The boy's warlike yet dissatisfied face under the pouring rain. The young man hides his true skills, believing that books are closer to him than swords, and contemplates his future path. The long-haired young man in yellow attire stands before the wide steps of a majestic building under the downpour. The boy enters the room. Water drips from his clothes, and his heart is filled with longing for his mother. A humble figure in a yellow robe stands frozen with head bowed near a large window. The young man walks into the hall lit by candles, where the elder recognizes him as the scholar Chan. Elder Namgun Hak asks the young man if he went outside to cool his head. The stern face of the legendary Namgun Hak, known as the owner of the three heavenly swords. The young man bows and replies that he indeed went out to cool his head, to which the elder only nods affirmatively. Namgun Hak with a wolfish gaze against the backdrop of powerful streams of blue energy. The boy feels the penetrating gaze of the master, literally piercing him through. The young man seriously asks the elder what business such a great man could have with him. Placing his hand on his knee, Namgun Hak promises to explain everything as briefly as possible. The tense boy fears above all that the secret of his origin has finally been exposed. The face of Namgun Hak with thick mustache and stern gray beard. The wary gaze of the young man who awaits the elder's words. Namgun Hak loudly demands that the young man make his unruly younger son a real man. Figures of the master and the youth in a majestic hall filled with flickering candles. The boy is stunned. Namgun Hak already knows about his knowledge and insight from the head of inspection. The elder adds that he heard about the youth's success in re-educating a famous Alliance troublemaker. Before his eyes appears the image of an angry unknown youth with an evil look. The boy assures the elder that the story with the young master Pen Soun is just a misunderstanding. Namgun Hak asks if it is true that he refused a position in the palace to care for his sick mother. The youth silently bows deeply before the majestic elder. Armed Namgun Hak offers to go with him in exchange for the boy's mother's full recovery. An unconscious and pale woman with disheveled hair lies motionless on the bed. The youth in a yellow robe looks at his sick mother with pain and hope. The boy closes his eyes, trying to hold back emotions and inner pain. The youth seriously tells the elder that his mother's illness has a very unusual nature. Namgun Hak, with a soft gaze, offers the young man to bring his mother to the clan so that the divine doctor can help her with treatment. The tearful boy in a yellow robe asks Namgun Hak in surprise if the divine doctor really exists. The face of Namgun Hak. In the majestic hall, Namgun Hak promises the young man assistance in the Hanlin Academy or the palace if he can admonish his younger son. Namgunhak asks the boy for help, promising in return the clan's support and patronage. The inspired boy contemplates his future career and the chance for his mother's recovery. The young man decides that despite the unknown, he is ready to make Namgunhak's son a true man. The disguised young man with a fan in his hand stops in a stranger's yard, hearing harsh swearing. A young woman tries to protect herself from the liquid flying towards her. A fair-haired young man with an empty bowl shouts at the woman that she is not even capable of bringing a wet cloth. Waving the bowl, the fair-haired young man tells the maid that he is already losing his mind preparing for the duel. The frightened girl cries under the young man's shouts that now he has to deal with this junk. A boy with a fan enters the room where an argument is ongoing. The guest stops in the middle of the luxurious room and decisively folds the fan. The serious gaze of the young man with the fan. The young man clarifies if Namgun Mubek is in front of him, and he mockingly asks if this is the new calligraphy teacher. The calm and restrained face of the young man with the fan. The guest announces that he was appointed personally by the clan elder. Namgun Mubek irritably wonders why the father is sending these low-born scholars again. The young man quotes the elder's words that his son is vulgar, uneducated, and has many flaws. Namgun Mubek furiously breaks a ceramic bowl on the floor. A large room, a frightened maid near the shards, and two young men standing opposite each other. The enraged Namgun Mubek, with a wolfish snarl, calls the guest a petty scoundrel. The young man notes that Mubek easily falls into anger and states he has finally managed to interest the student, the figure of a frightened maid trembling with fear. Mubek feigns fatigue and agrees to acknowledge the guest's courage and persistence. Looking unfavorably, Namgun Mubek agrees to talk because no one had dared speak to him like that before. Namgun Mubek promises to recognize the guest as a mentor and obey him if he does not flee by the end of the day. The young man with the fans suggests recording this agreement on paper so the words are not forgotten. Namgun Mubek, with a displeased look, mocks the scholar's meticulousness in proposing to make a contract. In the center of the room are a confused maid and the young man with the fan. The fair-haired youth walks to the table agreeing to sign at least 10 contracts. The embittered Namgun Mubek tells the young man with the fan that he does not know life and does not understand the consequences of signing papers, though he becomes interested. The mysterious boy with the fan decides to tease Mubek a little more to study his character and proposes making amendments to the contract. Surprised, Namgun Mubek admits that the boy is not simple and agrees to change the terms of the agreement. The scholar watches Namgun Mubek with satisfaction, noting his excessive competitiveness and love of challenges. The brazen Namgun Mubek declares that he is not interested in money, but if he loses, the scholar will be his slave for a whole year. A confident scientist considers such a condition a child's play, but aloud replies that it sounds quite funny. Namgun Mubek examines the paper and notes that the young man indeed has excellent handwriting, characteristic of a learned person. Namgun Mubek leaves the hall, ordering the scientist to follow him to personally demonstrate the harshness of the real world. A frightened maid with tears in her eyes watches Mubek's back, feeling that he has something evil in mind. The scientist and the young maid watch Namgun Mubek, who is swiftly heading towards the palace exit. The thoughtful Cheon Thazin concludes that Namgun Mubek is too hot-tempered and behaves like a child. A noisy city street with stalls and eateries. One of the passers-by can be heard loudly ordering a bowl of noodles. Mubek walks down the street, pondering how to teach a lesson to the impudent one who ordered food. The scientist watches him, amazed by his childish excitement. Ahead, an unknown armed man demands noodles. Namgun Mubek hurries towards him, and the scientist Cheon follows behind. The face of Namgun Mubek, who has just devised a mean trick. Mubek carefully watches the young man waiting for his order in the cafe. Namgun Mubek sharply swings his hand to strike. Moment of the strike, Namgun Mubek hits the stranger on the back with all his might. The enraged man sharply turns around, trying to understand who dared to attack him. Satisfied, Mubek watches the stranger's anger, who demands explanations. Sweaty with rage, the warrior tells Mubek that there must be a very good reason for such an act. Mubek confirms the importance of the reason and points to Chan, suggesting the stranger asks the scholar about everything. Chan freezes in surprise, absolutely not expecting such a brazen trick. Mubek smiles disgustingly, hoping that this lesson of reality will finally make the scholar fall silent from horror. Namgun Mubek runs full speed down the street, leaving Chan to the wrath of the enraged swordsman. The armed man approaches Chan and demands explanations, asking if he serves the young Lord Mubek. The stranger rages and demands an immediate answer. Why the hell did Namgun Mubek hit him? The scholar analyzed the situation. The foreigner did not draw his sword, so he is not from the dark factions, but only the scoundrel Mubek could have set up a person like that. Chan Thasan politely bows to the foreigner, explaining that the incident did not happen by his will, and asks for forgiveness. The learned youth apologizes to the stranger, recognizing him as a warrior of the Sangyu sect by the tricolor thread on the hilt. The face of the scholar Chan, who is having a calm conversation with the foreigner. The surprised stranger wonders how an ordinary scholar so easily recognized his secret sect. The youth smiles and explains that he works in the audit department of the Murim Alliance. Chan recalls how the leader of the Sangyu sect harmed the elder Gali, which forced the alliance to intervene. The impressed warrior confirms the youth's words, wondering how he knows this secret information. Chan says that he personally handled this matter, and the warrior suspects that before him is the very same mad scholar. The troubled stranger apologizes and cautiously asks if this is really Scholar Chan. The youth reflects on how far the fame of his nickname has spread. The warrior humbly apologizes for his words while Namgun Mubek watches them from the wall. The enraged Mubek does not understand why the formidable warrior suddenly began bowing to an ordinary scholar. Scholar Chan and the young warrior continue their way down the city street. Namgun Mubek rages, watching this scene and hissing curses through his teeth. Chan says that Mubek only wanted to laugh at him, and the warrior asks how one can serve such a scoundrel. The scholar jokingly compares walking the immature Lord Namgun to walking a mad dog. The stranger smiles and admits that he even feels a little sorry for Namgun Mubek. Sweating with rage, Mubek tries to hear their whisper, which almost drives him mad. The satisfied scholar Chan notes that the events are becoming increasingly interesting. Among the city street, the warrior bows to the scholar while a puzzled Mubek watches from the side. Namgun Mubek is beside himself with anger. The scholar Chan casually walks down the street, fanning himself with a fan. Mubek catches up with Chon and aggressively interrogates him about what exactly he was talking about with the warrior. The scholar remains silent while the irritated Namgun waits for at least some answer. Chon smiles kindly and replies that he only politely apologized for the inconvenience. Chon is calm, while Mubek behind his back boldly claps his hands, mentally calling the scientist a scoundrel. Mubek dreams of humiliating Chan as the noble appearance of the scientist irritates him more and more. The figure of the young scientist Chon with a fan in his hands. The figure of Namgun Mubek, who is plotting a new mischief. Mubek notices a random passerby who is calmly eating noodles at a nearby establishment. While the person races chopsticks to his mouth, Mubek decides to immediately demonstrate his power to the scientist. Namgun Mubek's fist clenches tightly. Furious Mubek shouts, "Get out of the way," and knocks the bowl out of the random man's hands. The noodles, along with the dish, fly to the ground. The moment of the strike, Mubek kicks the food out of the passerby. The innocent man receives a blow to the face right during the meal. Frightened screams ring out around as people recognize the bold Namgun Mubek as the attacker. A broken bowl of food falls before the stunned witnesses. Scientist Chan and other men silently watch Mubek's outrage. Noodles scatter across the dirty floor. Chan looks at the overturned bowl with disgust, reflecting on the baseness of this scoundrel's act. Scientist Chan and Namgun Mubek stand by the overturned bowl of noodles. Mubek looks at the scientist intently and appraisingly, a crowd of angry men after Mubek's brazen prank. Mubek grins arrogantly, planning to teach the scientist a lesson for challenging his clan. The brazen face of the younger heir Namgun. Mubek points a finger at Chan and tells the crowd that the scientist will explain everything now. Arrogant Mubek twirls his finger in the air, calling for everyone's attention. A group of angry men surrounds the scientist. Mubek tells Chan that he is just a poor scribe, unable to compensate for the damages. Mubek's hand rises to slap Chan on the shoulder. Mubek approaches the scholar's ear, offering to settle everything with words. The proud and confident expression on Mubek's face. Chan removes Mubek's hand from his shoulder, agreeing to the terms. Scholar Chan stands in front of Mubek, who is frozen behind him. Chan thinks about Mubek's recklessness, which no one dares to contradict. A dissatisfied crowd, silent out of fear of the Namgun clan. Chan feels dozens of surprised gazes piercing him as if from outer space. The scholar closes his eyes for a moment, focusing before the speech. The direct and bold gaze of the young scholar. Chan raises his hand and loudly calls on the local merchants to listen. The wary owner of the establishment with a large ladle in hand. Chan announces that from today, this street is under the protection of the Namgun clan. The scholar points to the bewildered Mubek as the future manager. Mubek's face twists from Chan's unexpected statement. Chan turns to Mubek and publicly asks for his confirmation. An enraged Mubek shouts that he never intended to manage this market. A furious Mubek rages because Chan used the name of his clan. A one-eyed bandit with a scar shouts that this is Dusik gang territory. The bandits surround the heroes, asking the scholar if he has lost his mind. A satisfied and cunning smile on Scholar Chan's face. Chan's face becomes enraged. He shouts that Mubek will personally punish every bandit on behalf of the clan. Mubek's stunned face, who did not expect such a turn of events. Mubek rages in front of the bandits, and Chan provokes him, asking if he is afraid of some small gang. The scientist stands next to the frightened Mubek and loudly asks the crowd if everyone heard what was said. Chan adds that from now on the protection fee will be only 1 copper coin per month. The crowd of surprised and happy merchants rejoices at the incredibly low price for peace. Mubek rages while the merchants praise him for his nobility and the clever plan against the Dusik gang. Imaginary angry Mubek, who shouts in outrage in his thoughts. Suddenly, several merchants throw themselves at Mubek's feet, showering him with thanks. Street merchants bow low to Mubek, recognizing him as their patron. Surprised, Mubek asks the scientist why people thank him so much for such a trifle. Mubek's expression changes when he hears shouts that he is a true hero. A street merchant fanatically shouts that only Mubek cared about the common people. The crowd of merchants chants Namgun Mubek's name in unison. Mubek suddenly breaks into a happy smile, feeling the unexpected sweetness of fame. Joyful Mubek among the crowd and Chan, who calmly watches the effect of his medicines. Chan recalls his analysis of scoundrels and realizes that Mubek simply lacked attention and recognition. Mubek cheerfully jumps near the merchants, while the scholar continues to silently observe him. The imaginary image of a little boy inside Mubek, who sincerely rejoices and celebrates. Deeply thoughtful, Chan stands with an open fan in his hand. A delicate hand of a girl holding a cup of herbal tea. A blonde and a brunette in a cafe watch Mubek's merriment and Chan's calm. The blonde assumes that this unfamiliar scholar is a new assistant hired by the Namgun clan. The girls consider that the scholar, despite his young age, easily tames such a scoundrel as Mubek. The black-haired beauty notes that an ordinary scholar is not worthy of the little princess's attention. The blonde objects, the one who dealt with the Namgun clan's headache has already achieved mastery. Blue-eyed blonde asks her friend to gather information about Chan for their mission. The blonde suddenly remembers something important and quickly gets up from the table. The dark-haired princess stays in the coffee shop while her companion rushes away. The focused blonde asks the princess where they hid that very precious item. The black-haired princess, with a serious look, replies that the precious item is in the mountain fortress, currently the safest place. A pile of silver coins to which new money is constantly being added. Mubek, with a sack in his hand, stands in front of Chan by the table with silver and demands to immediately terminate their contract. The satisfied Chan replies that he cannot just break the deal until Mubek gives him 100 heavy silver coins. The angry Mubek suspects that the scholar arranged everything for his own benefit and declares that he does not want to watch this. Chan raises his hands and says that Mubek will have to endure until he personally counts every coin in the sack. The scholar sits at the table and methodically counts the silver, while Mubek reluctantly watches the process. Chan laughs while counting the coins, as the furious Mubek thinks about how much he wants to kill this young man. Mubek is scheming something and strides to the door, shouting curses and promising revenge to the treacherous scientist. Chan holds a handful of heavy coins and contemplates their pleasant weight. A maid in red approaches Chan. Her eyes sparkle, and she enthusiastically calls him an incredible scientist. The girl is surprised that Mubek obediently gave the money, to which Chan replies that they still have a lot of work ahead. The pretty maid asks Chan if he does not consider Mubek a real scoundrel. Scientist Chan scrutinizes and looks very attentively at the girl after her bold question. The maid instantly becomes embarrassed and begins to excuse herself with a fever, begging the scientist to forgive her words. Chan calms her and offers help, recalling that he understands medicine and can perform acupuncture. The surprised girl asks again if the scientist really possesses such complex knowledge. Chan sadly explains that because of his mother's illness, who is bedridden, he had to study not only medicine. The scientist asks the maid to gather all the people in the estate who currently need medical assistance. The maid in red bows low to Chan, sincerely thanking him for his kindness. Chan thinks, if he has already started helping the environment, then isn't it time to begin serious rehabilitation of the fool Mubek? Young man Chan sits at the table, thoughtfully studying medical books. Chan holds a book, realizing two important facts during his studies. The trembling hand of the scientist firmly grips the pages of the old folio. Tense, Chan understands his mother is the heaven-blessed purple star. Chan remembers his sick mother. Her condition is beyond medicine due to her celestial origin. Chan knows that only the flower of the dawn spirit can save her life. The scientist intently gazes into the contents of the open book. Through the star's battle body, Chan's feelings began to rapidly grow at 20 years old. The young man's body undergoes a metamorphosis, becoming ideal for martial arts. Thanks to the heavenly gift, Chan easily masters medicine, astronomy, and music. If the Star of Madness is not tamed by the energy of the constellation, Chan will be consumed by lust. The young man imagines himself in the arms of a girl under the pressure of uncontrollable desire. Chan realizes, without energy stabilization, premature death awaits him. The scientist's face is covered with sweat from the terrible realization of the truth. Having mastered himself, the thoughtful Chan finally closes the book. The young man's gaze remains heavy due to the burden of anxious thoughts. Chan must find 6 bearers of stars to save his mother and himself. The focused scientist resolutely prepares for the upcoming journey. Under the clear sky, a building of national significance majestically towers. A strong blow to the face throws the man back, breaking his nose and causing it to bleed. The fallen opponent flies aside, smashing wooden furniture. The beaten man warns Chan that staying here is too dangerous. When Chan takes a step forward, the man's eyes widen in surprise. Despite the wounds, the man tries to get up and shouts at someone to stop. An unknown young man with a sword calmly drinks from a flask sitting on a bench. Chan notes that finding the fighter by the sounds of the fight was quite easy. The scholar tells the warrior that he is unable to calm his own star of madness. The young man ignores the words about the scoundrel, continuing to drink greedily. The angry warrior crushes the glass flask right in his own palm. This is Pen Soam, the son of the elder of the Murim Alliance, Pen Biochol. Chan calmly holds a fan in his hands, maintaining the appearance of an elegant scholar. Chan explains to Pen Soam that he is an inspector from the Murim Alliance administration. A beautiful maid calls Chan and asks what he is so deeply pondering. Chan replies with a smile that the girl frightened him with memories of the past. The Namgun clan's evening tea house is decorated with bright traditional lanterns. On a large carpet, Chan conducts an acupuncture session under the supervision of a maid. The scientist's hand skillfully takes a thin medical needle from an unfolded leather case. The maid in red watches every precise movement of the scientist with fascination. Needles placed in important energy points are visible on the patient's palm. The black-haired princess Hua Yon attentively watches the work of the acupuncture master. The frightened maid watches as Chan inserts a needle into the sick woman's palm. Hua Yon is impressed. Chan's mastery in medicine far surpasses ordinary doctors. Looking at the focused Chan, Hua Yon acknowledges that he deserves special attention. The scientist is fully immersed in the process, holding the next needle at the ready. Chan carefully draws calligraphic hieroglyphs with a brush on white paper. Behind the scientist stand grateful patients holding modest gifts in their hands. Chan concentratedly makes medical notes, documenting the treatment results. An elderly woman extends eggs to the scientist, thanking him for unprecedented care. Seeing the sincere gift from the rescued woman, Chan's face shines with joy. Chan gladly accepts the fresh eggs, promising to eat them with great appetite. The scientist holds a small pouch in his hands, preparing for a generous act. Chan distributes recipes and money to people so they can buy the necessary medicine. A surprised woman tries to refuse the money, considering it excessive. Chan says that they are all one family under the patronage of Mr. Namgun. The patients are touched by the scientist's kindness and call him a truly wonderful person. Chan notes that it is already late and suggests everyone return to their affairs. A man joyfully shows others that after treatment, his shoulder moves again. Hua Yon gently smiles at the scientist, admiring his noble behavior. Chan thanks the girl for the opportunity to use the tea house to help people. Hua Yon invites him to come more often and promises a separate room next time. Chan thanks Hua Yon, noting that she is more beautiful than he had imagined. In the young man's thoughts flash the image of embracing the beauty with whom he will spend the evening. The sudden realization of sinful thoughts causes a sincere fright on Chan's face. Covered in sweat, the scientist sternly asks himself how he could have allowed such thoughts. Chan understands. To avoid losing his mind, he must immediately find 6 stars. The young man hurriedly walks along the evening street past the magnificent tea house building. The blonde friend approaches Hua Yon, asking about the results of the investigation. Huayan tells her friend that the family of the impoverished Chan comes from Wuhan. The scientist made enemies in Murim because he relentlessly exposed corruption, even among the elders. The blonde woman is genuinely surprised to hear about the scientist's strict and unwavering character. Because of his relentlessness, people gave the young man the nickname Phantom Scientist. A friend suggests that Chan was sent to the Namgun clan to get rid of him. Huayan adds that the scientist secretly possesses high-level martial arts. The blonde listens attentively and asks to tell more about the scientist's mother's illness. Huayan suspects that Chun Tai-san's mother suffers from a rare split pulse. The blonde's eyes flash. Perhaps this is the very solar pulse she is looking for. The tea house owner thoughtfully watches her friend's reaction. The girl recalls 5 years of wandering. She has only 1 year of life left due to the illness. The blue-eyed blonde is determined to personally examine Tai-san's mother. The blonde orders Huayan, the third guard of the ice palace, to watch the scientist. Chun walks along the road, focusing all his thoughts on searching for the Great Bear. The young man wonders where in this city the carriers of star energy might be hiding. He is confident that such outstanding individuals must have become famous in one of the factions. The scientist stops in the middle of the street, trying to calculate the location of the stars. Suddenly, Namgun Mubek cheerfully calls the teacher and waves to him friendly. Mubek approaches Chan and with a mysterious look, hands him an old book. The boy explains that no one in his family has been able to decipher this text. When asked about the content of the book, Mubek admits that he himself does not know if it is a combat manual. With a sly smile, Mubek asks the teacher to help him solve the mystery. Chan suspects that this cheeky young man has planned some trick again. Chan accepts the book, replying that he was sad anyway and will try to figure it out. Mubek says he is counting on the teacher and instantly runs away, leaving the folio in the scientist's hands. Overwhelmed by a surge of energy, an angry Chan realizes that Mubek has taken up his old pranks again. Satisfied, Mubek mentally mocks the foolish scientist who took the manual for an ordinary book. With a malicious smile, Mubek hopes that deciphering the book will cause Chan some deviation. Opening the book, the scholar freezes in amazement and mentally curses the mad scoundrel Mubek. Worried, Chan does not believe his own eyes. Could it be that the boy has just given him the secret of the Namgun clan? Namgun Mubek is lying on the grass under the clear sky. He holds a blade of grass in his mouth and rejoices that everything has finally settled. Satisfied, Mubek savors the thought of how the foolish scholar will vainly try to unravel the mysteries of the manual. He knows, behind the simple words hides a martial art that has ruined many geniuses of his clan. In his imagination, the image of the dead Chan appears. Mubek paints a picture in his head. The more Chan studies the techniques, the faster his meridians will clog, leading to inevitable chi deviation. With joy, Mubek twitches strangely on the lawn, drawing surprised glances from passers-by. In a cozy courtyard, the scholar Chan reads a manual about the formlessness of Tao and the unity of simplicity and complexity. Chan is fully immersed in reading, focusing all his attention on the text. Sitting on the porch, the scholar realizes the depth of the principles of the supreme art. The anticipation takes his breath away. Anxious, Chan understands the risk of chi deviation, so he decides to immediately move from theory to practice. Chan discontentedly distracts himself from thoughts when a maid in red attire calls him. The girl joyfully announces that the scientist's medicine helped her mother and sincerely thanks him for the rescue. Chan attentively listens to the words of gratitude. A gentle smile appears on the scientist's face. He is genuinely happy about the woman's recovery. The inspired maid assures that everyone is impressed by his talent and promises to fulfill any of his requests. Chan, with a book in his hands, asks the girl if there is an ordinary wooden sword in the chambers. The maid pauses for a moment, trying to remember where the weapon might be. In the Namgun Palace, the enraged Mubek shouts at the frightened maid, who is bowed in a deep bow. Mubek goes mad upon learning that she gave his wooden sword to the scientist Chan. The girl fearfully watches as the young lord grabs a real steel blade. Mubek imagines himself enveloped in a vortex of energy as he dramatically draws the shining blade from its sheath. He dreams of the humiliated scientist Chan begging him for mercy. The hands of Namgun Mubek confidently draw the sword. The boy shows the sharp weapon to the servant girl, frozen with horror. With a defiant smile, Mubek orders to forget about the wooden sword and give Chan the real steel. Seeing the sword in the girl's hands, Mubek shouts wildly that this alone will not be enough. He suggests giving the scholar almost the entire arsenal of cold weapons. The frightened servant silently grips the real combat sword in her hands. On the terrace, Chon, with a wooden sword, recalls the names of techniques, formless ripple, and crossing borders. The scholar makes a lightning-fast lunge and a jump, honing the skill of movements. Focused, Chon realizes the technique combines martial art with the ideology of esoteric Buddhism, where the key is the 7 spiritual meridians. The image of a person in the lotus pose with chakras. Chon understands that in the Central Plains, esotericism is considered heresy, so teachers are hard to find. The face of Namgun Mubek in the scholar's imagination. Chon understood the book leads to deviation from the path, and now he understands the true purpose of the gift. The young man against the background of stars with an emphasis on the meridians. Thanks to knowledge from the Murim library, he knows the location of each point precisely. Closed eyes of the scholar who gathers willpower into a fist. The combative gaze of Chon in a sharp exhale. Ha! A shining sphere in the imagination. Chon accumulates the spiritual energy of the 7 stars to finally grasp the secret essence of the sword technique. Chon's lightning-fast strikes with a wooden sword on the veranda, the scholar's face at the peak moment of the imaginary duel. The wooden sword slices through the air with a swift movement. The youth, wrapped in energy, realizes no one in Murim knows the truth because only he managed to read the text in Sanskrit. The scholar's hand firmly grips the sword hilt in a rapid motion. Sweaty, battle-spirited face of Chon during the study of techniques. A new exercise, 1,000 repetitions. Chon thinks that without using spiritual meridians, the technique lost its original power. Practicing the next complex technique, Chon's gaze focused on the trajectory of the movement. Energy beams from the young man's eyes as he hones his swordsmanship skills. Strain on Chon's face, every movement costs him incredible concentration. The sky above the estate is covered by the evening glow. Birds fly in the distance. A cozy courtyard of a 2-story house where persistent training continues. A drop of sweat trickles down the wooden tip. Chon stops, trying to calm his heavy breathing after exhausting practice. A thoughtful gaze. Simultaneous use of energy in all nodes without proper knowledge would inevitably lead to a collapse of this. The young man lies on the terrace. He hesitates. To reveal the truth to the Namgun clan, or remain silent to avoid becoming a thief in the eyes of the family. Chon rests on the wooden floor next to his weapon, the sweaty face of the scholar. He understands the clan will not accept him because he has uncovered a secret that eluded them for centuries. A gold coin shines in the open palm of the maid. A tearful girl shows the gold and asks Chon with a trembling voice about the origin of the money. Chon offers her to keep the coin as payment for cleaning. The touched girl calls him a benefactor. The satisfied scholar thanks for the help, but politely declines excessive services. The embarrassed maid in red is shocked by Chon's polite gratitude. Chon goes to the exit, ordering the maid to tell all visitors to return late in the evening. The girl in red is noticeably upset by the scholar's sudden departure. Scholar Chon stops in front of a trading stall in the middle of the city. Chon slowly walks down the street, looking at 3 beggars by the road. The scholar searches on the trading street for the largest herb shop in Hefei, which he had heard about before. He suddenly freezes, wondering if there will be medicine for his mother there. While Chon stands in the middle of the crowd, 2 bandits notice their target from afar. The angry red-haired bandit points to the scholar for the bald one, confirming that it is indeed him. Chon abruptly stops, hearing rough voices of pursuers behind his back. Leader Dusik bears his weapon, fiercely accusing the scientist of huge financial losses to his gang. Armed accomplices of Dusik quickly surround the scientist in a tight circle, cutting off escape routes. Dusik advances from the front, outraged that the Namgun clan now controls tribute collection on the northern road. The bandit demands influence over the clan, but Chon calmly advises him to address the young lord personally. The scientist confidently holds a fan, giving the bandits a final warning. Chon sternly advises them not to risk their lives for money, as opposing the Namgun clan is suicide. The audacious Dusik assures that their meeting is not accidental and hints at a secret informant. The leader's beastly gaze reveals his intention to deal with Chon on someone's advice. Lightly fanning himself, the scientist replies that he already suspects who exactly pushed the gang to this step. The figure of the scientist stands unwaveringly tall in the center of the hostile encirclement. Chon finally asks if they have by chance heard of the legendary Murim scientist. The figure of scientist Chon, who stands unflinchingly on the street surrounded by bandits. Chon, with a serious look, asks the bandits if they have heard about the Murim scholar. The audacious Dusik mocks Chon, asking about the fan dance and his knowledge of martial arts. The calm scholar freezes before the enemies, firmly holding his fan in his hand. The leader Dusik, with a cheeky smile, orders his men to give the scholar a nice massage. A burly bandit flies at Chan with a clenched fist, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. Chan, with the fan in his hand, steadfastly waits for the approaching, enraged bald attacker. The scholar asks the enemy about the energy of spiritual channels, recalling a recently read book about it. A blue glow of spiritual energy begins to smoothly flow out from the folded fan against the night sky. The bald bandit approaches Chan closely, demanding to stop spouting this nonsense. The fist approaches the target, while Chan thinks that the energy of spiritual channels behaves like a wave. The scholar effortlessly delivers a lightning-fast strike with the charged fan. From the powerful collision, the bandit falls, literally breaking through the road surface. The attacker screams from unbearable pain, bleeding on the broken asphalt. Chan confidently stands among the enemies, not letting go of his weapon. Dusik watches in shock as his comrade just broke the hard ground with his body. Chan explains that the wave's energy intensifies at one point and rapidly spreads outward. Irritated, Dusik grabs his axe, wondering if this bastard really knows martial arts. An imaginary shadow of a scientist with a fan in his hands provokes the last bandit to finally attack. Dusik suddenly changes his tone, claiming a misunderstanding and intending to leave peacefully due to lack of respect. Chan cuts off his excuses, calling it nonsense and hinting that the conversation is not over yet. The frightened bandit leader begs the scientist to give him at least 1 minute. Beaten, Dusik, with a swollen face and tears in his eyes, tries to say his name, but only lisping. 4 robbers with horribly swollen faces kneel submissively before the victor. Chan promises to break their bones if they appear again on the northern route, sparing their lives only for a minor offense. Confident and stern gaze of scientist Chan, from which the bandits' blood runs cold. The robbers humbly thank the scientist, not daring to raise their heads out of fear. Chan turns his back to the frightened pack, noting that he still needs to clarify one detail. The scientist contemplates whether to continue the educational work, while the beaten enemies plaintively whimper about their mistake. The majestic and brightly lit building of the 100 Herbs Pharmacy appears before the eyes. Chan walks through the pharmacy hall with a fan, regretting that the opponents were too weak to test his technique. Examining the damaged fan, the young man thinks about the destructive power of spiritual energy and the idea of forging a weapon from metal. Chan dismisses thoughts about an iron fan because he is not a warrior, and this will be enough for street hooligans. The young man realizes that excessive competitive spirit almost shortened his life. Chan carefully inspects the premises, confirming rumors about the incredible scale of this pharmacy. The scientist's face instantly changed as soon as he saw the charming girl and froze in admiration, the beautiful smiling face of the blonde friend of the tea house owner. An agitated Xian presses his hand to his chest, considering her one of the 3 most beautiful women in the world. The enchanted young man stands still as a swift rustle rushes past him. A blonde with buns meets Namgun Mubarak, who boldly blocks her path and immediately asks her name. The girl is puzzled by Mubarak's pressure, while Xian watches this scoundrel from the side. The blue-eyed beauty tries to leave, but Mubarak demands her name and address. The girl explains that she is a doctor and only came for herbs. Mubarak claps his hands, recognizing her as Lady Zhang So Bin, who treats people for free in Hefei. Xian skeptically watches them, not believing that anyone can do good just like that. Mubarak brazenly pretends to be sick, complaining of a severe headache to lure an examination from the girl. The displeased blonde refuses him due to being busy and promises to meet later. The insolent Mubarak asks again if it is true while the girl rushes to the exit. Namgun Mubarak smiles thoughtfully, impressed by the encounter with such a worthy beauty. Chan interrupts Namgun's thoughts with a question about the reasons for his appearance in the pharmacy. The young men found out that both came for medicine when Mubak took out his note. Mubak's prescription clearly states the name of the potion: broth for the mind. Mubak is interested in the progress in deciphering the manual, marveling at the scientist's free time. Chan grabs his head and says he is looking for herbs for better concentration on the text. Chan feels like a real Pinocchio, lying to Mubak that he has only deciphered a few lines. Mubak scratches the back of his head, clearly disappointed by the low efficiency of the Jinshi level scientist. Reserved Chan reminds that even those few lines he translated flawlessly. Both young men continue to break the comedy in the middle of the pharmacy hall. Mubak's face instantly brightened as soon as he heard about any progress. Mubak begs Chan to tell at least a little detail of what has already been deciphered. Chan closely watches Mubak, marveling at his sincere belief in the success of the deciphering. Chan warns that it is dangerous to discuss the manuscript in the pharmacy, but Mubek begs to read at least one line. Mubek impatiently pats the scholar on the shoulder, demanding to immediately reveal the secret of the text. Raising his index finger, Chan respectfully begins to recount the content of the first page. Mubek's face distorts with extreme astonishment. Mubek realizes that Chan's talent reaches the level of Jinshi, as no master could process the Namgun family chronicles so quickly and accurately. Focused, Chan continues to inspiredly explain the details of the ancient manuscript. Chan tries to get the attention of the pensive Mubek, asking if he even understands him. Mubek nods contentedly, and Chan wonders if this scoundrel is really so fanatical about martial arts. Mubek again addresses the youth, respectfully calling him the calligraphy teacher. Chan tries to find out what Mubek really has in mind this time. Mubek says that guests from the Juge clan will arrive in a day, including a peer of the young master. Chan clarifies if it is about Juge Do-wan, whom he had seen earlier in the alliance, although they are not personally acquainted. Namgun Mubek invites the scholar to a banquet, tempting him with select meat and wine. Disappointed, Chan understands. Mubek needs help at the gathering of scoundrels, so he drank that broth for the mind to oppose the clever Do-wan. The scholar recalls that Juge Do-wan loves to boast about knowledge of rituals, music, calligraphy, and painting. Chan anticipates an epic battle of intellects and maliciously awaits the moment when the two scoundrels begin to humiliate each other. Mubek Namgun in the pharmacy hall asks the scholar Chan to join the guests during the upcoming gathering. Chan imagines the faces of Juge Do-wan and Mubek opposite each other. Chan anticipates pleasure from how these two scoundrels will humiliate each other during the meeting. Suddenly, the scholar feels a strange and disturbing discomfort in his own body. Chan realizes that the cause of his malaise is the mysterious girl he met earlier. Before his eyes appears the image of the blonde Young-so Bin, who was carrying a tray with medicinal herbs. The young man realizes he must find the energy of the 7 stars before his condition becomes critical. Mubek interrupts Chan's thoughts, irritably asking what he is staring at and whether he intends to go. Looking at Mubek, Chan recalls the malicious image of Penso and Permane. The similarity between them becomes increasingly obvious. Eventually, in the Great Hall, Chan agrees to accompany Mubek, but sets forth his demands. Before leaving, the scholar stops his companion with a statement about 2 important conditions. Mubek grumbles discontentedly about Chan's fussiness, but agrees to listen to him. The scholar's first condition sounds unexpected. He asks for permission to check Mubek's pulse. Mubek rages, not understanding why he needs a pulse check right now. Calm Chan explains that he saw purchased ingredients for the mind broth, which, if mistaken, can damage the brain. Enraged, Mubek warns about the risk of injury from the energy, but Chan insists on checking the channels. Sighing, Chan warns, if the broth interferes with the study of martial arts, it will be a real disaster. Mubek sharply offers his wrist, demanding the check be done as quickly as possible. The young man, fearing for his brilliant mind, asks the scholar to start the examination immediately. Finally, he calms down, believing that it is simply not in Chan's interest to harm him. Scientist Chan focusedly places his fingers on Mubek's wrist, beginning to search for a pulse. Chan is determined to introduce a bit of spiritual energy to observe the body's reaction. The scientist's gaze becomes extremely attentive and alert. At that very moment, spiritual energy penetrates Mubek's body like a thin thread. Touching the wrist with 2 fingers, Chan hopes his visit to the Namgun clan will not be in vain. Against the backdrop of an imaginary starry sky, the young man feels a weak but clear energy response inside Mubek. Somewhere in the infinite cosmos, a distant star flashes brightly. Chan tenses with excitement, instantly recognizing the star Utsui in this glow. Noticing changes in Chan's facial expression, a worried Mubek asks if he is all right. Chan forces himself to smile and assures that the energy is strong, so the medicine will not cause harm. Confused, Mubek tells Chan that his intellect gives him goosebumps. Chan and Mubek are in the middle of the pharmacy. The swordsman inquires about the second condition. Chan calmly replies that he wants to observe his training sessions. Stunned Mubek, with a distorted face, repeats the scholar's words. Chan explains, to understand the Namgun mantras, one must see the movements of their style. Imaginary images of Namgun clan warriors skillfully training with swords. Mubek is amazed. Usually scholars avoid martial arts, but this one is the opposite. Focused Chan Thasan looks as serious and confident as possible. Bold Mubek decides, let the scholar interpret his current manual as well. Mubek agrees but sets a counter-demand regarding the study of the technique. Chan and Mubek are in the pharmacy. The swordsman tells the scholar to come tomorrow morning. Satisfied, Chan eagerly awaits the next day. In the palace courtyard, Mubek hesitates whether to give the secret book right now. Finally, Mubek hands the scholar a scroll with the clan's secret knowledge. Chan reads the title on the cover in surprise. Heavenly Infinite Sword. This is the legendary art of Muram. Chan does not understand why Mubeok is so generous. The cautious scholar asks Mubeok if he is in his right mind. Mubeok only smiles boldly and asks about the impressions of the book. Chan reminds about the secrecy of the technique, but the swordsman does not care about the rules. On Mubeok Namgun's face reads absolute self-confidence. Scholar Chan closely observes every gesture of his client. Mubeok dreams of surpassing the brothers in skill thanks to Chan's talent. The swordsman is sure the former alliance worker will definitely not blurt out anything unnecessary. Mubeok orders the scholar to simply read the mantras and provide an interpretation. The swordsman promises a generous reward for the work, 300 silver coins. Chan ironically asks about the weight of the coins, but this time he will receive a receipt. Mubek begins a whirlwind of training, firmly gripping the hilt of his sword. The blade cuts through the air. The swordsman sharpens each strike to perfection. Mubek trains in the courtyard while Chan attentively studies the manual nearby. The scholar reads the book intently, sitting on the cozy palace terrace. Scholar Chan studies the manual, comfortably settled in a forest glade. Mubek Namgun trains with focus, performing exercises with sharp exhalations. Chan watches Mubek's technique without looking away from the book. During training, Mubek demonstrates a series of lightning-fast and precise sword movements. The warlike Mubek, with a fiery gaze, slices the air in half with his sword. Scholar Chan continues to observe the next stage of Mubek's exhausting training. Chan tries to concentrate on the text, but Mubek's loud shouts disturb his thoughts. Angry Mubek makes a sharp sword strike, shouting loudly, "Hap!" Irritated Chan cannot stand it and shouts at Namgun to finally be quiet and watch his breathing. The scholar explains to Mubek that excessive shouting only disperses energy, while the art of the sword requires complete control. Mubek's tired face expresses extreme tension during the exercise. Mubek forcefully pushes off the ground with his feet for a swift lunge. The warrior jumps into the air, performing a series of fast circular sword strikes. Mubek makes another jump, honing the complex elements of his technique. Mubek's tense face, now he is silent, preserving his inner energy. The warrior's gaze is fully focused on executing the final move. Chan is amazed on the porch. The energy of the star Uchui has not yet manifested, but Mubek has already achieved such progress. Satisfied, Chan Thaesan watches the boy, considering him a very unusual scoundrel. Inspired, Chan mentally asks Mubek to diligently develop the power of the star Uchui to take it later. Mubek performs a new spectacular move with a high jump into the air. Fresh green leaves slowly swirl against the backdrop of a clear blue sky. Energized, Namgun Mubek lands in the yard with a changed expression. Sweaty and combative, Mubek finally takes a final breath after exercises. A heavy sword whistles as it flies to the ground from the hands of the exhausted warrior. Calm and confident Scholar Chan stands opposite with a book in his hands. Mubek is stunned. Earlier he was short of breath, but today he completed the full form for the first time. Tired but satisfied, Mubek asks the scholar where he knows the secrets of breathing from. Chan thoughtfully considers that he just made it up so the boy wouldn't bother him. The scholar lectures Mubek. The higher the art, the less breath should be wasted in vain. Surprised, Mubek objects, as he has read this text dozens of times and saw nothing like that. Chan closely examines the candle, pondering the line from the book about the unbreakable firmness of the flame. Why did the authors choose exactly this comparison? Mubek grabs his forehead, struck by a sudden realization. Unshakable flame means control of breathing, not body resilience. With envy and respect, Mubek looks at the scholar, marveling that such a profound interpretation is not even found in the official clan texts. Namgun Mubek examines his own palms, admitting that despite performing the first form, the essence of the subsequent techniques remains a mystery to him. The young man silently studies his hands. Mubek enthusiastically explains to Chanu that he can repeat the movements, but cannot grasp the hidden meaning within them. Thaesan calmly suggests to Mubek to demonstrate the technique directly in front of him, in order to find the lost essence of the sword art. Against the backdrop of majestic palace buildings, Mubek awkwardly asked if the scholar really wants to see his training. Confidently pointing a finger at Mubek, Chan reminds him that he is now a teacher, but will not force anyone if they have doubts. Chan turns toward the exit, throwing over his shoulder that he might as well go to young Master Li. These words cause Mubek to have a nervous hiccup. With a sly smile, the scholar notes that Mubek's brother trains in a similar style, so showing respect to the mentor would be quite appropriate. The scholar says to Mubek with focus that he has every chance to become the first among all the clan's heirs. Mubek reflects, and in his thoughts echoes the promise to grasp the true essence of the heavenly infinite sword art. He examines his palms, nurturing the hope of becoming the first to uncover the truth. The boy's fists clench tightly. Inspired by the opportunity to become the best of the best, Mubek dismisses doubts and agrees to all the scientist's conditions. Training began in this palace courtyard. Chan fiercely yells at Mubek, instantly forgetting politeness and pointing out mistakes. Namgunhak confidently crosses the yard with a wide stride. The clan leader thinks sternly, if the son mocks the mentor again, this time the punishment will be inevitable. Hak continues his path through the palace grounds. Angry Chan, holding a bundle in his hands, demands the student immediately repeat the exercise. Hiding behind a wall, Namgun Hak hears Chan explaining to his son the importance of mantras, not just physical movements. The surprised father freezes, realizing that the scientist is truly teaching Mubek martial arts. With a new warlike gleam in his eyes, Mubek loudly exclaims, "Yes, teacher!" Hak is impressed by his son's politeness, as he doesn't even speak that way to his older brothers. Could the rumors about Pen So-un's correction be true? Closing his eyes, the father thinks hopefully that his younger son is finally becoming a real person. Namgun Ha cautiously peeks from behind the corner, deciding not to interfere and to generously reward the scholar Chan for his work. Chan, with a book in his hands, exclaims the name of the technique, reminding that in the name of the blue heavenly sword, the sky is primary. Hak's face suddenly becomes tense. He realizes that Mubek has revealed the highest secret of their clan to an outsider. Namgun Hak crouches behind the house and eavesdrops on the conversation between Chan and Mubek, understanding that the clan's secret technique has just been revealed. Angry Namgun Hak is disappointed by the betrayal of the secret and decides to immediately stop the training. The scholar Chan calmly continues teaching Mubek while the young man diligently practices sword movements. Chan instructively raises a finger, explaining that cutting off the excess in mantras opens the path to truth. Tensa Chan quotes ancient wisdom about the greatness of mountains under the sky and the deep water flowing over the earth. Impressed, Namgun Hak freezes at the heard words, his face showing extreme surprise. Majestic mountains press against the blue sky, and at their foot winds a clear river. Mubek attentively listens to Chan's instructions, crossing his arms over his chest. Sitting in the middle of the courtyard surrounded by streams of energy, Mubek focusedly repeats mantras about the sky and the earth. In a meditative state, the boy imagines how every highest mountain bows before the boundless dome of the sky. Immersed in water, the young man mentally realizes that even the deepest currents always hold to a solid earthly foundation. Mubek fully immerses himself in the whirlpool of water, and his gaze changes, reaching the boundary of absolute calm. A powerful energy flash cuts through the pure solar haze. Chan watches the student with pleasure, noting his exceptional combat talent and ability to visualize images. The scholar continues to observe Mubek's meditation in the inner courtyard of the palace. Namgun Hak closes his eyes, immersed in deep reflection on what he has seen. Sitting in the courtyard, Thisan intently studies the pages of an ancient book. Sweaty Mubek feels strange internal transformations within his own body. The young man's facial features soften, radiating calm and balance. Mubek's face is illuminated by bright energy as he realizes that he finally sees his true path ahead. In the vision, he performs a complex sword movement, feeling the superiority of the majestic azure sky over all living things. The figure of the young man freezes in the final position, directing the tip of the blade straight to the zenith. Chasan, with a satisfied smile, asks the pupil if he has grasped the essence of the lesson. Holding the weapon above his head, Mubek replies about the infinity of the sky, which has no borders. The warrior stretches like a string, steadfastly holding the sword with both hands toward the clouds. In Mubek's eyes, a fire blazes, and the blade of the sword emits a bright light before his face. A swift lightning strike cuts through the space. From Mubek's sword bursts a colossal flow of power, indicating the successful application of the technique. The happy boy admiringly evaluates the result of his hard work. Exhausted but inspired, Mubek asks Chan to continue reading and inquires about the next steps. The figure of the scholar, Chan in the palace courtyard opposite Mubek, from whom a powerful flow of energy is felt. The scholar Chan explains to Mubek that for free flight, one only needs to spread their wings wide. The bird freely soars in the sunny blue of the endless sky. Chan tells about the path of the endless sword, available only to those who have managed to completely free themselves. Chan notes with inspiration that Mubiok, as a former scoundrel, is well acquainted with the true feeling of freedom. Namgun Mubiok instantly rages at the scholar's harsh words. Chan Thisan and sword-armed Mubiok stand in the middle of the empty palace courtyard. Mubiok tries to comprehend what he heard and mentally agrees that the life of a rogue gave him the experience of freedom. The satisfied swordsman laughs sincerely, finally grasping an important truth. Sweaty Namgun Hak is stunned by the conversation. He realizes that due to the burden of responsibility, he has never lived freely. Shanthi-san calmly walks through the courtyard to the main palace building. Namgun Hak thoughtfully watches his younger son, acknowledging his inner freedom. Mubayok loudly shouts from incredible joy and feelings that suddenly overwhelmed his soul. The swordsman lies on the ground next to his weapon, recalling how long he denied his own desire for freedom. The inspired face of Mubayok at the moment of full understanding of what true independence is. The scientist silently observes the strange behavior of the emotional young man. Mubek lies in the dust, completely immersed in his own thoughts and ignoring those present. Sean compares Mubek's potential with Pensoan, suggesting that the boy may surpass his predecessor. The satisfied scientist contemplates the advisability of moving on to the next stage of his plan. Imaginary figures against the backdrop of constellations, stars of the greedy wolf, literary, prosperity, and other celestial bodies. In Chon's imagination, the image of Mubek appears as the embodiment of the powerful warlike star. Chon reflects on the star of the destroyed army, whose destructive energy forces the owners of the celestial body to destroy themselves. The image of a lonely person in the midst of infinite cold space. Chon decides to absorb the energy of other stars to avoid self-destruction and strengthen his own power. Sunset over the palace. The scientist suddenly realizes that the elders secretly eavesdropped on their private conversation. The troubled Chon Tae-san recalls the suspicious smell he noticed on the way to his chambers. The scientist stops in the middle of the courtyard, finally recognizing the scent that belonged to the elder of the Namgun clan. Tired Cheon prepares for the inevitable summons, knowing that revealing clan secrets threatens death. The maid in red hands the scholar an invitation from the elder to join the communal meal. Anxious Cheon Thasan heads to the exit, promising the girl to return soon. The surprised maid in red in the palace does not understand how the scholar guessed the order to bring him, and why Cheon is so gloomy. The dining table is set with luxurious dishes. Cheon, with a thoughtful look, sits at the dining table. Namgun Hak welcomes the guest, inviting him to the communal meal. Namgun Hak introduces his wife, a neat middle-aged woman. Scholar Chun bows in a greeting gesture, expressing his respect to the lady. Namgun Hak's face suddenly becomes serious and wary. The wife asks her husband why he deceived her. Wary Cheon tries to understand the reason for the tense atmosphere. The woman admires Chon's beauty and reproaches her husband for hiding the guest's attractiveness. The host apologizes to the scholar for the sudden visit, explaining that he now understands his wife's words. The agitated Chon assures that it is a great honor for him to be invited to this house. The wife recalls the guest's past glory in the Murim alliance, to which Chon gives an affirmative answer. The woman enthusiastically claps her hands, impressed by the stories about fighting vice. Chon tells the couple about the existence of poems and melodies dedicated to the fight against injustice. The wife's face blooms with a sincere smile from the scholar's eloquence. Beating the rhythm with his hand, Chon hums lines about how the wind will inevitably overcome injustice. The enchanted lady admires the guest's multifaceted talent in music and calligraphy. The smiling scholar modestly waves off, calling his skills just an ordinary hobby. Chon feels calmer, considering his previous worries to be pointless. Suddenly, Namgun Hak strikes the table forcefully with his hand. The frightened wife instantly turns to the enraged man. The worried Chon freezes, awaiting the master's next actions. The imaginary image of the devilish Namgun Hak demands to stop the pleasantries and get down to business. The master's facial expression becomes truly terrifying. Namgun Hak, with red eyes, sternly asks if the scholar knows about the death penalty for viewing the clan's secrets. Chon's face distorts with horror after the direct question about the mantras he read. Namgun Hak, with his wife, and the scholar Chon gathered at a common table for a meal. The enraged Namgun Hak, with an almost devilish face, interrogates Chon whether he has seen the secret mantras of their clan. Chan nervously sweats, realizing that the elder knows exactly about his secret conversation with Mubeok. Looking at the drinks, Chan feels such pressure from Namgun-hak that it is sensed even in the cup before him. The scholar understands. To get out of this trap, he should seek support from the lady, not engage in dialogue with the elder. Noticing the concern of Namgun-hak's wife, Chan decides to press on her feelings, since Mubeok is her sore spot. Chan maintains a restrained facial expression while feverishly considering his next move. Eventually, the scholar admits that the young master indeed approached him for help in studying mantras. The enraged elder looms over the guest and demands more comprehensive explanations. Chan recalls the despair in Mubeok's eyes when he demonstrated the path of the heavenly sword and tells of his relentless desire to master the art. The scholar assures the elder that martial arts were the only way to tame the recklessness and sinfulness of the young master. Namgun-hak assesses the guest with a stern look, clarifying whether the secret technique was truly used only for raising the sun. Against the backdrop of imaginary energy trees, Chan quotes the wisdom that destroying one evil allows 10 virtues to grow. Namgun-hak rages, calling all these words mere pitiful excuses for reviewing the clan's secret techniques. Chan denies the accusations and states that he saw in the youth's character a true heroic nature. The scholar confidently asserts that Mubeok's potential can shake the world and later overshadow the fame of even Pensoen himself. The stunned mother asks again if her son, whom everyone considered a scoundrel, can really be compared to such a genius. Somewhat calmed, the elder urges the scholar to be honest and not to exaggerate the boy's ordinary talents and physical attributes. Comparing Mubeok to a bird in a web, Chan explains that he rebelled only because he could not spread his wings in a cramped cage. Mubeok's mother begins to cry bitterly, blaming herself for not understanding her child's emotional suffering earlier. Namgun-hak remains dissatisfied and continues to consider the whole story too far-fetched. Suddenly, the elder's wife interrupts him with a loud scream, taking the side of the scholar, Chan. She emotionally asks her husband if anyone has ever truly tried to understand their son instead of constantly scolding him. In a state of complete despair, the woman tearfully repeats how hard it has been for her little Mubeok all this time. The elder's wife tightly clasps Chan's hands, sincerely thanking him for helping her finally realize her son's condition. Namgun-hak explodes in a shout again, reminding that disclosing great techniques to an outsider is a crime that cannot be ignored. The tearful mother replies that she is ready to give the scholar any manual if only it would save her child. Hearing such a resolute answer from the wife, the stunned Namgun-hak instantly falls silent mid-word. Chonthi-san calmly observes the development of the family drama, waiting for the host's final decision. The elder's wife suddenly jumps up from her seat and slams her palms on the table with all her might. The Namgun-hak's retinue proposes to cut off Chon's hand, depriving him of the ability to practice martial arts. Namgun-hak's face is distorted with anger and tension. Frightened, Chan swears to give both hands if he ever reveals the secrets of the Namgun clan to outsiders. In despair, the scholar exclaims that he is ready even for execution and will not hold a grudge against the Namgun family. Serious Namgun-hak gives Chan a chance, recalling tomorrow's visit of the Juge clan and their attempts to humiliate Mubeok. Proud representatives of the hostile Juge clan appear in the imagination. Beaten Mubeok lies helplessly on the floor at the feet of the imaginary opponent. Scholar Chan clarifies whether he should ensure the young lord's victory in tomorrow's duel. Namgun-hak promises to appoint Chan to a position with access to secret techniques upon success. The burly figure of Namgun-hak towers over the scholar during their confident conversation. Chan freezes in deep surprise at the elder's unexpected decision. Hak adds a strict condition. Mubeok's defeat will cost the scholar his head, while the retinue anxiously watches them. A brazen elder points a finger at Chan, emphasizing that he must realize the full seriousness of the risk. The troubled scholar understands that Namgun-hak is simply looking for an excuse to keep him in the clan's service. Elder Namgun-hak stands beside his wife. Chan imagines the council of elders, understanding that Hak needs strong arguments to justify him before the others. Cunningly squinting, Namgun-hak notes that with Chan's help, Mubeok will finally be able to freely spread its wings. The hands of the scholar, Chan frees in a traditional gesture of respectful farewell. Scholar Chan bows deeply to the manor's host before leaving. The solitary figure of Chan slowly walks away along the street. Namgun-hak and his wife stand on the palace porch, seeing off the guest with their gazes. Hak gently embraces his wife, who apologizes for the interference and admits that he wanted to protect their son from the start. Leaning against her husband, The woman asks if he really planned to hire the scholar even before this conversation. Namgunhak recalls how Chan bravely opposed the Murim alliance, risking his life for justice. In the imagination appears Cheon, surrounded by enemies, while Hawk explains the futility of trying to intimidate such a person. The elder recalls how the scholar transformed the scoundrel Pen So-un into a worthy man, earning the gratitude of the Pen clan. The joyful wife embraces her husband, realizing that he invited the scholar precisely for the development of their son. Embracing his beloved, Namgun Hak expresses satisfaction that Cheon made a good impression on her. A splendid delegation of the Zhuge clan solemnly appears in the courtyard of the Namgun Palace. Namgun Hak, accompanied by his entourage, goes out to meet the arriving guests. Meeting of the heads of the Namgun and Zhuge clans, accompanied by a large retinue. The audacious Zhu Duwan strides through the Namgun estate courtyard, demanding the appearance of Mubeok. The confident and arrogant expression on the face of the young Zhu Duwan. The scholar Xian calmly rests on the terrace of the inner courtyard while reading. Mubeok diligently practices sword technique under the strict supervision of Qian. Qian Thisan, with a fan in hand, orders the student to grasp the deeper meaning of each movement. Focused Mubek confirms readiness to follow the teacher's instructions with a battle cry. In the midst of training, Do-Won brazenly enters through the back gate. The scholar and his student stop their session upon noticing the uninvited guest. Do-Won leans at the entrance, sarcastically complaining about the low gates of the Namgun clan. The impudent one addresses Mubek, demonstratively calling him his little brother. Chanthi-san silently watches the guest, who was offended by the familiar attitude toward the student. Do-Won's figure radiates absolute confidence in his own superiority. Mubek looks stunned by the unexpectedly swift arrival of the rival. Do-Won provokes Mubek to sparring, noting his strange lack of joy at the meeting. The guest declares to the armed Mubek his uncontrollable desire to duel again. Scholar Chan analyzes the changes in the boy's appearance, calling him an interesting scoundrel. Extending his hand, Do-Won mocks that Mubek seems to have shrunk since their last meeting. Do-Won condescendingly places his palm on Mubek's head, calling him a sweet boy. Mubek fiercely pushes away the stranger's hand, outraged by the guest's boasting about his height. Do-Won's face instantly darkens due to the opponent's pointed remark. The young man feigns sorrow, claiming he has a bunch of talents and height is not the most important among them. Do-Won throws an angry look at Mubek, accusing him of excessive audacity. The guest shifts attention to the teacher, reproaching him for the lack of greeting from the one waving the fan. Chantha-san ignores the complaints, continuing to slowly fan himself. Enraged, Do-Won shouts roughly, demanding the scholar to state his name. The-san sharply opens his fan in front of himself. The scholar calmly introduces himself to the guest as Chanthi-san. Do-Won proudly repeats the name aloud, mocking the teacher's taciturnity. The boy theatrically covers his face, promising to personally re-educate the audacious scholar. Do-Won is suddenly gripped by horror when he realizes that before him stands the legendary Phantom Scholar. A terrifying image of Chan surrounded by ghosts appears in the mind of the frightened young man. Puzzled, Do-Won wonders mentally what such a powerful figure is doing in the Namgun clan. Scholar Chan Mobek and Do-Won hold a conversation in the inner courtyard of the palace. Nervous, Do-Won tries to find out if this scholar is really involved in the changes in his brother Pen So-un. Chan, manipulating a fan, asks the young man why he looks at him as if he were a dead man. Do-Won confusedly recalls his brother's words about a visit to the Pen clan, excusing himself by saying he is simply surprised by the scholar's presence. The wary young man scrutinizes the guest, doubting the truth of the rumors about his great power. Do-Won is irritated by the fact that the formidable Elder Cal allowed the scholar to leave the Alliance's borders so easily. In his imagination appears the demonic image of Elder Cal with burning red eyes. Mobek replies with a sneer that he is free to choose his own path and place of residence. While the scholar hints at secret affairs in the palace, Mobek carefully watches every word of the interlocutors. The enraged Do-Won notes that due to the large number of rumors, the scientist seems to him like an old acquaintance. Chan confidently reminds that they have already met several times during official visits to the Alliance. Opening the fan, the scientist recalls the revision department's interest in Do-Won's figure after that loud incident. The arrogant young man only sneers in response to such bold remarks. Squinting slyly, Chan attributes his straightforwardness to old professional habits acquired during service in the department. The scientist cheerfully fans himself, assuring that he had no intention of provoking the interlocutor's anger. Do-Won's face expresses the utmost degree of contempt and pride. Raising two fingers, Chan notes that despite the age difference, he remains 2 years older. What he hears causes Do-won to finally lose self-control from rage. The boy makes a feigned gesture in response to the remark about the scientist's age advantage. Do-won mockingly asks if the scientist really expects respectful treatment just because of those miserable 2 years. With a malicious look, the young man suggests switching to informal address, allowing the scientist the same familiarity in return. Chan agrees with feigned pleasure, considering such a format of communication quite appropriate. Brazenly poking a finger towards the opponent, Do-won does not hold back curses directed at the scientist. Chan explains to Mubek that few dare to communicate so boldly with the descendants of the 5 great clans. The scientist realizes that Do-won is behaving too recklessly, and his boldness yesterday was not just a game. Mubek observes the situation with hidden sympathy for the scientist's composure and intelligence. Chan's dark essence, surrounded by ghosts, reminds Do-won that he himself insisted on a conversation without formalities. The imaginary image of the scientist with a strange gaze wonders if he should stop this pressure. A sincere, uncontrolled horror briefly appears on Do-won's face. Returning to reality, the young man suggests to Mubek to move their next meeting to noon. Do-won irritably points with his finger, appointing the meeting in the same garden, and calls the scientist to follow him. Chan waves a fan and looks after Do-won, thanking him for kindness and promising to definitely come. The scientist boldly adds that little Do-won turned out to be much funnier than he initially expected. Having heard about the baby, Do-won immediately stops by the gate, barely restraining another fit of rage. Do-won's face distorts with anger, while Mubek and Chan remain behind his back. Do-won's inner state manifests as a creepy, almost devilish face. Mubek sharply turns to Chan, stunned by what he heard and looking at the scientist in a completely different way. Mubek's gaze becomes extremely vigilant and anxious. Mubek sincerely admits to the scientist that he considers his skill simply unparalleled. Smiling, Mubek recalls rumors about Chan's victory over Elder Kale and marvels at his game with Do-won. Mubek catches up with Chan in the courtyard, asking about Pensuun, who supposedly became a person after the lessons. Chan respectfully notes that polite forms of address have already become habitual for Mubek. Mubek acknowledges the scientist's authority, and the latter promises to also adhere to respectful forms if the young master has changed. Mubek stops, noting that despite Chan's words, he does not yet feel any changes within himself. Chan climbs the stairs, comparing Mubek to Pensuun, while the latter warns about difficulties due to informal communication. Actively gesticulating, Mubek warns that this boy immediately gets into a fight, and Chan cannot withstand his attacks. Smiling, Chan hides the fan behind his back and calmly notes that he and that boy are not friends at all. The scholar adds that he actually calls him his older brother. Mubek seriously warns that he sees scholars only as stray dogs, so jokes are inappropriate here. The face of the scholar Chan becomes extremely focused and thoughtful. Chan remains silent, and Mubek freezes behind him, completely puzzled by such a reaction. Overcome with anxiety, Mubek tries to find out from the scholar whether his words are true. The men stop on the shore of a luxurious pond with lilies, surrounded by stones and elegant terraces. Chan wonders if this picturesque place is really called the Garden of Demon Pacification. Mubek focusedly tells about the bloody uprising of the demonic cult in Mercenary that happened half a century ago. Before their eyes appears a formidable and majestic figure of a demon. Mubek describes the heroic battle of the ancestors of the Namgun clan, most of whom died due to a tragic accident. With sadness, he explains that it was precisely because of that tragedy that the art of the Azure Sky Sword was lost. Mubek concludes his story, emphasizing the importance of remembering the will and images of their ancestors. Standing over the water, Mubek explains the name of the garden, and Chan acknowledges the deep historical significance of this place. The audacious Do-won sprawled on the garden terrace, savoring cherries accompanied by a charming musician. Mubek, standing next to the scholar, Chan rages at the appearance of courtesans in the sacred demon-taming garden. Noticing the guests, Do-won ironically remarks that outsiders might mistake him for the true master of this estate. Do-won brazenly replies that even in his clan, direct descendants rarely receive such generosity and hospitality. On the terrace floor, a girl intently plucks the strings of a lute. Irritated, Mubek barely restrains his anger, standing next to the impassive Chan. Chan discreetly holds the young man's hand, persuading the young lord not to fall for provocations and to remain calm. A palpable energy of rage emanates from Mubek, but the scholar promises to handle the situation on his own. Confused, Mubek stops when Chan orders him to sit down and rest a little. The scholar addresses Du-won, asking in a fatherly manner whether the baby spent his free time well. Du-won's face instantly twists with rage after the contemptuous address. Smiling, Chan invites Mubek to join the rest on the terrace. After the scholar's persistent invitation, Mubek finally reluctantly agrees to come inside. Seized by anger, the young man sharply declares that it's time to get down to business. Du-won suddenly snatches the lute from the girl's hands, mockingly advising his opponent not to make him laugh. The frightened musician freezes, not understanding the reasons for the guest's sudden rudeness. Sitting with a pipe, Du-won brazenly explains that he called the girl only out of boredom. With a sly, almost beastly look, he offers Mubek and Chan to attentively enjoy his upcoming performance. Du-won's fingers confidently rest on the instrument's strings. On the luxurious terrace above the pend, Do-won begins to play, while Mubek and Chan silently watch him from the side. The young man's face becomes serious as he fully immerses himself in the whirl of the melody. While Do-won plays, immersed in his own thoughts, the men on the neighboring terrace watch his every move closely. Mubek stands with his arms crossed over his chest, and Chan nearby leisurely drinks warm tea. The musician's hand barely touches the thin strings of the pipa. With a fierce expression, Do-won says that a rough warrior like Mubek is hardly capable of grasping true art. Mubek is enveloped by a dense cloud of dark and dangerous energy. Chan calmly observes the psychological pressure, understanding that Do-won is trying to unbalance his opponent. Do-won announces that, for the sake of his ignorant brother, he will perform the famous piece about high mountains and flowing waters. The scholar recalls that this work is dedicated to the memory of the only friend who truly understood the author's music. Do-won brazenly remarks that old Chan seems to know something about high art. Sipping tea, the scholar Chan calmly replies that he knows all 10 great melodies and even sometimes plays them himself. Do-won notices the crowd gathering on the shore of the pond and happily notes the timely arrival of the spectators. Mubek and Chan exchange puzzled glances, not understanding why so many strangers have gathered here. Do-won states that such an exceptional performance simply could not go without a proper audience. The young man's face twists into an evil smile as he recalls the invitation of the special guest. Standing among the crowd, Do-won points to the approaching women, introducing one of them as the chief courtesan of Hefei. The men in the crowd whisper excitedly, recognizing the famous zither master from the heavenly pavilion of pleasures. Two elegant and extraordinarily beautiful young women appear before the attendees. In the rays of light, the gentle and dazzlingly beautiful face of Cheon-yo is revealed. Cheon notices how Mubek is stunned by the incomparable beauty of the girl, literally drooling with admiration. The scholar understands that this scoundrel only wants to boast of his influence by making a star of such caliber evaluate the performance of his musicians. Do-won kindly invites Cheon-yo and her companion to ascend to the terrace to join the guests. Satisfied with himself, he boldly suggests beginning the evaluation of the performances of Mubek and the scholar. Do-won smiles wildly, eagerly awaiting the moment when Cheon will have to demonstrate his skills. The heads of the Zhuge and Namgun clans discuss the upcoming duel of the young masters in the courtyard. The leader of Zhuge ironically wonders if the outcome of the meeting will be too predictable. Namgun-hak assures the guest of changes, and he is amazed, wondering if the young Mubek has truly achieved enlightenment. The estate owner explains that it is not about magic, but that Mubek has finally begun to act wisely. The head of Zhuge listens tensely to the interlocutor's words, hiding cunning in his gaze. The trickster suggests staking the rights to freight transportation, as this venture is worth high stakes. The face of the Zhuge leader radiates brazen confidence in his own victory. Namgun-hak understands the cunning of the plan, but admits that the proposal to resolve the dispute by duel sounds tempting. The audacious guests and the focused host freeze in silent confrontation, weighing the risks. The scholar Chong and Mubek observe the arrival of the beauty Cheon-yo and her companions to the garden. The confident Do-won announces the start of the performance before the audience and the best musician. A crowd of interested spectators gathers around to see the legendary competition with their own eyes. The beautiful Cheon-yo and her blind friend prepare to evaluate the game. Do-won brazenly offers the guest to become the judge and calls on the opponent to start the musical duel. Holding the instrument on the terrace, the young man mockingly asks Scholar Chan if he is trembling with fear. Chan calmly savors a cherry and replies that the anticipation of playing together only excites his passion. Swallowing the berry, the scholar challengingly suggests that both perform an identical melody. The musicians sit with their backs to the participants, and the puzzled Do-won prepares to play the same song. Confident and unshaken, Chan stands under the watchful, suspicious gaze of his opponent. Agreeing to the terms, Do-won takes his place and declares that he will choose a difficult musical piece himself. Silence reigns on the veranda as Do-won orders his opponent to play the classical piece, White Snow in Early Spring. Scholar Chan tightly grips the pipe, calling the chosen melody only the basic foundations of art. With closed eyes, Chan tunes himself for the performance, recalling how he practiced this piece several times. Angry, Do-won considers his opponent's words a brazen bluff, since such technique cannot be mastered quickly. The boy focuses on his desire to utterly defeat the scholar for his unheard-of audacity. Thin fingers of Do-won confidently lay on the strings of the instrument. Exquisite sounds of the first chords spread through the garden space. The listeners instantly feel a sharp change in the air as soon as the young master touches the strings. The blind girl assures that she feels every note like a real snowflake falling from the sky. Everyone present in the garden froze in anticipation, enchanted by Do-won's masterful performance. The enchanted audience held their breath, enjoying Do-won's skillful playing. The heads of the Namgun and Juge clans, accompanied by their retinues, attentively watched the musical performance. Namgun Hak and Elder Juge sincerely wonder why this year Mubek and Do-won chose music for the competition. The head of Juge suggests that the young men are just having fun, although secretly proud of Do-won's cunning, who decided to suppress his opponent with his skill. Juge is interested in Mubek's musical skills, noting that he has never seen the boy with an instrument in his hands before. Namgun Hak calmly explains that instead of his son, the calligraphy teacher will perform today. Impressed, Elder Juge tries to find out who this mysterious teacher really is. Do-won finishes the performance with a bold thought that his skills have already reached the level of a true master. The student Xian demonstratively plugs his ear with a finger, showing that Do-won's music only creates unnecessary noise. Angry at such behavior, Do-won contemptuously thinks of Cheon as an upstart who is only bluffing. While Do-won touches the strings again, Cheon hopes for his loud failure in front of the crowd. Do-won's fingers move over the strings of the pipa increasingly faster. The audience feels cold. The magic of the melody creates a real snowstorm in the middle of the hall. The musician continues playing with concentration. Do-won sits on the terrace surrounded by the elements, while the snow gradually covers everything around. The musicians discuss the performance, noting that Do-won's energetic playing requires colossal effort. The families of the heads of both clans closely watch every move of their opponents. Namgun Hak expresses admiration, and the head of Juge recalls how he taught the boy music to calm his difficult temper. The elder satisfactorily notes the progress of the protege, hoping that he will finally break the opponent's will. Tired but proud, Do-won casts a challenging glance at Chan, expecting his pitiful attempt. The scholar Chan calmly holds the pipe, waiting for his turn to take the stage. Namgun Hak, together with his wife, analyzes the participants' chances. Hak's wife acknowledges Mr. Juji's skill, although her husband tries to guess her favorite. The woman confidently states that despite Do-won's talent, her bet remains on the scholar Chan. Surprised, Hak looks at his wife, who explains her choice with unwavering feminine intuition. Chan closes his eyes, tuning in for the upcoming performance. The young man gathers his thoughts before the first chord. The scholar's face at the moment the game begins radiates absolute calm. Chan's hand strikes the strings, raising a powerful surge of pure energy. Jealous Do-won is stunned by the unexpectedly high level of skill of his enemy. The blind musician notes that Juge Do-won emphasized the cold snow, while scholar Chan interprets the blooming spring. Imaginary image of Chan against the backdrop of a bright, sunny sky and nature bursting with spring colors. Enthralled, Mubek intently watches the game and quietly utters the scientist's name. Angry Do-won casts a hateful glance at Taisan, acknowledging his high skill to himself. Focused scientist Chan calmly continues the game, enveloped in streams of bright spiritual energy. Frenzied Do-won, with a wild look, rejects the thought that the scientist could be his equal. The angry young man decides to speed up the pace to instantly sweep the opponent off the path with his play. Peaceful image of Chan, as if playing in the middle of a sunlit spring meadow. Watching the enraged Do-won, the scientist decides to apply the energy of the 7 stars through his fingertips. The light of energy bursts directly from Chan's fingers during the performance of the melody. The scientist, with a thoughtful expression, fully immerses himself in the bright flows of his own play. The scientist's delicate hands touch the strings of the pipa, filling the space with radiance. The girl musicians are stunned by Chon's power, and Chanyo notices that the cold snow in the air is melting. Namgun-hak and his wife anxiously watch the appearance of magical spring butterflies around the scientist. Even the head of the Zhuge clan is impressed by the spectacle of bright insects that appeared from the music. A picturesque view of a blooming garden filled with delicate butterflies. Chan enjoys the energy of the seven stars, wondering if it will work just as well in cooking. Listeners in the crowd excitedly share their impressions of the music that literally pierces their bodies. The contrast between the enraged Do-won and the inspired scientist at the moment the last note ends. The outraged Do-won realizes that his audacious plan has completely failed. The young man shouts towards Lady Chanyo, demanding that she immediately announce her verdict. The musicians bow, and Chanyo offers the blind companion with keen hearing to evaluate the performance. The figure of the blind girl preparing to express her opinion. Do-won notices the girl's blindness and hopes that her impartiality will help him win. The impatient young man demands an immediate answer from the girl, staring intently at her. The brunette gathers her thoughts before making the final decision. Do-won persistently asks whose performance was better, his or scientist Chan's. Chan demonstratively yawns, waiting with boredom for the inevitable end of this dispute. On the terrace, the musician awaits evaluations from scientist Chan and Do-won, the figure of Do-won, who authoritatively asks about the best musical performance. The blind girl describes a vision of white snow that in spring turns into butterflies. The face of the blind girl, who continues her story inspiredly. Snowflakes slowly swirl in the air, pierced by bright sunlight. Delicate spring butterflies into which the snow has miraculously transformed. Irritated Do-won points at Chan, outraged by the comparison of their skills. Clan leaders and spectators watch Do-won's fury. Do-won's sweat-drenched face, who casts a hateful glance at Chan. The enraged young man swiftly walks away from the terrace under the gaze of the crowd. Chan approaches the girls, confessing that he has long been searching for a true connoisseur of music. The inspired scholar asks the name of the blind girl, recognizing a kindred spirit in her. The surprised and excited blind girl, who did not expect such attention. Sunran awkwardly states her name, considering herself unworthy of the honorary title. Do-won strides through the garden with a sword, searching for Mubek for a serious conversation. The audacious young man demands that Mubek immediately take up the wooden weapon for a duel, a firm grip of a hand fiercely clutching the hilt of the battle sword. Mubek mockingly remarks that his opponent has completely lost self-control. Mubek pushes off the railing, mentally comparing the scoundrel to a rusty colt. Mubek's swift leap, slicing through the air. The man impatiently heads towards the angry opponent. Mubek outlines a clear circle of concentrated energy around himself. The militant Mubek suggests testing how much the opponent's skills have improved over the year. The outraged Do-won calls the opponent a petty boor because of his arrogance. The attentive gaze of the scholar Chan, who noticed the beginning of the scuffle. Chan politely says goodbye to the musicians, hurrying to the place of the duel. The scholar calmly heads to where the fierce battle is to unfold. The girls remain on the terrace, silently watching their guests leave. Sunran tells her sister that she feels an extraordinarily strong energy from the scholar. Chanyo agrees, adding that the scholar stands out among all those present. The scholar Chan gives instructions to Mubek, who catches every word. A large green meadow in the garden is filled with clan heads and their retinue. The figure of Do-won with a wooden sword stands motionless in the middle of the garden. Mubek and the scholar Chon settled on the grass directly opposite the opponent. The heads of the Namgun and Zhuge clans closely observe every movement of the youths. Mubek whispers something secret to the scholar, covering his mouth with his palm. The youth says that, while gazing at the mountains and water, he felt the fourth form of the heavenly sword. Mubek adds that he has almost grasped the truth and asks Chan to confirm his guesses. Chan replies that this form reminds him of a friend who perfectly understood his music. Raising a finger, the scholar explains, "To learn the technique, one must become a kindred spirit to the enemy." Pensive Mubek quietly repeats that he must become that very Zhongzizi. Do-won loudly mocks Mubek, asking if now the scholars are teaching him to fight. With fury in his eyes, the boy accuses the opponent of wanting to find out his weaknesses through chatter. Namgun-hak intently watches the tense atmosphere of the duel. Mubek clenches his sword and calmly says that wisdom can be learned even from a scholar. He adds that Do-won's vision is limited, despite a high opinion of intelligence in the Zhuge clan. The warlike Do-won prepares for battle while rumors spread behind his back. The head of Zhuge rages upon hearing whispers about his son's terrible character and his teaching manner. Mubek's father, with tears of joy, tells his wife that their son has finally become wiser than 1,000 gold coins. Scholar Qian, with a fan in hand, silently observes the beginning of the game. Mubek enters a state of meditation, mentally ordering himself to become Zhongziqi. He repeats this phrase again and again, trying to comprehend the nature of his opponent. Do-Won looks at the enemy with open hatred. Enveloped in a bloody aura, Do-Won irritably asks what strange pose Mubek has taken. At the moment of peak tension, Mubek realizes he must fully feel Do-Won. The insolent opponent calls Mubek a bastard for allegedly ignoring his presence. Mubek carefully studies Do-Won's character, searching for the key to his soul. Suddenly, Do-Won rushes into attack with a shout, aiming his sword at the opponent's legs. The attacker, engulfed in dark energy, makes a swift lunge towards Mubek. Mubek's face remains as focused as possible. Mubek watches Do-Won, finally convinced of his treacherous nature. Do-Won rapidly closes the distance, swinging his sword for a devastating strike. Mubek avoids the collision, realizing the need to study not only the technique, but also the enemy's mind. Inspired, Mubek closely follows every move of the opponent, stunned by a sudden revelation. The audacious Do-Won wonders if Mubek spent years of training only on dodging strikes. Do-Won mockingly asks if the opponent is really so afraid to go on the offensive. Mubek assesses the enemy, understanding that he is cunningly trying to find weaknesses through empty words. Watching the enemy, Mubek feels only pity for Do-Won's primitive attempts to drag him into a fight. Satisfied with himself, Mubek throws his sword over his shoulder, marveling at his own professional growth. Calm Mubek explains that he was only testing Do-Won's skills, and sadly notes the lack of any progress in him. Frenzied Do-Won, with a beastly look, shouts threats of retribution at his opponent. Focused Mubek remarks that such swearing is absolutely inappropriate for a regular, friendly duel. Angry Do-Won attacks. Trying to confuse Mubek with a deceptive strike. Mubek sees through Do-Won's deceitful tactics, whose long, whip-like arms now seem entirely predictable to him. Do-Won is at the peak of his aggressive attack. Mubek skillfully moves away from the line of attack, avoiding any damage. Satisfied, Mubek enjoys the moment when he has fully deciphered his enemy's fighting technique. Do-Won's face distorts with uncontrollable bloodthirstiness. Mubek understands that further provocations will force Do-Won to use brute force to try to crush him. Consumed by anger, Do-Won prepares the next swift attack. Surrounded by fighting energy, Do-Won fiercely shouts whether the opponent has enough agility to escape his steel. Mubek calmly wonders why he should run away if he can simply intercept this strike. Mubek's hand locks in a dead grip on the attacker's wrist. Mubek securely fixes Do-Won's hand, completely blocking any possibility for maneuver or attack. Do-Won boils with rage, perceiving this grip as an unbearable personal humiliation. Mubek's fingers squeeze the opponent's wrist even tighter. Confident, Mubek swings his sword, signaling the enemy about the start of his counterattack. Do-Won desperately tries to dodge Mubek's counterthrust. Frightened, Do-Won hysterically shouts at the opponent to stop immediately. During the brief clash, Mubek manages to deliver several accurate and painful blows to Do-Won. Mubek finally unclenches his fingers, freeing his opponent's wrist. Emboldened by success, Mubek calmly walks away, confidently holding his wooden sword. Defeated, Do-Won, against the backdrop of city buildings, looks at Mubek's back filled with malice. Mubek leniently suggests stopping the fight, reminding about the friendly status of their meeting. Mubek and Do-Won continue the conversation in the clearing under the watchful eyes of numerous spectators. Mubek triumphantly clenches the wooden sword, inspired by his successful victory. The young man feels a true revelation, comparing his own natural strength with the grandeur of mountains and unstoppable waters. From the chest chakra of the imaginary Mubek bursts a dazzling stream of sacred energy. Realizing the fourth form of the heavenly infinity, the hero asks the scholar Chan if he has grasped the essence of his art. Chan maintains silent calm, slowly fanning himself and ignoring the question. Mubek freezes confused under the indifferent gaze of the sage, not understanding the reason for such a reaction. Moving away from Do-Won, the boy anxiously reflects on whether he has sufficiently honed his skills. Do-Won hears Mubek's thoughts about mastery and shouts with fury that the victory was only a coincidence. Humiliated, Do-Won fills with hatred, claiming that with a real sword the result would have been different. Mubek suggests to the opponent to consider the fight a draw if he is so enraged by the loss. The enraged Do-Won boldly demands explanations on how exactly Mubek calculated his movements and why the scientist taught him. The youths with training swords continue a tense dispute in the clearing under the open sky. The scientist Chan carefully observes the conflict, holding a fan at the ready. Chan's gaze becomes thoughtful because the fighters cannot stop talking after the finale. Mubek offers Do-won another chance for a rematch tomorrow, seeing his inability to accept defeat. Do-won irritably agrees to the proposal, promising to test the opponent's strength the next day. Do-won's hand fiercely grips the wooden hilt, conveying all his inner tension. The angry swordsman shouts toward the opponent, doubting his ability to overcome the techniques of the Zhuge clan. Chan stands up and compares Do-won to a child who sees a nail everywhere, having only a hammer in hand. The sage smiles ironically, noting how Lord Zhuge lacks composure. Do-won cannot endure the mockery and swiftly rushes toward the scientist, swinging his weapon. The swordsman accuses Chan of arrogance and tries to attack him with his sword. Mubek instantly reacts to the attempt of this scoundrel to vent his anger on the defenseless scholar. The armed boy runs to help, realizing that he cannot allow harm to come to his mentor. A powerful jerk makes the ground shake under Mubek's feet during the jump. Mubek swiftly closes the distance, recalling the value of Chan's knowledge, which he has yet to grasp. Performing the fourth form of the Heavenly Infinite Sword, the youth decisively launches an attack. Mubek stops Do-won's attack, blocking his movement with his own blade near the scholar. Do-won is stunned by the enemy's incredible speed, which exceeded all his expectations. Namgun-hak watches with admiration the technique that reminds him of the legendary Heavenly Lightning. Scholar Chan watches Mubek with delight, noting his incredible natural talent for martial arts. Mubek decisively enters a fierce duel with Do-won. With lightning-fast and confident sword movements, Mubek rapidly pressures his opponent, leaving no room for maneuver. Do-won falls to the ground, unable to stay on his feet after a powerful strike with a wooden sword. Angry Do-won shouts insults at Mubek, unable to contain his anger over the defeat. Do-won's palm tightly grips the handle of the wooden weapon. Do-won screams and throws the sword towards Mubek, but he manages to bow, and the projectile flies further. The wooden sword whistles as it cuts through the air. Scientist Chan remains completely calm despite the weapon flying straight at him. Mubek desperately tries to warn the scientist about the deadly danger. Focused Chan instantly reacts, contemplating the gift of the owners of the heavenly battle body to see the movement of every raindrop. Watching the approaching sword, the scientist makes a smooth pass with his hand, around which blue energy concentrates. With the next precise movement, Chan skillfully stops the swift flight of the wooden blade. The energy impulse from the scientist's palm causes the sword to turn and fly in the opposite direction. Enveloped in a glow, Chan notes with a satisfied smile how close that strike was. The sword swiftly flies away from the scientist. Chan's gaze instantly becomes wary as he realizes the unexpected consequences of his maneuver. The deflected sword flies straight at the head of the Zhuge clan. Namgun-hak swiftly draws the real sword from its sheath, preparing to protect his ally. The head of the Zhuge clan remains motionless as fragments of the cleaved sword fall to the ground beside him. Thanks to Namgun-hak's phenomenal reaction, the danger to the clan head was eliminated in time. The wooden weapon split in half strikes the ground with a dull sound. The guard anxiously asks the elder about his condition, to which he briefly confirms that he is fine. Namgun-hak's face twists with rage, and his gaze becomes heavy and dangerous. Namgun's body literally trembles with uncontrollable fury. The imaginary wooden sword continues its endless spinning motion. While Namgun-hak analyzes the strange force of the deflected strike, Chan nearby maintains an impassive expression, hiding the technique behind his wide sleeve. The wildly spinning wooden sword flies away from the figure of the scholar Chan. Before the eyes appears a majestic azure dragon, the fifth form of the heavenly sword, rising amid the boundless cosmos. The majestic silhouette of scientist Chan appears against the backdrop of turbulent streams of bright azure energy. Namgun-hak is stunned to realize that scientist Chan not only deciphered the manual, but managed to apply the technique in practice, which testifies to his incredible skill. Hak dismisses doubts, attributing everything to chance, as he refuses to believe in the existence of such an incomparable genius. The imaginary image of scientist Chan appears before Namgun's eyes. Enveloped in bloody energy, the head of the Zhuge clan fiercely shouts at his son, accusing him of disgrace and inability to accept defeat with dignity. Crushed, Do-won stands in the clearing, listening to his father's lesson that true victory is impossible without the ability to lose. Consumed by rage, the young man blames Mubek for all his troubles. Powerless, Do-won falls to his knees. Inspired, Mubek examines his own palms, unable to believe that the heavenly lightning obeyed him on the very first attempt. Shining with happiness, the boy is finally convinced of his own genius. The head of Zhuge informs the elders of Namgun about the necessity to immediately leave the palace due to urgent clan matters. Namgun Hak is surprised by the haste, to which the guest replies that the issue of cargo is now entirely at the discretion of the palace master. Hawk seriously warns about great losses for the Zhuge clan due to such a reckless decision. The elder of Zhuge acknowledges the risks but hopes for a proper resolution of today's incident. Namgun Hak smiles and assures that no rumors about the events in the palace will go beyond these walls. The elder of the Zhuge clan silently contemplates. The palace master asks the guests to stamp the documents before departure. The elder of Zhuge enviously notes that Namgun Hak predicted such an outcome in advance. The seal of the Zhuge clan is placed on the paper. The elder is amazed at the striking changes in the behavior of young Mubaeok, who previously only misbehaved. Namgun Hak closes his eyes, hoping that his son found enlightenment through training with Qian. The head of Zhuge clarifies if this is the scholar who played the instrument. Mubaeok boasts to Qian about successfully using the sea-splitting technique. The elder inquires whether this man is the phantom scientist of Murim. Namgun Hak maintains a focused seriousness. Under the night sky near a tall cliff stands a lonely hut, to which two figures hurry. Young So Bin and Hua Yon open the door and enter inside. The girls' faces express wariness. The torchlight snatches the walls of the narrow passage from the darkness. The friends make their way deep into the huge cave until they reach their goal. Before them appears a massive ice block, inside which the contours of a girl are visible. From the icy surface concealing the female body, the first drops begin to drip. The girls anxiously watch the streams of water from the melting ancient ice. Worried Young So Bin does not believe her own eyes, seeing that the ice crystal has begun to break down. Snow-covered cliffs, against which a lonely, cozy little house nestles. Young So Bin and Hua Yon observe the condition of the girl inside the ice crystal. So Bin approaches almost up close to the crystal, amazed by what she sees. The blonde explains that only she and the mistress of the palace possess the energy to melt the ice. Hua Yan hopes to reclaim the stolen palace after awakening the Ice Saint's body. The blue-eyed beauty reminds her friend that the powers of the saint's body far exceed the knowledge of the third guardian. Through the thickness of the ice block, the outlines of a female body are barely visible. Namgun Hak boils with rage over the unpleasant and unexpected scene. The elder of the Zhuge clan curiously questions the agitated scholar Chan about his name. Chan respectfully bows to the elder and greets him with the traditional gesture of folded hands. The elder suggests that Chan leave the fighting clan for Zhuge, where his talent will be fully realized. The serious scholar Chan declines the offer, citing unfinished business at his current location. The head of the Zhuge clan persistently urges the scholar to abandon his principles for the sake of working together with Doan. The elder boldly promises Chkon the highest pay and special treatment characteristic of their clan. Looking at the shadow of Namgun Hak, the head of Zhuge notes that this intrigue was quite complicated. Namgun Hak reminds about the scholar's busyness, but the opponent only laughs cheerfully in response. Hak silently listens to the elder's proposal to give Chkon the opportunity to choose his own future. The scholar's face clearly shows that the current situation causes him only irritation. Chkon closes his eyes in meditation and philosophically notes that the unwilling will always find an excuse. The head of the Zhuge clan accepts such a humorous response and decides to say goodbye at that. The loud call of the Zhuge leader to his people announces the completion of the matter and their departure. The clan members shout their agreement in unison, preparing to leave the territory. The elder of the Zhuge clan confidently walks to the exit through a living corridor in the Namgun Palace. The retinue of the Zhuge leader passes by rows of warriors in the courtyard of the Namgun estate. Namgun Hak contemptuously calls the guests greedy people who do not know the value of the scholar at all. Hak sincerely thanks Chkon for helping in the upbringing and tempering of the character of the younger son Mubek. The smiling scientist compares Mubek to steel, which he has only slightly tempered with his praise. Walking through the yard, Namgun Hak promises the scientist to take all his valuable advice into account. A noisy and crowded trading street of a large city full of life. Strangers in tattered red cloaks watch intently the girl musicians in the crowd. Chkonyo notices how her blind companion constantly looks back, as if trying to find something. The girl asks her friend if the amazing melody of scientist Chkon has stuck in her memory. The blind girl admits that even in the heavenly pavilion of pleasures no one played so skillfully. Chkonyo agrees, not noticing two figures in red hoods watching them. The blind companion suddenly stops, completely immersed in the echo of music in her head. An unexpected powerful blow occurs before the two mysterious figures in red cloaks. A strong energy explosion shakes the air very close to the young musicians. A frightened girl with tears in her eyes asks her sister if those were martial arts masters. Chanyo calms her friend, suggesting that warriors just passed by them. Trembling with fear, the blind girl nervously clutches her clothes with her hands. Chanyo questions, ran about the reasons for her anxiety, impossible unpleasant memories related to the masters. Two secretive figures in tattered cloaks exchange meaningful glances. The hooded figures continue to closely watch the passers-by on the noisy street. Elder Yuyok Rin asks his companion if the young mistress of the palace is really hiding here. The worried assistant confirms that the third guardian, Hua Yun, now plays the role of the mistress. The frame focuses on the beautiful face of the warrior girl who tightly grips the sword hilt. Hua Yun looks forward intently, unaware of the elder's surveillance. Yuyok Rin is outraged that the third guardian of the southern palace has disgraced herself by playing the role of a shopkeeper. The elder concludes that the ice sacred body must be nearby somewhere. The companion assumes that besides this place, the mistress has other shelters, pharmacies, and a small sect. The displeased Yuyok Rin orders an immediate thorough investigation of this neglected territory. The elder emphasizes the importance of securing the ice holy body at any cost. Majestic national buildings gleam in the sun under a cloudless, clear sky. The scholar Chon steps into the yard with a bare torso, just waking up from sleep. Chon slowly throws a light robe over his shoulders, enjoying the morning sun. Chon-thi-san finally gets himself ready, putting on his usual civilian clothes. Mubek and the maid whisper in surprise, watching the scholar while he does not see them. Mubek wonders why the scholar has such a trained body and whether it is true that he possesses martial arts. Chon imagines himself as the secret weapon of the Murim Alliance, from which incredible energy emanates. The scholar instantly changes his gaze to cold and sharp, but quickly hides his true nature. Chon maintains his usual appearance to others with a simple human face. The scholar finishes dressing and notes to Mubek that his good stature is merely a gift of nature from birth. The maid in red expresses suspicion, and Mubek directly says that this lie is too obvious. Smiling, Cheon winks and says that In-bi has started to feel much freer next to the young master, the satisfied and cheerful maid in red. The scholar recalls rumors about the divine dragon Namgun Mubek, who defeated the genius of the Zhuge clan, the majestic image of the heavenly azure dragon. Mubek appears in a solemn light against the backdrop of the mystical energy of the azure dragon. The embarrassed youth smiles and asks the scholar if he really also heard about these events. While the maid watches them, Cheon says goodbye because it is time for him to meet with the elder. Mubek sees off the scholar with a thoughtful look, realizing that he is hiding many more secrets. Cheon walks through the courtyard while the apprentice tries hard to catch up and asks him to wait. Having caught up with the teacher, Mubek reports that his mother has asked him for a favor for the first time. The young man warns Chon, complaining about his sister's unbearable character, and does not recommend her to the scholar. A barely noticeable smile appears on the scholar's face. Chon directly asks Mubek whether Madam is really considering the matter of their marriage with his sister. Mubek actively gestures and asks the scholar to refuse the father if he starts talking about the wedding. Mubek's face at the moment when it becomes critically important for him to hear the mentor's answer. Throwing his hands behind his head, the young man reflects on how strange it would be to see the scholar as his brother-in-law. The surprised and deep in thought scholar Chon, Mubek in the yard says he just wants Chon to continue being his calligraphy teacher. Imaginary figures of the scholar and Mubek standing side by side. During the walk, Mubek praises his sister's beauty, but notices that something strange is happening with the scholar. Chon suddenly stops and begins to closely examine the palace around. Sweaty Chon tries to understand why he is again feeling such a strong heat. Chon decides that he absolutely must check Mubek's internal energy level. Scientist Chon enters the large hall inside the palace. At the table sits the clan head Namgun Hak and welcomes Chon with the words, "Welcome." The scientist respectfully greets the elder, bowing his head in a traditional gesture. Namgun Hak explains that he invited the guest to respond to their previous conversation. The clan head offers Chon to become part of the family so that knowledge of secret techniques would not be a problem. A large wooden red chest, which Namgun Hak slowly opens. Chon seriously wonders if the elder really means the same marriage that Mubek mentioned. A hand strikes the table with something resembling a brick, and Chon hears words that from now on his status has changed. In the palace hall, Namgun Hak offers Chon Thessen to become the elder's personal guard, handing over a sign of absolute trust. A close-up shows the elite guard token with the image of two dragons. Chan is noticeably nervous and asks the elder if he really deserves such a high honor. Namgun-hak reminds that knowledge of the clan's secret techniques is usually punishable by death, so the status of guardian is a necessity. With a solemn appearance, the elder adds that Xian will become a strong support for the clan, and they cannot allow him to perish. At the negotiation table, the clan head explains that this sign grants access to all the privileges of their lineage. Xian learns that he can now count on shelter anywhere in the world and even give orders to Namgun warriors. The scholar sincerely thanks the clan head for the opportunities given, expressing doubts about his own worthiness. Namgun-hak notes that the guardian status will help transport Xian's mother to the palace under the supervision of the Council of Elders. Hearing about the meeting with his mother and the promise to cure her illness, the scholar sinks into deep reflection. Xian respectfully folds his hands in a gesture of deep gratitude before the clan head. The scholar officially accepts Namgun-hak's offer, expressing his submission. The young man steps out onto the terrace where he is greeted by a bright blue sky and a majestic mountain landscape. Looking at the mountains, Xian plans to quickly find rare herbs to treat his mother, whom he missed very much. On the apartment terrace, Mubek joins the scholar. Mubek is worried that rumors about his new nickname, Divine Dragon, will quickly spread across the entire continent. A symbolic depiction of the majestic azure dragon, embodying Mubek's new role. The upset young lord admits that he does not at all like pretending to be a virtuous person. Mubek, with an angry look, asks if he really has to become a scoundrel again for the sake of the cause. The wary youth asks the scholar to confirm whether his fate is truly to be the divine dragon of the clan. Sean briefly reflects on the words of his companion. The scholar advises Mubek to listen carefully, explaining that he can combine both a scoundrel and a holy dragon within himself. He adds that an ordinary person would not be able to handle even one such role. Suddenly, Chan loudly proclaims that the supreme scoundrel Mubek must become the most vile divine dragon in history. Hearing such an unexpected advice, the pleased Mubek joyfully exclaims that he finally understands everything. Chan remains serious while in the background, the happy young lord celebrates his enlightenment. Mubek suddenly wonders why an ordinary scholar does not persuade him to become a true noble hero. Chan calmly replies that sometimes circumstances require a person to be exactly a villain to achieve the goal. Confident in his righteousness, the scientist emphasizes that not all problems are solved by heroism, only the result matters. Extreme astonishment from the hard philosophy is reflected on Mubek's face. The scientist Chan thoughtfully reflects that it was precisely his rebellious nature that allowed him to stand against the elders of the Murim Alliance. Namgun Mubek tries to catch up with the scientist, calling out to him on the move. Chan swiftly climbs the stairs without slowing down. Having caught up with the scientist, Mubek begs him to check his pulse before departure. Mubek admits that he is going to Lady Zhang and feels somewhat uncertain. Chan advises not to invent illnesses just to meet, but Mubek assures that the lady is too perceptive for simple tricks. The teacher touches the young man's wrist, planning to assess the growth of the energy of the Utsui star. Focused Master Chan carefully reads the pulsation of Mubek's inner strength. The powerful energy of the star becomes tangible to the scientist's fingers. Alert Qian notices that the energy of the 7 stars has acquired considerable density. The master's serious gaze reveals his plan. Soon he will absorb this power to gain much more than just a long life. Imagining himself in the flow of power, Qian recalls how the absorbed energy of Byeonso-un opened to him the technique of the palm of emptiness and new combat abilities. Qian dreams of himself as the center of a magnificent vortex of star energies. The scholar realizes, having obtained the power of Mubeok, he will reveal another unique gift of the celestial body. Mubeok anxiously asks from the stairs whether he should calm his wild heartbeat with the power of will. Under the night sky, 6 figures in long robes hastily head towards lonely huts near the cliff. The strangers enter the premises where women are already waiting for them. Young So-bin and the girl in the mask sternly demand to name the one who committed this attack. From the depths of the hut come anxious inquiries about the condition of the ice-holy body. A group of women in masks and robes quickly advances deeper into the cave. Young So-bin looks extremely focused and surprised by what she sees. A genuine horror freezes on So-bin's face. A huge ice crystal stands broken and empty. Looking at the fragments, Jong So-bin desperately screams about the disappearance of the body. She confusedly questions those present about how such a disaster could have happened at all. The angry woman demands the third guardian to confirm the impossibility of the artifact's spontaneous awakening. The masked girl assures that there is no mention in the chronicles of any cases of the body awakening on its own. So Bin orders her subordinates to immediately and thoroughly search all surrounding areas. The women suddenly shudder upon hearing a strange sound coming from behind the crystal. The companion instantly shields the lady and loudly demands the unknown to reveal themselves. Silhouettes of two women slowly emerge from behind the giant crystal. The gray-haired elder in a red cloak mocks how securely they hid the boy. Jongso Bin and her companion freeze, stunned by the sudden appearance of Elder Yu. The stern Jongso Bin asks if Yu has come to kill her, just like the former master of the palace. Elder Yu coldly replies that she simply had no other choice. Yu Yakrin reminds that the power in the palace has always belonged to the Council of Elders, not just the master. The woman smiles, assuring that the master of the palace himself provoked the conflict with the council. The enraged So Bin accuses her opponent of collaborating with the blood cult, which brought only troubles. Squads of women in red cloaks, armed with staffs, confidently march deeper into the dark cave. Supporters of So Bin in light clothing stay near the crystals, watching the enemies. Elder Yu authoritatively demands to immediately hand over the ice holy body to her. She claims that the relic belongs to the entire palace, not personally to the young mistress. So Bin rages, suspecting that the elder plans to give the holy body to the blood cult's allies. Armed guards in red line up behind their leader Yu Yakrin. The elder insists that an alliance with the blood cult is their chance to finally emerge into the world. She notes that without So Bin's help, she is unlikely to survive with her split pulse. Yu Yakrin, with anger in her eyes, asks how much longer they have to live in this forgotten place. Elder Yu closely watches every movement of So Bin and her faithful companion. Yu urges the girl to submit to fate and together transform the ice palace into a stronghold of Marim. Young So Bin resolutely refuses to accept the conditions of the treacherous elder. She is confident that the true power of the palace exists only within the Northern Sea. Yu Yakrin considers the girl's views outdated and is ready to kill for the future of her students. The elder's face distorts with rage due to the desire to enter Murim at any cost. A powerful and dangerous icy energy begins to rapidly spread from Yu Yakrin's body. The elder concentrates her forces, creating a swift and devastating whirlwind around herself. The energy storm becomes so powerful that even the guards barely stay on their feet. In response, Young So Bin releases her own aura, preparing for a fierce confrontation. In a shard of ice that flew aside, the stern face of Elder Yu flashed for a moment. In another mirror fragment of the crystal, the anxious gaze of Huayon is reflected. Another sharp shard briefly catches the determined image of the young mistress of the palace. The icy shards slowly scatter and fall down. Elder Yu watches the sparkling ice particles in amazement. Young So Bin stands near the emptied crystal and reports that the ice-sacred body has just melted. Young So Bin's gaze becomes intensely focused. The girl explains that the mistress awakened without outside help and instantly disappeared. Elder Yu is beside himself at the nonsense he has heard. The elder runs to the remnants of the ice, not believing in the object's independent awakening. The puzzled woman stops next to Young So Bin, trying to comprehend the impossible. She looks inside the structure, noticing that the ice was indeed melting from the very center. Young So Bin calmly notes that they were just trying to find out the reasons for this phenomenon. The outraged Yu points to the emptiness and reproaches So Bin for bringing the body here at all. The enraged Young So Bin reminds about the threat of the blood cult if the artifact ended up in their hands. Elder Yu shouts fiercely in response, denying any intention to hand over the body to the enemies. The elder orders the companions to immediately begin a large-scale search for the missing mistress. Addressing those present, she demands a thorough sweep of the entire mountain citadel territory. The guards obey and quickly scatter to carry out the task. Young So Bin asks the third guard to involve all people in the secret search. The girl insists that they must outpace Elder Yu and find the holy body first. On the table steams an appetizing portion of noodles with greens and tasty fish. Chanthi-san calmly dines at the wooden table, skillfully wielding chopsticks. The man continues this meal, attentively listening to the words of the establishment worker. The cook thanks the scientist Chikon, as thanks to his advice about the astragalus root, the number of clients doubled. Thiessen ironically responds to the flattery, wishing to enjoy the dish, but suddenly cannot find his bowl. The stunned scientist looks around, trying to understand where his lunch went. Looking around the hall, he notices visitors and a suspicious figure hiding behind a column. A neglected girl sits on the floor, hastily finishing the noodles stolen from Shkon. The scientist studies the strange child with dissatisfaction, trying to understand who she is. Near the entrance stands a young man resembling Mu Beck, hiding flowers behind his back and looking for someone with his eyes. Chkan sits at the dining table in the tavern and watches as a stranger devours the noodles that belong to him. The surprised man looks intently at the girl, trying to figure out what kind of child she is. Chkan addresses the little girl who is eating enthusiastically and calls her. The blonde girl glances back for a moment, but does not stop chewing the noodles. The man asks to serve 2 portions of the dish and waits for the girl to come to his table. A fresh portion of soup with noodles and fish appears before Chkan, and he begins to eat with chopsticks. He continues eating, glancing sideways at the girl who is finishing the remnants of the broth straight from the bowl. The little girl drinks everything to the last drop and seems to start licking the inside of the dish. Chkan sees her eating the last crumbs, almost putting the bowl on her head. The girl pulls her smeared face out of the bowl and asks Chkan what his name is. The man says his name, and the child replies that it suits such a handsome appa very well. The smeared girl looks into the empty bowl and smells the aroma of goji berries and astragalus added to the dish. Chkan is surprised that she recognized the secret ingredients and guesses that she might be the cook's daughter. When asked about her name, the girl says she does not remember her name at all. Chkan thinks deeply because the child does not even remember where her home is. The man says he understands her and gently places his hand on the girl's head. The stranger suddenly becomes furious because Chkan's hand touched her hair. Behind the shoulders of a small child emerges the ghostly image of an angry wild beast. The girl shouts that you cannot stroke a woman on the head without permission, as she was once taught. The surprised scientist watches the little one, who is holding her head with her hands in offense. Chon reflects on her words about female honor and realizes that she is not like a street child. The blonde girl explains that she only forgot herself, although she remembers other things. She suddenly becomes cheerful, waves goodbye, and says that it is already time for her to go. Puzzled, Chon does not understand how she can just leave like that. The man calls after her, asking if she has a place to stay for the night. The girl, with an adult expression on her face, recalls an uncle who invited her to his place. Chon silently watches as the little stranger opens the tavern door. A cook approaches him and asks if it was right to just let the child go like that. The cook says that recently children have been kidnapped in the city and taken to terrible places. Chon steps out onto the crowded street of the big city and walks forward. In a dead-end alley, one of the 3 bandits grabbed a girl who is desperately struggling. The rough hand of the bandit tightly grips the child's wrist, who is screaming about not wanting to go with them. The little white-haired girl breaks free and shouts insults about the unpleasant smell of the attacker. The half-ball bandit swings to strike, threatening with force if the girl does not calm down in exchange for food and shelter. The enraged leader suddenly freezes upon hearing Chon's demand to immediately release the child. The bandit fiercely glares at the scholar, outraged by the interference of bookish people in the affairs of ordinary folks. Chon calmly agrees, amazed at the audacity of those who kidnap people in broad daylight. Without letting go of the girl, the bandit justifies that they only wanted to give shelter to the orphan. 3 accomplices tightly surround the frightened child in a ring. With a stern look, Chon declares that the girl is not an orphan at all, but his own younger sister. The enraged bandit does not believe a single word of the scholar and accuses him of outright lying. A strange white-haired girl instantly begins to sob, plaintively calling her older brother. The outraged bandits order their subordinates to beat the scientist until he regrets his audacious attempt to cheat them. One of the accomplices rushes at Chon at speed, swinging a heavy fist to strike. Chon skillfully intercepts the attack of the bald attacker, giving him a harsh rebuff. The bandit flies face first into the ground, eyes wide from the unexpected and painful move of the scientist. The leader, with a malicious laugh, notes Chon's skills and calls his men to attack all together. In the middle of the fight, Chon hears a familiar voice asking about the cause of the noise in this area. Boss Dusik appears, reminding the bandits about the prohibition of appearing on his territories under threat of punishment. The local leader addresses the scientist with a question about his presence in this dangerous place. Chon the San explains to Dusik that the conflict arose due to an attempt by unknown persons to kidnap his sister. Looking at the attackers, Dusik angrily asks about their intentions, recalling the former offenses of these scoundrels. Dusik's face reddens with rage because people have begun to be brazenly kidnapped on his lands. Half-Ball Bandit incites his companions to attack Dusik and Chon simultaneously. Dusik clenches his fists and rushes into battle, promising to show the enemies the true cruelty of the southern lands. The robbers and defenders clash in a massive, fierce skirmish. Chon stands by the wall next to a silent and mysterious girl. The scholar looks at the child puzzled, not knowing how to deal with this unexpected problem. He notices that despite the coarse woolen clothes, the girl possesses extraordinary beauty that is hard to hide. Chong concludes that leaving such a fragile child alone on the street is too dangerous. The scholar Chon sits down to carefully examine the mysterious girl before him. Chon looks into her eyes and offers her to stay with him until her memory returns. The white-haired girl laughs and agrees, joking that the new little brother smells much better than that bandit. The satisfied scholar smiles and confirms that a pleasant smell is indeed very important. Chon explains to the girl the terms of their agreement. From now on, he will be her cousin. She listens with interest as he gives her a new name, Chan Yo-sol. The girl cheerfully exclaims that she really likes the name Yo-sol. Having received promotion, the little one takes the scientist by the hand and they walk together through the crowd. Chan calmly allows his new sister to hold his palm tightly. The large hand of the scientist firmly grips the tiny hand of the strange companion. Chan leads her along, noticing the icy coldness of the girl's skin and planning to give her warming medicine. Smiling, Chan asks the girl to play along, calling him brother in front of others. Worried about her condition, the scientist again places his palm on the girl's forehead to check her temperature. Behind the girl, the silhouette of a monster flashed, frightening Chan, while from around the corner they were being closely watched. As the heroes approach the palace, the figures of Jong So-bin and Hua Yan appear in the shadows behind. Confused, So-bin does not understand why the ice saint behaves so friendly with a simple scientist. The woman watches them suspiciously, marveling at the complete lack of self-preservation instinct in the owner of the holy body. Hua Yan assumes that due to memory loss, the girl simply reaches out to the one who showed her kindness. The third guardian plans to kidnap the girl, but Jong So-bin strictly forbids her from acting recklessly. So-bin explains that because of the bloody cult's hunt for the holy body, the Namgun estate is currently the safest place. In the imagination, creepy and twisted figures of cult servants prowling the city appear. Chan, together with his companion, approaches the main gate of the Namgun Palace, where armed guards stand. The figure of a focused scientist stands out clearly against the endless blue sky. Next to him, a white-haired girl laughs joyfully, enjoying the walk. On the terrace of this tea house, Hua Yan anxiously asks Jong So-bin if they should take the body of the ice saint. Jong So-bin assures her companion that Hefei is currently the safest place for their hideout. Gazing at the Namgun clan palace, the girl notes that the current location of the saint's body only works to their advantage. Jong So-bin thoughtfully explains that due to the activity of the demonic and bloody cults, the city has found itself in the midst of dangerous events. She adds that Elder Yu can sense the body's energy through the crystal, and this enemy proximity troubles her above all. Hua Yan, with a serious face, replies that the search for the Elder is only a matter of time. Jong So-bin places a multifaceted crystal on the table, insisting on the necessity of its immediate use. Hua Yan is impressed to recognize the object as a rare purified ice crystal. The girl plans to deceive the Elder with this energy, but hesitates over which child to give the artifact to. The purified ice crystal glistens on the table with a cold light. Frightened, Hua Yan warns her friend of the risk of failure when absorbing the energy of the sun and the crystal simultaneously. Jong So-bin sadly admits that such a step will inevitably shorten her life. Angry, Hua Yan promises to protect the mistress and demands to stop talking about death. Jong So-bin asks for calm, fearing a night attack by cults on their secret hideout. In a cup of tea, Jong So-bin's face is reflected on the calm surface of the drink. Hua Yan froze with the frightened yet very focused expression on her face. The woman apologizes and promises to immediately prepare a fake body to divert attention. Hua Yan leaves, while Jong So-bin stays to drink tea, mentally thanking the assistant for her dedication. The majestic view of Chong Tai-san's residence against the sky. The little guest Yo-sol runs everywhere, excitedly exclaiming about the beauty and size of the new house. The strange girl curiously sorts through and scatters things in the rooms of the residence. Chong, together with the maid and bee, silently watches the incredible energy of the child. The cheerful girl continues to play enthusiastically, ignoring the adults. Surprised, and bee quietly asks the master who this little guest is to him. Chong awkwardly explains that she is his cousin, who lost her memory due to an accident. Things fly apart in all directions, while the scholar asks the maid to be as patient as possible with the sister's oddities. Yo-sol joyfully exclaims that after running through the spacious house, she finally feels free. In-bai laughs and predicts a future beauty for the girl who will conquer men's hearts. Chong gives In-bi coins, asking her to bathe Yo-sol and buy her new comfortable clothes. The maid gently refuses the money, reminding that the Namgun clan provides them with everything necessary. The maid in red passes Chon the elder's order to unconditionally fulfill any requests of the scholar. Chon holds silver coins and offers the girl to keep the money for her own needs. The scholar, together with the mysterious girl, rest on the terrace in the inner courtyard of the residence. Chon admires the happy child playing in new clothes with neatly combed hair. The girl gently addresses her little brother, admiring the beauty and pleasant aromas around. The scholar asks about her impressions with surprise, and the girl shines with sincere admiration. Chon takes her by the hand to check the pulse and notices that the girl's skin is too cold. The scholar focuses on the child's wrist, trying to channel spiritual energy inside. Chon suddenly feels a powerful and unusual energetic response. The shocked scholar realizes that the power inside the girl is raging with incredible intensity. Continuing the examination, Chon comes to the unexpected conclusion about the complete absence of meridians. The child's abnormal energy operates according to its own laws, which remain a mystery to the scientist. Chon's face shows astonishment. The meridians are so wide that they cannot be felt. He wonders what could cause such an incredible anomaly when spiritual power is introduced. A cheerful girl plays while powerful streams of multicolored energies swirl around her. Chon compares his meridian to the rare celestial immortal meridian, which appears once every 1,000 years. The scientist suspects that such a status is available only to immortals and impossible for an ordinary person. Watching the child's play, he assumes that this meridian was artificially created by someone. Chon fears that Yosol may be the result of experiments by a sinister organization and a future threat to the world. In the scientist's imagination arises a massive and destructive explosion of primal energies. Pensive, Chon stands in the middle of the courtyard while Yosol on the steps inquires about his condition. Chon explains that because of her cold body, he must immediately prepare special medicine. The scientist orders the girl not to leave the residence grounds while he visits the elder. He understands. With such a constitution, even a girl's ordinary breathing automatically accumulates inner mastery. The happy girl waves cheerfully at Chon, seeing him off. The scientist is gripped by anxiety due to the absurdity and danger of everything happening. Chon stops before the tall stairs leading to the main hall of the Namgun clan. Entering the anteroom, the scientist notices the presence of strangers. The clan head, together with the guest, invites Chon to the table, although he had planned a confidential conversation later. Chon takes a seat in the meeting hall for an important conversation with the elder. Namgun Hak points to the guest and notes that since he is acquainted with Chon, he invites both to the conversation. A confident man with a cunning look feigns waving at scientist Chon, surprised by their sudden meeting. The outraged scientist Chon recalls Kujin Ha, a vile coward who once sided with the enemy and now pretends to be a friend. In the negotiation hall, scientist Chon directly asks Kujin Ha about the true purpose of his visit. The audacious Kujin Ha announces that he has become the deputy chief inspector, so he advises Chon to choose his words more carefully. Chon realized that the rumors about the high position of the grandson of the Murim elder turned out to be true. The insolent Kujin Ha asks if he can now speak informally with Chon due to his higher position. Sitting down at the table, Chon notes that outside the alliance, looking down on someone is at least indecent. The scholar Chon instructively raises a finger, emphasizing to Kujin Ha the lack of basic politeness in his behavior. The enraged Kujin Ha shouts, accusing Chon of violating the clear hierarchy of the revision management. The furious Namgun Hak thunders at Kujin Ha for the audacious attempt to quarrel with the honored guest in his presence. Sharply changing his tone, Kujin Ha apologizes to the clan head and admits his own recklessness. Kujin Ha bows apologetically before the majestic clan head Namgun. Namgun Hak sternly orders the guest to stop quarrels and immediately get to the point. Kujin Ha reports on the activity of the bloody and demonic cults, who are intensively searching for something in Anhui. With a heavy look, Kujin Ha adds that the forces of both cults are now gathering massively in Hefei. Shocked by the news, the clan head asks again if the hostile cults are really already on their way to the city. Scholar Chon cautiously contemplates what exact goal made two dark cults simultaneously set out for Hefei. In the Namgun clan meeting hall, Scholar Chon asks Kujin Ha why the cult's investigation is not handled by the 6th Division of Murim. Chon ironically inquires what relation the audit department has to this matter. Confident Kujin Ha disdainfully asks if Chon is not frightened by these worthless pawns from the demonic and bloody cults. Kujin Ha boasts of connections with the leader of the White Tiger, hinting that a mere scholar cannot comprehend his strategy. Chan silently observes his opponent with a condescending smile. Jinha interprets the silence as weakness and declares that the scholar has finally realized his true place. A slam on the table breaks the silence. Kujinha demands an explanation for the purpose of the unexpected visit of an old acquaintance. The sudden tension is relieved by the appearance of the Namgun clan head Haka, who is the first to approach and greet Chan. While Chan enjoys the moment, Jinha rages because the legendary swordsman neglected his status for the scholar. Jinha's fists clench to white knuckles from powerless rage. The clan head speaks amicably with Chan as with an old friend, ignoring Kujinha's high rank, who now must carefully weigh every word. Namgun Hak sincerely sighs and asks Chan to visit the estate much more often. The smiling scholar politely says goodbye, citing business, and promises not to forget about the visits. Chan bows to the elder and finally adds that he will definitely drop by the overseer Kujinha as well. The scholar's laconic farewell is accompanied by a calm gaze. Kujinha's face distorts with beastly rage, and a sinister, bloody energy flares around his body. Walking through the palace courtyard, Chan irritably thinks about the rat who interrupted his conversation with the elder. The scholar contemplates the true purpose of the hostile cult's visit to these lands. Recalling the strange girl, Chan assumes that the enemies are hunting for the priceless heavenly meridian. He abruptly stops, finally deciding to hide the little one away from prying eyes. In the inner courtyard, Chan sees a quarrel. Mubek irritably reproaches the girl for her familiarity. Mubek points a finger at the little one, not understanding her audacity, and Yosol sharply replies that respect still needs to be earned. Watching this scene, Chan hears Mubek doubting their blood relation because of her terrible character. The girl swiftly jumps onto Mubek and punches him in the face, making him shout about the lack of manners. Chan sighs and wearily fans himself, looking at this mess. The scholar explains to the angry Mubek that Yosol has lost her memory and asks him to be more lenient with her. Chan gently orders Yosol to apologize to the young man, who supposedly treats her brother very well. The girl instantly changes her expression, showing offense. Yosol bows low, ironically admitting that due to her age, she did not notice Mubek's kindness. Suddenly, she charges with a scream, ramming Mubek's stomach with her head, accusing him of wanting to harm her dear brother. Mubek grips the girl's head with both hands, surprised by her strength, while her gaze becomes dangerous due to the violation of personal space. The appearance of a maid in red with a tray of sweets interrupts the tense clash between the man and the child. The girl deftly breaks free and runs away, while Mubek painfully holds the spot of the blow, stunned by the lingering pain. Scholar Chan inquires about the results of his companion's visit to Lady Zhang. Embarrassed, Mubek asks not to be questioned, as he did not find the woman in the hall with medicinal herbs. The man recalls the empty room and the strange disappearance of all the staff, as if the hospital was suddenly abandoned. Chan clarifies whether there is truly not a single living soul left in the building. Imagining the image of Mrs. Zhang, the scientist analyzes the suspicious connection between the appearance of Zhang Yosol and the disappearance of the Hall of 100 Grasses. Watching the girl, Chan hesitates whether he can protect her from demon and blood cults with his current powers. The scientist's face reflects deep inner anxiety and intense mental effort. Mubek notices his friend's pensiveness, realizing that his own skills are only enough for low-ranking fighters. Pressing a finger to his temple, Chan suggests that without a rapid increase in internal energy, the girl will have to be securely hidden. Mubek feels the scientist's growing concern. When asked about the reasons for his contemplation, Chan responds with a restrained denial, trying not to reveal his true plans. Mubek sincerely offers to listen to his comrade's worries, but his strange facial expression makes Chan wary. The troubled scientist asks the young man about a possible headache. Mubek admits that after the duel he feels a strange tightness in his chest, as if internal flows are blocked. This news unexpectedly causes sincere joy in Chan, and he calls this moment extremely successful. Stunned Mubek does not understand such a strange reaction to his complaint. Chan quickly explains that a timely noticed ailment is good and notes to himself the full ripening of the energy of the star Utsui. With a determined look, the scientist realizes the time has come to take the power for himself. He calms Mubek, assuring that he has already successfully treated similar conditions before. The majestic residence of Chon Tai-san. In the spacious hall opposite the stone sculpture, Mubek freezes in the lotus pose while Chan prepares for the ritual behind him. The decisive moment of transferring mysterious energy between the two men. Chan touches the back of his companion and through his palm, a powerful energy flow begins to pulse. Sweating from tension, the scientist feels his body filling with the power of the star. A close-up of the hand through which a rapid stream of pure energy passes. Satisfied, Beck exclaims that the veil in his mind has disappeared, opening the way to incredible insights and training. The young man abruptly jumps to his feet, feeling an uncontrollable surge of vigor. Chan asks Beck to wait and warns against sudden movements during the ascent. Chan watches Beck, who hurries to training for spiritual enlightenment. The scholar Chan enthusiastically reflects on the sincerity of young master Beck in martial arts, despite his tactlessness. During meditation, Chan is enveloped by powerful energy flows from the stars Pinsun and Namgun Mubek, which have merged into a single whole. Focused, Chan recalls texts from the Book of Secret Knowledge about the ability of the celestial battle body to manifest the spirit of the seven stars. Observing the whirl of colorful energies, the scholar concludes that this power gradually reveals new unique abilities. Chan contemplates the first energy of the empty palm, the awareness of which took considerable time. The hero carefully examines his own hands, realizing that the second energy is much easier to recognize due to the body's preparedness. Wrapped in energy flows, the scholar feels that the life force inside him is truly a great power. Clenching his fists tightly, the scholar Chan decides to immediately test the effect of his new life energy in practice. Chan looks for a way to test the power and fixes his gaze on a massive stone sculpture in the middle of the hall. The figure of scientist Chkon freezes before the majestic stone. Chkon carefully touches the cold surface of the sculpture. Touching the stone, the scientist reflects that it would take at least 4 strong fighters to move it. Chkon embraces the monolith, hoping that the new life force will allow him to shift this enormous weight from its place. The scientist strains, gripping the stone block tighter. Chkon's hand firmly holds onto the stone's protrusion. Sweaty and extremely tense, the scientist exerts maximum effort, trying to lift the heavy sculpture off the ground. The moment comes when Chkon finally manages to lift the huge stone. The hero confidently holds the heavy block right in front of him. The ease with which the stone was lifted amazes Chkon, as he considered his new strength suitable only for simple work. With a fierce look, the scientist gazes at the load and suggests that now he is capable of taking a real sword in his hands. The face of scientist Chkon shines with sincere satisfaction. Chan Tae-san concentrates intently, testing his strength by lifting the stone with his new energy. The scholar Chan gazes at the stone with admiration, realizing the incredible power of the 7 stellar primal sources capable of transforming a human into a deity. Chan watches the stone hovering above the stand, impressed by the power of only 2 mastered energies. The man carefully returns the stone to its usual place. Touching the cold surface, he realizes that such power is subject only to the true master of the heavenly battle body. The scholar is struck by a sudden insight regarding the nature of his new abilities. A serious expression on Chan's face reflects the thought that he is the only one in the world capable of taming the fire of all 7 stars. Chan begins exhausting sword training, honing every movement. The figure of Tae-san moves in the inner courtyard of the residence, slicing the air with his blade. The warrior's hand tightly grips the hilt, around which pulses a dense flow of energy. At the very center of his body, a turbulent vortex of blue light unfolds, whose speed grants unprecedented physical power. Chan raises the sword, through the steel of which pure energy brightly streams. He analyzes the impossible combination of devastating power and incredible speed, which usually contradicts all the laws of martial arts. With each rotation of internal energy, the San feels his movements becoming faster and his strikes heavier. The energy of the 7 stars shines in an endless cycle. Chan skillfully weaves energy, flows into the complex technique of the heavenly infinite sword. The swordsman freezes for a moment, firmly holding the weapon before him. The scientist's face distorts with amazement as he notices a strange vision. In the dark night sky, pink outlines of a majestic dragon slowly emerge. Worried, Chan realizes that the ancient descriptions in the manuals did not exaggerate the grandeur of this mythical creature at all. The man plunges into deep reflection, trying to comprehend what he has seen. The giant dragon's snout cuts through space, confirming the possibility of the simultaneous existence of power and speed. The San watches in fascination as the pink glow flows through the void. A sudden fright makes the scientist shudder from the unexpected sensation. He closely watches every movement of the energetic dragon. The appearance of Yo Soul, who managed to recreate the image of the dragon, causes real shock in Chan. Delicate flowers woven from pure energy bloom in the air, The petals of the magical flowers slowly swirl around the stunned scientist. Yosol skillfully manipulates an ordinary stick, making the natural energy obediently gather around her. The girl carefreely plays with the streams of power, clutching her simple weapon in her palms. Scientist Chan is stunned by the realization that Yosol was born with the gift of the heavenly immortal meridian, capable of accumulating energy. The girl moves with concentration, manipulating the streams of power using her stick. Yosol continues her dangerous game, gradually strengthening the energy field around herself. The strange little girl swings the stick with delight, as if simply entertaining herself with invisible forces. Watching her, Chan makes a serious conclusion. She has intuitively mastered the technique of the heavenly infinite sword. The girl stops and asks her older brother whether she should shift the stream of power to the left. Enthralled, Yosol explains to the scientist that when shifting the weight to the right from her hand, it feels as if something shoots out. Delicate, energetic flowers bloom in the air. A sharp, lightning-fast strike with a stick cuts through the shining petals. Worried, Chan instinctively lunges forward, trying to stop the girl. Confused, Yosol scratches her leg, not understanding at all what she has just done. At the feet of the little girl lie cleanly cut flower stems. The frightened girl looks at the result and whispers that she should have shifted the force to the other side after all. Yosol begins experimenting with movements, testing various combat variations faster and faster. Overcome with horror, Chan shouts at the little girl, ordering her to immediately drop the stick and stop. The girl squats on the ground, and the concerned scientist silently sits down beside her. Chan gloomily reflects that despite his own heavenly body, the talent of this child surpasses all limits. The scientist watches the little girl intently, realizing the scale of the power she is not even aware of. While Yosol draws a little man on the sand, he marvels at her ability to learn without any manuals, just by observing. Chan and Yosol sit in the courtyard opposite the drawings on the ground. The man understands. If the big clans or Murim find out about the girl, they will not leave her alone for a moment. Chan imagines how demonic cults turn her into absolute evil, implanting the darkest arts into her body. A grim image of Yosol, who has become the embodiment of deadly darkness. The real Yosol cheerfully continues to scratch the dry sand with a stick. Chan silently watches this carefree play. Suddenly, the enraged scientist takes the stick and demands a promise never to show these tricks to others. The stern Chan warns the girl that she can only play like this with his permission. Otherwise, a disaster will happen. The crying little girl admits that she is just having fun, but the older brother steadfastly waits for agreement. To calm her, Chan promises the girl to buy a portion of delicious noodles every day. Hearing about food, Yosol instantly changes anger to kindness and happily agrees to the deal. Smiling scientist Chan invites the girl to play with sticks in the room. Little Yosol is incredibly happy that her older brother will spend time with her. Inspired, Chan realizes that the girl's abilities ignite a true scientific curiosity in him. The scientist leads the happy child by the hand home. Chan taught Yosol the sword forms of Manhwa, and the girl filled the room with the scent of blooming plum. Yosol is focused training with a wooden sword. Astonished, Chan realizes how easily the girl mastered all the complex techniques. The smiling girl says that this dance leaves a pleasant fragrance behind. Yosol playfully looks into the scientist's eyes and asks to be taught something new. Chan is amazed by her words about the scent of the dance and asks where she came from in this world. The girl touches her head, trying to find in her memory the answer to Chan's question. Yosol intensely recalls her very first childhood memories. The girl tells how she first opened her eyes in a cave where there was a lot of white and cold ice. Chan asks again about the ice, and the girl confidently confirms that she came out of it. The confused scientist tries to logically comprehend how a person could come out of the ice. Looking at Yosol, Chan suddenly guesses that she is the ice holy body from the ice palace. Chan observes the girl's new graceful movements. The scientist understands, if she is the ice body, then only the top of Murim and the great clan leaders know about her. Yosol continues to perform amazing pirouettes with wooden weapons. Sitting on the stairs, Chan thinks about how such a special child ended up here. The scientist deeply reflects and unfolds his fan. While Chan sits in thought, the tired Yosol falls asleep, resting her head on his lap. Looking at the little girl's face, Chan realizes that her talent is much greater than his initial pity. He looks at the girl and wonders if using natural energy exhausts her. Chan understands that a child with such a gift will never be able to lead a peaceful life of an ordinary person. Looking at the ceiling, the scientist searches for answers and doubts whether he will have enough strength to protect her. He recalls that the completion of the 7 stars was only necessary to prolong his own life. Pensive Chan remembers his old plans to live as an ordinary scientist. Yosol returns in a dream, suddenly distracting Chan from gloomy thoughts. The girl tightly grabs her brother's clothes and mumbles something about delicious food. Despite doubts, Chan decides that he will not give this dangerous child for the world to anyone. Looking at the sleeping Yosol, the scientist realizes that he will have to use the power of the heavenly battle body. Lush pink flowers bloomed in the garden. Enchanted by the beauty of the petals, Yosol watches nature. The girl plays with a stick in the courtyard of the residence, despite Chan's prohibition. The head of the Namgun clan, Hak, looks extremely serious and attentive. Namgun Hak secretly watches Yosol, who is enthusiastically waving a stick. The elder addresses the girl, noting that he has not seen her here before. Yosol boldly asks the stranger without a trace of fear what kind of old man he is. The amused man introduces himself to the girl as the old master of this estate. The frightened child shouts and asks if he has come to her brother for the rent. Hak inquires the name of her brother, to which she confidently names Chante-san. Surprised, Namgun Hak tries to recall Chan's sister and asks what the girl's name is. The girl calms down and sweetly introduces herself as Jong Yosol, calling him old again. The clan leader leans toward her and gently utters his name, Namgun Hak. Yosol exclaims that he is the strongest in Marim and marvels at the old man's power. Namgun Hak thanks her for the compliment, noting that there are people much stronger than him. In a good mood, the scholar Chan suddenly interrupts the girl's conversation with the guest. The master admits that he got carried away talking with this young lady, forgetting the purpose of the visit. The scientist explains to Namgun that this is his cousin who lost her memory after the accident. Chan officially introduces Yosol to the great head of the powerful clan. Chan mocks the girl's manners, which greatly irritates the angry Yosol. Hak assures that the child's sincerity reminded him of his own children. Yosol examines the guest, and he sees in her eyes his son Mubek in childhood. Hearing from Chan about dumplings, the offended girl runs off to look for treats. The men watch after the little one, who rushes to the dining hall shouting. Namgun Hak laughs sincerely, calling Yosol the most charming girl in the world. Inside the room, scientist Chan silently observes Yosol's appetite. The focused master watches the exhausting training of young Mubek. Namgun Mubek diligently sharpens his sword technique under his father's watchful eye. Hak is satisfied that his son is so focused that he did not notice his arrival. Mubek continues skillfully performing complex movements with his weapon. Mubek makes a sharp sword thrust wrapped in bright streams of light energy. The space around trembles from a powerful surge of magical forces. Watching the training, Hak notices that Mubek's technique has become significantly smoother. A dazzling beam of concentrated light energy bursts from the blade's tip. Mubek synchronously performs complex passes with the sword in free palm. Clear outlines of the young man's magical energy palms hang in the air. Namgun Hak is impressed by his son's ability to combine the infinite sword technique with the 3 palms. Mubek appears surrounded by majestic dragon energies symbolizing the 6th form. A phantom green dragon swiftly rushes across the sky. Having completed another exercise, Mubek calmly reports his readiness. The young man suddenly flinches, seeing his father a step away from his deadly attack. Namgun Hak stands firm, surrounded by protective auras of colossal power. Frightened Mubek freezes, fearing he might have accidentally wounded his father. The clan leader acknowledges the impressive progress of his son, achieved in an incredibly short time. The boy anxiously asks his father about his well-being after the clash of energies. Hak smiles and asks if the son really believed he could hit him. The father asks to explain how exactly Mubek managed to master the complex form so quickly. The young man says that the scientist Chon helped him realize the technique of mountain destruction. Mubek explains the concept of splitting the energy flow by using different hands for the sword in the palms. Before his eyes appears the focused and wise face of the scientist Chon. Namgun Hak realized that the scientist skillfully bypassed the conflict of 2 higher martial arts. Hak mentally admires Chon's insight, considering him a true sage of enlightenment. The clan leader plunges into deep and heavy thoughts. Noticing his father's strange behavior, worried Mubek tries to find out the reason. Hak seriously notes that the son has already fully mastered the intermediate level of skill. The father explains that for further growth, theory alone is not enough, as experience in real battles is needed. The news about the necessity of a real fight comes as a complete surprise to Mubek. Ha brings alarming news about the activation of the bloody and demonic cults in Anhui. The Namgun squad begins hunting demons, and Mubek receives orders to join the mission. The troubled scholar Chan wonders if Yosol's training in martial arts has become even more dangerous. Chan and Yosol rest in a quiet forest glade. While the girl enjoys eating dumplings, the scholar prepares 2 wooden swords for training. Chan holds the weapon in his hands and asks his ward if she has not forgotten the dance moves he taught her. Enchanted by the taste of the food, Yosol ignores the question about training and exclaims excitedly that the dumplings are simply incredible. The scholar becomes serious and demands complete concentration, reminding the girl of his previous instructions regarding the secret art. Yosol takes a wooden sword and, continuing to chew, assures that this dance is meant to protect her from prying eyes. Chan wonders whether it is worth revealing this secret to outsiders, to which the girl decisively shakes her head in denial. Satisfied with this answer, the scholar once again emphasizes that no stranger should see the sword movements. Chan sharply pushes off the ground, preparing for a swift leap. The frightened girl watches the mentor, who in a moment found himself on a branch of a giant tree. Sitting high up with the sword in his hands, Chan asks Yosol to demonstrate her skills, especially for him. The girl agrees to the proposal, tightly gripping the weapon and not letting go of the last piece of dumpling in her mouth. In the clearing, Yosol begins to perform the Heavenly Infinite Sword technique, which belongs to the highest techniques in the world of martial arts. Watching the training, Chan marvels at how he and the girl without a past managed to master this complex style so perfectly. Around Yosol, bright energy swirls as her natural chi circulates with incredible power, surpassing years of exhausting practice. The scholar also demonstrates his mastery, using spiritual energy to reveal the true power of the sword, accompanied by a blue glow. In a matter of days, the heroes achieved such a level of control that even talented masters cannot reach in a lifetime of training. Inspired by success, Qian contemplates that with such perseverance, he could very well become the strongest warrior under the heavens. The figure of Yosol with a wooden sword in the middle of the forest. The girl suddenly throws her sword toward the mentor, and the weapon flies a few centimeters past him. Qian instantly reacted to the danger that suddenly appeared before his ward. With a powerful energy beam, the scientist stops a huge stone that nearly crushed the frightened girl. Confused, Yosol tries to dodge the threat among the trees, feeling true terror before the element. Qian lowers the wooden sword and sternly reminds the girl of the need to be as careful as possible during training. A giant rock crushes Yosol's abandoned weapon, and nearby on the stone remains a deep mark from the scientist's energy strike. Qian warns that any trace will reveal them to their enemies, causing Yosol to emotionally shout about her hatred for evil people. The mentor suggests ending the training with a trip for noodles, but the girl insists on an extra serving of dumplings. 2 figures gradually disappear into the distance, leaving an empty clearing and a battered rock behind. Under the night sky, Chan continues to hone his skills on the roof, moving so quietly that not even the rustle of the wind is heard. His feet barely touch the surface, demonstrating the legendary technique of the 9 Goes from Hell steps. Chan studies the secret technique of the Phantom Immortal, found in the Murim library, which grants the master incredible lightness. The scholar Chan swiftly jumps from roof to roof, feeling how the phantom chi perfectly resonates with his spiritual energy. Chan's foot silently touches the window pane. Chan lands near the clinic and recalls Namgun Mubek's words about Lady Zhong's prolonged absence, which is becoming increasingly suspicious. The thoughtful scholar analyzes the situation near the entrance. Dressed in black, Chan studies the papers inside the room, trying to unravel the true identity of Lady Zhong. Chan suddenly freezes and looks around cautiously, hearing an unfamiliar noise. Huayan brings Lady Zhong into the hall, and another assistant holds a girl who is an exact copy of Yosol. Hiding behind the door, Chan watches as Huayan lays the wounded on the bed and begs the lady to hold on. The girls lie motionless on the wide bed. Leaning over Lady Zhong, Huayan rages over the unexpectedly audacious attack by the blood cult's accomplices. Lady Zhong barely audibly questions the guard about Yewen's condition. Yewen lies unconscious, and the guard confirms that the girl is simply exhausted. Huayan tries to stop the bleeding from Lady Zhong's wounds by pressing acupuncture points, but the efforts are in vain. Lady Zhong's wounded thigh is rapidly losing blood. The lady orders the guard to leave her, immediately take Yewen, and flee. Huayan rages over the order to abandon the mistress. In the darkness, Lady Zhong admits that without the energy of the solar body, her time is running out, and the ring of hostile cults is tightening around her. Hua-yeon desperately shouts that they will definitely find salvation and forbids the lady from even thinking about death. The exhausted women and their guards froze in the middle of the clinic hall. Lady Zhang explains that the ice crystal was supposed to protect the true water air, but the enemies will instantly expose the fake in the person of Ye-won. Unconscious Ye-won does not respond to the conversation. Hidden behind the shelves, Cheon realizes that they created a double to protect the real Yosol. The scientist finally understands Lady Zhang's connection to the ice palace of the Northern Sea. Cheon steps out of the shadows, revealing his presence. Hua-yeon instantly takes a combat stance. Despite the pain, Lady Zhang recognizes the scientist and looks at him tensely. Cheon slowly removes his mask. Armed Hua-yeon and the wounded lady demand a confession, asking if he heard their secret conversation. The scientist's gaze remains impassive and stern. Lady Zhang, with a serious expression, notes that she did not feel the presence of scientist Cheon at all, confirming the truth of the rumors about him. Cheon appears surrounded by a halo of blue energy, pondering the secret weapon of Murim and the master's ability to deceive even professional intuition. Focused, Lady Zhang suggests that scientist Cheon has long surpassed the level of a first-class master. Hua-yeon looks extremely surprised and serious upon hearing the details of this conversation. Lady Zhang asks Chong to take the second girl under protection as well, considering it the only chance to save the child. Ye-won's unconscious face. Scientist Chong remains calm and firmly replies that he cannot fulfill this request. Worried, Lady Zhang insists on an immediate escape together with Ye-won, as the gang could appear at any moment. Chong dryly notes the arrival of the enemies and expresses readiness to deal with them alone. Hua-yeon prepares for battle and remarks that it is impossible to handle such a number of attackers alone. Experienced masters and top-level experts from the bloody cult appear on the battlefield. Determined and brave look of Lady Zhang. Scientist Chong looks both confused and extremely focused at the same time. Members of the bloody cult in red robes and masks begin a rapid infiltration into the hospital building. Chong carefully watches every movement of the bandits appearing in his field of vision. Scientist Chong closely observes the gang of bandits brazenly breaking into the hospital building. The young leader in a square hat at the head of the Red Guard wonders if this is indeed the refuge of the young mistress. Lady Zhang's face burns with uncontrollable anger. Lady Zhang sharply asks why the accomplices of the bloody cult needed the body of the Ice Saint. The leader, with a serpentine smile, explains that the saint's body will become the perfect weapon for their doctrine in the conquest of absolute power. In the imagination appears the motionless body of the Ice Saint, imprisoned inside a transparent, magical crystal. Before the eyes arises a terrifying image of the saint, whom dark forces have turned into the embodiment of purebred evil. The gang leader interrupts the thoughts and disdainfully casts a glance at Chong, demanding to explain who he is. Chong calmly opens a fan and introduces himself as an ordinary scholar who came here to treat old ailments. The leader rages at the audacity of the stranger who dared to speak so freely with the leader of the bloody cult. The gang chief orders to seize the insolent one, and the squad in red immediately rushes to attack the scholar. Hua-yeon desperately shouts Chong's name while Lady Zhang suddenly clutches her heart in pain. The girl rushes to Lady Zhang, trying to examine her wound and provide first aid. Distressed, Lady Zhang begs Hua-yeon to leave her and immediately help the scientist who cannot stand on his own. The heavy body of the killed bandit loudly falls to the floor, suddenly interrupting the women's conversation. The gaze of the young leader becomes tense and full of hidden suspicion. All present stare in shock as Cheon firmly holds the attacker's wrist, ignoring pleas for mercy. The scientist stands firm, squeezing the enemy's hand with such force that he only helplessly wheezes. The bandit in red clothes collapses weakly at the scientist's feet, unable to withstand the devastating pain. With fierce screams and curses, the rest of the cult warriors simultaneously rush at Cheon. Cheon remains motionless, and the next attacker with a sword is sent flying aside from a light touch. The scientist's palm rises, radiating powerful streams of concentrated inner energy. Cheon directs an energy wave at the enemies, forcing them to scatter in different directions. Struck by the devastating blow, the fighter falls face down, spitting out clots of thick blood. The next fanatic in a mask swings a sword, shouting a death sentence at the scientist. Chan evades the blade with an elusive movement, leaving the enemy to slash at emptiness. A bright light of combat energy flashes in the scientist's eyes. Chan's leg makes a sharp forward lunge. From the lightning-fast move, the bandit flies up to the ceiling and begins to fall rapidly down. The defeated enemy chokes on blood even before his body touches the cold ground. The face of scientist Chan blazes with fighting spirit in the glow of powerful energy. The gang leader grimly watches as another of his accomplices falls. The alert leader realizes that the scientist has used the Shaolin Diamond Palm. The burly bandit, shouting with rage, lunges at Chan, clutching knives. The attacker, at full speed, throws several blades straight at the target. Scientist Chan instantly reveals his combat fan with a gesture. Chan spins in a swift dance, skillfully deflecting enemy steel with the fan. The swift pirouette of the scientist creates an irresistible whirlwind around him. The fan, launched with incredible force, rushes towards the stunned enemies. The leader is stunned by the use of the secret technique of the transparent Kunlun fan. The deadly weapon whistles as it cuts through the bodies of bandits, splattering blood. The wounded enemy falls to the ground, and the fan describes an arc to return. The combat tool flies through the air along the trajectory of a perfect circle. The scientist deftly catches the fan that returned to him like a boomerang. Chan grips the weapon in his hand, preparing for the final confrontation. In the middle of the hospital hall, the scientist stands against the leader over piles of bodies. The gang leader declares that he has finally uncovered the true secret of Chan's techniques. The leader recalls how the Shaolin Palm and the Kunlun fan scattered his men. The enraged leader suspects that Chan is a secret protege of the Murim Union. The scientist cold-bloodedly points out to the enemy that denying the obvious makes no sense. The leader is beside himself with rage because no one can possess two schools. The image of the scientist appears against the backdrop of endless shelves of the secret library. Chan reasons that access to the secret scrolls makes the assumption logical. The scientist hides the fan behind his belt, calmly confirming the opponent's suspicion. The gaze of the leader of the bloody cult fills with wild thirst for murder. Armed with a sword, Chan promises to also demonstrate the art of the Namgun clan. The insolent cult leader snarls at the scientist, calling him a brazen upstart. Lady Zhang demands explanations on how the cult learned about the ice holy body. The leader mocks her naivety, hinting at betrayal within the Council of Elders. Sinister figures of the elders, wrapped in dark energy, appear before the eyes. The hand of the leader of the bloody cult tightly grips the sword's hilt. Scholar Chan watches every movement of the enemy intently and focused. The cult leader prepares for a swift attack against a crimson background. The leader swings a gigantic red sword, which Chan focuses on. The brilliant blade shimmers with the energy of 18 red dragons, a secret art of the Dianzan sect. The scholar recalls how this art became famous through a disciple who killed his master for a scroll and fled to the cult, a bloody vision of the disciple cold-bloodedly killing his teacher. Chan remarks to the cult leader that he did not expect to meet the famous red dragon of Dianzan here, the beastly face of the enemy, surprised by the boy's knowledge and demanding he beg for mercy. Calmly, Chan replies that the opponent's level is too low for such pleas. Smirking boldly, the leader calls Chan a scoundrel and promises to teach him manners. The cultist with the red blade fiercely lunges at the scholar. Chan's warlike gaze instantly permeates with powerful inner strength. The palm of the scholar tightly grips the sword with a death grip, preparing to strike back. The beginning of a fierce duel, where not only steel blades clash, but also colossal streams of energy. The face of the cult leader is twisted with wild frenzy. Chan notices the enemy's confusion, who has encountered a spiritual energy user for the first time. A new stage of energetic confrontation between two martial arts masters. The enraged leader does not understand how the boy's technique can surpass even the masters of the Namgun clan. The next moment of the fight, when the very air trembles from the clash of forces. The opponent suspects that Chan might be even stronger than the supreme elders of the famous clans. The extremely irritated cultist does not believe that some miserable scholar is capable of this. The moment of maximum closeness of the opponents during the decisive exchange of blows. Feeling the heat of the fire demon, Chan realizes that to win, he must risk everything. A formidable imaginary embodiment of the fire demon appears behind the enemy. Chan Tae-san looks very small compared to the grandeur of the demonic image. The figure of the scholar against the backdrop of the swirling, bloody aura of the ancient monster. Through Chan's sword flows dazzling and pure light energy. The transparent energy of the eighth form of the heavenly infinite sword fills the space. A dragon with fiery eyes emerges from the void, ready to incinerate the enemy. The leader vainly tries to resist the destructive power of the heavenly dragon. The majestic energy completely engulfs the leader of the bloody cult. The blade in Chan's hands is wrapped in shining rings of dragon power. Chan, with burning eyes, rises above the battlefield in an aura of light. The scholar, transformed in appearance, summons the power of the dragon and tiger for the final strike. the altered face of the scholar Chan as he summons the devastating tsunami of the dragon and tiger. The triumphant moment of the bloody cult leader's defeat at the hands of the indomitable scholar Chan. The majestic image of scientist Chan standing over the fallen leader of the bloody cult. Huayan and Lady Zhang with tears in their eyes, emotionally rooting for scientist Chan. Focused Lady Zhang realized that Chan is the secret successor of the Marine Alliance. Scientist Chan amidst the devastated hall where the defeated leader of the bloody cult lies. Scientist Chan abruptly stops upon hearing extremely important information. Huayan reports severe bleeding in Lady Zhang, but she assures that she is fine. Scientist Chan swiftly approaches the wounded Lady Zhang. Scientist Chan asks Lady Zhang for permission to personally examine her dangerous wound. Chan meticulously studies the injury the girl received during the fierce battle. The scientist's hand touches the girl's thigh, passing powerful spiritual energy through his fingers. The image of a meditating man with meridians and the thought that spiritual energy can restore vessels. Shining energy penetrates deeply into the body's tissues, instantly triggering the healing process. Scientist Chan focusedly confirms in practice the theory about the healing properties of spiritual power. Chan treats Lady Zhang and discovers in her a deadly rupture of the pulse of the three yin of the cold spirit. Imaginary figures of the powerful palace masters appear above the wounded lady. Chan sees Lady Zhang's suffering and understands that due to the lack of warmth, energy absorption should be postponed. Cold energy rages in Lady Zhang's body, and Chan realizes that she can die at any moment. The hand of scientist Chan continues to support the wounded leg of the lady, stopping the destructive processes. Shocked faces of Lady Zhang and Huayan, who notices the complete cessation of bleeding. Chan warns the girl not to walk so as not to tear the newly restored blood vessels again. The women sincerely thank scientist Chan, but he dryly replies that there are much more important matters. The scientist asks the companions about the true purpose of creating the false body of the Ice Saint. Distressed Lady Zhang tells about the age-old history of the ice body and the sacrifice of the previous mistress. A bloodied woman with long hair lies lifeless on the cold ground. Lady Zhang believes that the body of the saint will one day return the ice palace to its former glory. Pensive Qian realizes that all of the lady's actions are driven solely by her unwavering sense of duty. Qian asks why they did not turn to the alliance, where the mistress of the palace would certainly not be refused. Lady Zhang fearfully suggests that the alliance might simply appropriate the body of the saint for themselves. Scholar Qian explains that only the Marine Alliance is capable of stopping the bloody or demonic cults. During a conversation with the girls, Huayan proposes seeking support from the Namgun clan. Qian notes that this is not bad, but the large number of guests there does not guarantee complete safety. Lady Jing thoughtfully agrees that there is sense in the scholar's words. Qian suggests that Lady Zhang ask the leader of the White Tiger Squad for protection if she does not mind. He adds that the intervention of this squad will allow them to safely reach the alliance. Huayan asks the scholar if he will return the body of the Ice Saint at her request in the future. Qian explains that Yosol is just a little child to him, and he will not hold her if she wants to leave. The scholar fondly recalls the image of the cheerful and carefree Yosol. Chan reminds Lady Zhang of the need to find the body with a slit pulse as soon as possible. Worried Huayan asks about Lady Zhang's condition, noticeably anxious about the situation. The scholar tells the girls that he discovered a peculiarity in Lady Zhang's pulse during the previous examination. Chan gives Huayan a yellow alliance token and orders her to go to the shelter while he accompanies Lady Zhang. The girl sincerely worries about having to leave her lady alone. The scholar insists on quickly following his instructions as they have little time. Lady Zhang calms the third guard, assuring that they only need to trust Chan. Holding the token, Huayan directly asks Chan if he is really the deputy of the Marine Alliance. Chan calmly replies that he is just an ordinary scholar. The girl is sure that he is simply hiding his identity due to strict training. Chan sighs sadly at Huayan's dissatisfaction and decides to simply ignore her remarks. Approaching the window, the scientist calls Lady Zhang to set off with him. Chan patiently waits for the girls near the exit. Panorama of the evening city with traditional roofs brightly illuminated by lanterns. Silhouette of the scientist carrying Lady Zhang on his shoulders, swiftly jumping from roof to roof. Focused, Chan tells Lady Zhang, who is holding tightly to him, that they are almost at the place. The scientist promises Lady Zhang to find several bodies with a slit pulse immediately. Lady Zhang is extremely surprised by the news that there will be several such bodies. The figures of the scientist and the girl fly over the night city. Having arrived in the yard, Lady Zhang recognizes the office with surprise and contemplates the purpose of their visit. Chan Tae-san stops, and Lady Zhang asks him about the reasons for arriving here specifically. Chan, against the backdrop of the sky, explains that excess yang energy is usually tamed by training. Otherwise, people become lustful predators. An imaginary image of a lewd thief with a slit pulse shamelessly embracing a frightened victim. Shocked Lady Zhang clarifies with the scientist whether those individuals with abnormal pulse have indeed become criminals and are now imprisoned. Chan confirms her words, and the interested girl immediately asks about the way to get into the prison. In the large hall, Chan explains to the guards that the clan is conducting an important investigation, so he needs to immediately inspect all the detainees. The chief guard assures that the clan's security is above all and kindly invites the guests to enter. Lady Zhang watches with surprise the confident actions of the men. The heroes walk together down the gloomy prison corridor. Scientist Chan intently looks at the faces of the prisoners behind the bars. Focused, Chan finally notices the needed person among the inmates and realizes that the goal is achieved. Scientist Chan asks the guard about the possibility to inspect the prisoners inside. Behind the bars, a prisoner watches the dispute between the scientist and the guard, while Chun convinces him of having permission from the judge. Chan explains to the guard that he and Lady Zhang are warriors of the Namgun clan, so there is no need to worry unnecessarily. The frightened prison guard begins to awkwardly apologize to the scientist for not recognizing such respected persons immediately. The guard opens the cell door while Scientist Chun and Lady Zhang wait in the gloomy prison corridor. The long-haired prisoner casts a furious glance at the girl, recognizing her as Lady Zhang and cursing her in his mind. Lady Zhang pauses for a moment in the prison corridor, lost in her own thoughts. The prison warden makes an inviting gesture, allowing the scientist and his companion inside the cell. Chan's foot confidently steps over the threshold of the gloomy room where prisoners are held. One of the detainees suddenly jumps towards Scientist Chan with clenched fists. Chan's gaze becomes intensely focused, and bright green energy begins to stream from his eyes. The scientist tightly grips his fan in his hand, ready to use it as a weapon at any moment. Enveloped in a powerful aura, Chan uses the folded fan to deflect attacks from the enraged prisoners. The long-haired prisoner who recognized Lady Zhang screams as he attacks the scientist, showing a mouth with knocked-out teeth. The criminal makes a sharp lunge towards Scientist Chan, trying to reach him in the confined space. The scientist continues to fight, surrounded by energy flows that help him subdue the crowd. Chan delivers a powerful energy strike to the next prisoner who tried to approach him. The scuffle in the cramped cell continues, but the scientist cold-bloodedly deals with each new opponent. Chan instantly intercepts the prisoner's hand, stopping his fist right near his own face. Enveloped in a glow of energy, the scientist roughly grabs the next attacker by the hair. Chan forcefully presses the prisoner's head against the wall, securely holding him with just one hand. While one enemy is neutralized, the scientist fiercely repels another inmate who approached from the side. One of the prisoners states that even convicts should not be treated with such cruelty. Chan ignores the man's words and directs another energy strike toward the next attacker. The scientist stands in the middle of the cell, where all opponents are already lying on the floor after his devastating attacks. Chan irritably notes that these bastards talk too much instead of knowing their place. Having finished the fight, the scientist calmly gestures to Lady Zhang to come to the center of the cell. Lady Zhang enters the room, showing complete focus and confidence on her face. Chan transfers energy to Lady Zhang, holding his hands on the girl's shoulders and one of the prisoners, while the others lie nearby. The bodies of the defeated detainees on the cell floor remain motionless, completely enveloped in residual power. Lady Zhang sits in the cell in a lotus position, absorbing the energy of the severed pulse. Energy flows continuously through Zhang Sobin's palms. Lady Zhang's face expresses deep concentration at the moment of a tangible influx of internal forces. In the prison cell, Lady Zhang sincerely thanks Scientist Chan, acknowledging that she survived only because of him. Chan notes that her life has been extended and advises absorbing even more energy after arriving at the Alliance. Scientist Chan calmly steps out of the prison cell boundaries. A mixture of surprise and wariness appears on Lady Zhang's face. A panorama of the night city with authentic national roofs and majestic buildings. Scientist Chan swiftly moves across the roofs, carrying Lady Zhang on his back. Lady Zhang's question about Yo Sol greatly surprises the scientist with its suddenness. Young explains that she saw their resemblance to the brother and sister, so she did not dare to interrupt this idol. Chan recalls the angry Yo Sol on the street, behind whom stood the image of an unknown beast. In the memories, Lady Young and Hua Yon watch the companions approaching the gate of Namgun Palace. Standing on a high roof, Sobin gazes at the stars and rejoices that Yo's soul, unlike her, will be free. Lady Young warns the scholar, if he uses the saint's body with evil intent, she will immediately take the girl away. Chan agrees, adding that parents have no right to decide the fate of the child, despite the fact of her birth. In the palace courtyard, Scholar Chan warmly observes the amusements of young Yo Sol. Watching the girl's laughter, the scholar notes that the child is a separate individual whose choice should be respected. Lady Young's gaze fills with admiration at the realization that this person can be trusted with the child's future. The figure of the scholar silently disappears into the night blue as he carries Lady Young over the city. A mysterious man watches the landing of Chan and his companion in the inner courtyard. Chan and Lady Young find themselves on the territory of the Alliance Palace. Opposite the entrance, a burly man awaits them accompanied by Huayan and Yewan. The scholar introduces himself as the Namgun clan's attendant named Chian Tae-san and presents the young mistress of the Northern Sea. Young So-bin politely greets the stranger, expressing gratitude for the assistance provided. The leader of the White Tiger Squad, Wang Qian, says that Huayan has already briefed him on the matter. Focused, Qian assumes that the man does not know everything, particularly about the secret of the saint's body. The interlocutors discuss the activity of the demonic and bloody cults in Hefei. Wang Qian suggests that the cults are hunting Lady Zheng and reports the arrival of the Elder of the Ice Palace. The squad leader emphasizes that So-bin's safety has now become a shared concern, not just an internal palace matter. Lady Zheng, beside the scholar, thanks Wang Qian again, but he asks not to rush, as he has not done anything special yet. Wang Qian thoughtfully compares the lady's story with the Marine Alliance, where factions also engage in ruthless power struggles. Against a bloody backdrop, figures settle their scores while Wang Qian explains that the future of the Alliance now depends solely on the elders. The dark silhouettes of the advisors froze in anticipation behind the long table. The scholar attentively listens to Wan Chong's question about whether he remembers Chang Honji, the head of the Azure Dragon Squad. The scholar recalls the rainy street in the manuscript, recounting how he once proved Chang's innocence despite the suspicious circumstances of the case. In front of the crowd, the scholar defends Chang, who later secretly helped him expose the corruption of Elder Gao Wuhyun. Chan Tae-san discreetly hands Chang an important scroll. Satisfied, Wan Chong thanks the scholar for helping his close friend. Chan smiles modestly and inquires about Chang's affairs. Wan Chong assures that everything is great with him and sends greetings from him before his mission to Hefei. The scholar asks if the inspection bureau is not accidentally delayed. Wan Chong explains the delay by the investigation of the Zhong Rian sect, suspected of a secret conspiracy with the demonic cult. The scholar recalls that in Hefei, the Zhong Rian sect possesses the energy of the seven stars, which he is so persistently seeking. Enveloped in energy, the scholar understands that the cult's activity makes the sect's inspection very timely and beneficial for his plans. Chan Tae-san sinks into deep thought. The scholar asks about records regarding the sect, but Van Chan hesitates, as the documents belong to the inspection bureau. Van Chan's gaze involuntarily falls on a book that he officially has no right to show. The mysterious volume lies on the table, waiting for attention. The scholar notices the captain's line of sight and fixes his eyes on the documents. Van Chan hints that he will go to work, and it's not his fault if someone accidentally glances at the papers on the table. The scholar silently indicates that he has accepted the rules of the game. The captain walks away, noting that he will return in 15 minutes after organizing data on the movement of enemy cults. The scholar understands that the principled Van Chan gave him time for a reason, probably also sensing some danger. Chan sits at the table to study the remaining records. Reading, the scholar is convinced that the White Tiger Squad does not yet know about the body of the saint. Otherwise, their actions would have been different. Before his eyes appears the face of Ku Jin Ha, whose true motives remain a mystery to the scholar. The hand confidently turns page after page. The scientist's face tenses with the understanding that even the ghost of Gao Yu Haiyan continues to haunt him. A sinister image of a bloody ghost arises in the air. Overcome with anxiety, the scientist continues to greedily study every word in the secret book. According to the documents, the Azure Dragon Gate was at odds with Elder Gao's faction, the Soho clan. A view of the large settlement near Blue Lake where the Soho group operates on this freshwater body. Due to the constant flow of tourists, trade thrives there, and a third of the commercial rights in Soho belong to the Namgun clan. The rest of the commercial rights were divided among other smaller factions. Because of this distribution of profits among different groups, disputes were constantly occurring. Each faction sought to obtain its own rights to these valuables. This struggle for resources led to endless bloodshed. Scientist Qian carefully studies the document left on his desk. After reading the papers, Scientist Qian finally understood the true origins of the problems. Scientist Kwan managed to familiarize himself with the book within the allotted time. Chan recalled Galu Han. During their work at the Inspection Bureau, their battle ended in mutual destruction. Gao Yuhan was then forced to leave the elder's post, and Scientist Chan was sent to service. The scientist's hand rests on the book. He remembers how he once thought that the topic of Gao Yuhan was finished forever. A thoughtful look of Scientist Chan. Scientist Chan sits at the desk on which lies the red book. The hero looks at the night sky, pondering that the influence of Gao Yuhan reached as far as Hefei. Scientist Chan and Wang Chan calmly talk in the yard. Chan thanks Wang Chan for his care, to which he replies that he was just resolving urgent matters. Wang Chan and Scientist Chan are silent in the middle of the yard, each immersed in their own thoughts. The head of the White Tiger Squad asks the scientist's opinion regarding the situation. Pensive Chon says that after studying the papers, the report to the Azure Dragon Gate may turn out to be false. Scholar Chan and Wang Chan fell silent, watching the night sky. The squad leader says that the Azure Dragon has connections with the head of the Alliance, whose half-brother is Yi Un. Imaginary figures of two influential brothers. Chan understands this matter can be seen as a power struggle between the Soho clan and the brothers of the Azure Dragon. Clan flags are sinking in the water, but behind this hides a conflict between the factions of the Alliance leader and the elders. Imaginary faces of two leaders of hostile factions fighting for influence. The scholar reflects, while the demonic and bloody cults are outraged, these factions fight for power. Scholar Chan and Wang Chan stand silently in the illuminated courtyard under the night sky. Chan sees 6 men in identical robes entering the gate, some armed with swords, probably an inspection group. Scholar Chan carefully examines the arriving men, realizing that there must be a special figure among the inspection group. Looking at the guests, the White Tiger Squad leader recalls the gatekeeper of the Azure Dragon, Yi Un, and his son. Before his eyes appears the image of a youth in a light green aura in whom Chan recognizes the bearer of the energy of the third of the 7 stars, Yi Mak-san. Chan thoughtfully freezes. A smiling young man hurries to the scientist and the squad leader in the Alliance courtyard, respectfully addressing Chan as inspector. Yu Hyun sincerely greets the guest, folding his palms in a traditional gesture and introducing himself to the scientist. Chan responds to the greeting and asks to be called simply scientist due to his service, then inquires about Gu's whereabouts. Yu Hyun dreamily explains that the deputy inspector went to the Namgun clan, having some secret business there. The shot focuses on the blue gates of the Namgun clan, through which an unknown man has just passed. Yosol calmly rests on the terrace in the inner courtyard of the mansion. The gazes of the stranger and the girl suddenly cross in the middle of the courtyard. The man arrogantly asks about the whereabouts of Chan Tae-san, but receives a brief reply from Yosol about her complete ignorance. To the rude question about her name, the girl notes that the interlocutor should have introduced himself first, which greatly irritates him. Standing up, Yosol instructively explains to the stranger the basics of etiquette, according to which the one who asks about the family names himself first. The girl boldly reminds about the rules of politeness, emphasizing that speaking arrogantly to juniors is a sign of bad manners. The stranger rages from what he heard. Yosol raises a finger and adds that such behavior is characteristic only of absolutely ill-mannered people. Suddenly angry, the girl squats before the man and directly asks if his parents raised him. The outraged foreigner bursts out shouting, calling the girl a cheeky little brat. Yosol does not back down and confidently calls the man a degenerate in response to his insults. To the question of whether she was taught this in etiquette lessons, the girl answers that it is knowledge about the structure of the real world. She explains that insults should be met with reciprocity, especially towards those who do not consider polite people. When the stranger again refers to her etiquette teacher, Yosol confirms that he gave her such instructions. The man begins to irritably demand the name of that very teacher. The girl sharply exclaims that it is none of his business. The stranger points a finger at Yosol, accusing her of rudeness, but she reminds him that he was the initiator of the quarrel. Finally losing control, the angry man clenches his fists and threatens to teach the girl a lesson so that she learns the cruelty of the world. The stranger swings to strike. Fleeing, Yosol again calls the man a freak and states that he decided to use force against the child. While the girl skillfully escapes, the enraged man continues shouting insults after her, promising not to let this go. The stranger freezes, hearing a stern question from an adult woman. Before him stands Namgunhak's wife, outraged by the attack on the clan's child. Yosol looks out from behind her protector with satisfaction. The stunned man asks again, "Is this little one really a child of the mighty Namgun clan?" The girl mockingly makes a face at the confused attacker. The audacious stranger tries to find out the identity of the woman who blocked his way. Suddenly appears the powerful clan head, whose formidable appearance makes the impudent man instantly realize his fatal mistake. Namgunhak looks furious, unleashing all his rage on the enemy. The stranger, scared to death, realizes that clan elders stand before him. The face of the clan leader's wife radiates unwavering confidence and icy calm. The stranger begs for forgiveness at the feet of the Namgun couple, justifying that he did not recognize the clan leader. Enveloped in powerful energy, Namgunhak declares that his patience with the Murium alliance is exhausted due to the audacious invasion. The formidable clan leader shouts at the intruder, outraged by the force used against the child dear to his heart. The man pitifully excuses himself, complaining about the girl's rudeness. Namgunhak loudly calls the guard, ordering to immediately throw the insolent one out. The stern clan lord stands surrounded by his loyal guards. The guards drag the humiliated man to the exit, ignoring his desperate pleas for mercy. The outcast shouts about his high position as deputy inspector of the Murium alliance, hoping for immunity. The couple kindly asks Yosol about her well-being, and she reassures them with a smile. The satisfied girl cheerfully notes that the situation seemed too noisy. The deputy inspector's face twists with uncontrollable anger and offense. The former guest is roughly thrown out of the luxurious palace directly onto the dusty cobblestones. The guards warn the insolent man for the last time that next time, the conversation will be much shorter and bloodier. The deputy inspector of the alliance lies motionless, face down in the mud in the middle of a busy street. Passers-by watch with interest the disgraceful fall of the influential official near the Namgun gates. The crowd gathers around the humiliated man, trying to find out the identity of this unfortunate loser. The enraged deputy inspector digs his nails into the ground, swearing to avenge the humiliation inflicted on him. Anger turns the man's face into a terrible mask filled with hatred for the entire Namgun clan. With a sinister smile and a bloody gleam in his eyes, he hisses the clan's name like a devilish curse. Deputy Inspector Marimu ignores the passers-by near the Namgun Palace gates and angrily shouts threats. A random passerby stops and looks at the angry official with surprise. The deputy inspector instantly switches his anger to the bystander, shouting to ask if he is tired of living. The passerby calmly walks away, replying that he is crazy, which finally drives the inspector mad. Flashing with rage, the deputy inspector hurls curses after the man. The official suddenly becomes alert and sharply turns at the sound. Behind him stands a group of townspeople who are shockingly discussing his strange and inadequate behavior. The deputy inspector fiercely looks at the crowd, frightened by his appearance. The man freezes in deep thought near the gates of the Namgun clan palace. Finally, the deputy inspector turns around and walks quickly away from the estate. Walking along the high fence of the palace, he tensely reflects on the fact that this clan is definitely hiding some secret. He recalls the girl noticed in the yard and tries to understand her origin, assuming that she might be the illegitimate daughter of the head. Suddenly, the official stops in the middle of the street, realizing the error of his first conclusion. The deputy recalls his long searches in the secret library and wonders why no scroll he sifted through gave an answer about this child. Before his eyes appears a picture of how the palace leaders desperately defended the girl, which only confirms his suspicions about dirty secrets. A bold smile appears on his face at the thought that this child will become the perfect lever to destroy the scholar and the entire Namgun clan. The deputy inspector's gaze becomes predatory, and a sly smile freezes on his lips. Kujin-ha smiles crookedly against a bloody red background, and his eyes blaze with devilish fire. In the Alliance courtyard, Kujin-ha scrutinizes the scholar Chong, making him wonder about the reason for such keen attention. In the main hall, surrounded by guards and Lady Zhong, the deputy mockingly asks the scholar if he has been robbing anyone dressed like that. Scholar Chong confidently parries the taunts, stating that he has just robbed the deputy inspector's own house. Kujin-ha's face instantly darkens with outrage and hidden anger. Turning around, the deputy inspector notices Lady Zhong in the hall and recognizes her as the young mistress of the Ice Palace. Scholar Chong again addresses the official, noting that he was informed about the search for his person. Kujin Ha suspiciously squints at the opponent's haste, but calmly says aloud that he has a personal request for the scholar. Fanning himself, Chong doubts his usefulness and remarks that the deputy is capable of resolving everything on his own. Raising his index finger, the deputy inspector announces the existence of evidence linking the sect leader, Zhong Nian's son, to a demonic cult. Shrouded in a bloody aura, the official slyly notes that the scholar is certainly capable of distinguishing an ordinary fraud from true demonic energy. Chan focuses, understanding that this request is a carefully prepared trap against him. They measure each other with their gazes while the scholar analyzes the risks. Denying the energy will trigger pre-prepared evidence against him, and admitting it will force him to go against the elders. Demonic image of the deputy inspector of the Murim Alliance on a dark background. Chan understands that this battle is lost in any case. The deputy inspector considers the scholar too smart not to notice the obvious trap. The bold smile of Ku Jinha, who seeks to drive the opponent into complete darkness. A memory of how the humiliated Ku Jinha watched the respect of the Namgun clan head for Chan, which burned the remnants of guilt in him. Interrogation of Li Maxan in the Great Hall of the Alliance, during which Ku Jinha secretly dissolved a forbidden demonic explosion pill in his tea under the pretext of inspection. The treacherous hand of the deputy inspector slips demonic powder into the drink. The pill, forbidden even in the demonic cult, enhances dark energy and infects everyone who touches the patient. The deputy inspector plans to use the Elder Gal's pill to destroy the Chongyan sect in Chantesan. The outraged head of the Chongyan sect, together with his son, proves the absurdity of these accusations to the Alliance Hall. Kujin Ha twirls his mustache, hinting at Li Maxan's dubious reputation. The father acknowledges the son's difficult character, but calls the accusations of demonism a conspiracy. The deputy inspector reminds about rumors regarding the boy's dark energy, which cannot be disproved by words. The enraged father demands an immediate examination of his son. Kujin Ha assures that this is why they invited a specialist. The deputy inspector publicly asks Chong about his experience in rehabilitating those poisoned by demonic energy. Scientist Chong closes himself with a fan, realizing that the pulse check will be a trap for him, and looks for an excuse to refuse. Li Maxan falls to the floor in terrible convulsions. The frightened father rushes to his son. Chong carefully observes the attack and suspects a serious qi malfunction. The boy's face distorted by pain, screaming from unbearable spasms. Black bloody energy lifts the boy's body into the air. Scholar Chan and the head of the White Tiger Squad are shocked by the manifestation of true demonic power. The disgusting grimace of the deputy inspector, who confirms the suspicions of those present. The father of Li Maxan despairingly refuses to believe what he has seen. The feigned sympathy of the treacherous Ku Jin Ha regarding the child's study of demonic arts under the watchful eye of Scholar Chan. While the father helplessly sits on the floor, the deputy inspector orders everyone to acknowledge the obvious evidence of betrayal. Ku Jin Ha persistently suggests that Chan check the pulse of the poisoned youth to finally convince the father. Chan realizes that confirming the energy will bind his hands, while denying it will destroy the Chongyan sect. The disgraced father, removed from his position, begs the scholar for help. The face of Scholar Chan as he agrees to check the boy's pulse. The hopeful gaze of Li Maxan directed at Scholar Chan. The audacious face of Deputy Inspector Murim against a black background. He is confident in the trap. Scholar Chan asks the Ice Palace ruler for help, and she agrees. Chan hands Lady Zhang a bundle of needles filled with icy energy to stimulate the blood vessels of the head. Warning the girl with his finger, Chan forbids touching the patient with hands. Lady Zhang nods and clarifies the depth of insertion. Chan explains the manipulations to Lady Zhang in detail. 3 kun to the Baihui point and 1.5 kun to other points. The palms of the mistress of the Ice Palace gripping the cold needle. The determined and radiant gaze of Lady Zhang. The needle in Lady Jiang's hand, concentrating powerful frost energy, Lady Zhang forcefully throws the charged needle towards the patient. The needle precisely hits the required point on the boy's head. Lady Zhang swiftly shoots the remaining needles into the designated points on the patient's body. The boy suddenly starts screaming even louder. The youth with needles in his head first convulses, then exhales heavily and falls silent. The worried father leans over his son and asks Chan hopefully about his condition. Scientist Chan urges the sect leader Li to fully rely on him for the sake of saving the child. The confused father agrees and begs the scientist to continue the treatment. Chun stands next to the boy who lies motionless on the floor. The vile Deputy Inspector Murim watches Chun with glee, anticipating his complete collapse. Scientist Chun's hand slowly reaches toward the patient's head. Chun reasons that demonic energy is sensitive to temperatures, so its activity will decrease under the influence of cold. Touching the needles, Chun realizes, thanks to the palace's frost power, the demonic energy will not be able to block the instruments. The frantic Deputy Inspector Murim thinks that Chun has no idea about his knowledge of the secret of the demonic explosion pill. Scientist Chun enters deep meditation, and his body is enveloped in a strong, light green glow. Focused, Chun decides to immediately begin searching for the energy of the 7 stars, while the demonic power is temporarily blocked. The imaginary silhouette of Scientist Chun stands in the center of the circle, fully filled with a light green flow. Chun breaks through whirlwinds of heterogeneous energy, realizing that ice needles are insufficient to tame the demonic power. Bloody black demonic energy rages in a continuous stream. The thoughtful scholar Chun decides to use spiritual energy to penetrate much deeper, the epicenter of pure and bright spiritual energy. Chun concentrates bright spiritual power between his palms. Chun's figure in the very center of boundless spiritual energy. Chun, amidst the energy flows, rejoices that Lee Mak-sun possesses precisely the star of the greedy wolf, which he has not yet absorbed. Chun's face is illuminated by sudden enlightenment. In the Alliance Hall near the sick boy gather Chun, the youth father, Lady Zhong, and other allies. Deputy Inspector Murim loudly protests how it is possible to determine the pulse only by touching the needles. Wang Chun orders the inspector to be silent and not to disturb the scholar conducting the examination. Catching the cold gaze of the commander, Deputy Inspector Murim justifies his anxiety. Piercing an icy gaze of Wang Chun, Van Chan urges to trust the scientist, recalling masters who can feel the pulse even through a thin thread. The depressed Deputy Inspector Murim regrets having to play this card. The inspector warns Van Chan that a surge of demonic power will attract the attention of the bloody cult. Surprised, Van Chan clarifies where the interlocutor is leading. Deputy Inspector Murim insists on the immediate evacuation of the young head of the Ice Palace. The inspector, against the backdrop of demonic shadows, proves the danger of Lee Mak-sun and the girl being in the same place. The deputy orders Van Chan to immediately escort the young head to another shelter. Hiding behind the authority of the Council of Elders, the inspector threatens Van Chan with big trouble in case of refusal. The sinister deputy hints to Van Chan at the inevitable loss of the position of commander of the White Tiger Squad. Van Chan's face becomes extremely tense and serious. Leaning over the sick, Chan advises the commander to carry out Ku Jin-ha's order, but first clarifies something. The gaze of the scientist Chan flashes with powerful inner strength. Wrapped in a glow, Chan confidently walks between the commander and the deputy inspector. Tense and shocked faces of Wan Chan and Deputy Inspector Murim. Chan touches the deputy inspector's shoulder with 2 fingers. Chan looks into the inspector's eyes and demands an explanation why it smells like the pill of demonic explosion. Wan Chan instantly reacts to the mention of the dangerous pill of demonic explosion. Deputy Inspector Murim accuses Chan of madness and demands to simply check the boy's pulse. The scientist reminds that he discovered signs of poisoning by the pill of demonic explosion in the youth. Serious and confident face of scientist Chan. The cautious father of the poisoned boy watches the argument. Chan states that the aroma of the pill of demonic explosion comes from the deputy himself, and he accuses the scientist of framing. The scientist calls on the deputy inspector to take out what is hidden under his clothes if his words are lies. The frightened face of Deputy Inspector of the Murim Alliance. The deputy mockingly refuses to follow the doctor's instructions. Chan explains to Ku Jin-ha that due to slander about connections with a demonic cult, the Sun family was on the brink of destruction. The irritated deputy reproaches the scientist for loud statements amid refusal to cooperate. Chan asks the head of the White Tiger Squad to search the deputy for the sake of justice. The head of the White Tiger Squad, Wang Chun, agrees to conduct an inspection of the arrogant official. The frightened deputy inspector indignantly demands to stop the search, citing his order. The wary look of the head of the White Tiger Squad, who has found something. Wang Chun takes out a mysterious bundle, and the deputy panically assures that it is only his own medicine. The deputy inspector looks with horror at the box with the demonic explosion pill in Chan's hands. The scientist holds the dangerous find and asks again about the medicine, while the opponent shouts that he is not lying. The hand of the head of the White Tiger Squad forcefully tears open the deputy inspector's mouth. Terrified to death, the deputy resists while Chan tries to feed him the pill, and shouts about an attempted murder. Angry Chan asks why he refuses to take his own medicine. The deputy inspector's face turned green with wild fear. He begs to stop. Paralyzed with horror, the official shouts the truth. He cannot eat it because it is a pill of demonic explosion. Chan directly asks if the deputy planted poison on Maxan. While the prisoner is held, Chan threatens to feed him the pill for silence, causing a wave of swearing, and reminds Kujinha about the traitor's connections. Enraged scientist Chan reminds about his conflict with Elder Gal and asks if he should test his resolve. The deputy inspector's eye blackened with rage. The hand of scientist Chan holding the sinister pill of demonic explosion. The deputy inspector, pressed by the squad leader, finally admits that it is his doing. The deputy inspector publicly announces in the Alliance Hall that he planted the pill on Maxan. The outraged face of the White Tiger squad leader. The faces of the Alliance members twisted with surprise and indignation. Father Yi Maxan runs to the deputy inspector, shouting fiercely and demanding explanations for this act. The head of the White Tiger squad grabs the father by the shoulder, trying to restrain his anger. The head of the White Tiger squad urges the enraged father to calm down, emphasizing that this is no place for retribution. Wan Chan promises to deal with this incident immediately after returning to the Alliance. Consumed by rage and powerful energy, the father barely restrains the desire to tear apart the deputy. Standing next to the squad leader, Father Yi Maxan finally accepts his conditions. Scholar Chan silently watches as the deputy inspector is taken away under guard. Father Yi Maxan sincerely thanks Chan for saving the clan from destruction and asks how to repay such a favor. Scholar Chan urges him not to worry about that, as the son's health is much more important now. Chan warns that the demonic energy is only temporarily suppressed, and the father asks fearfully about salvation. Scholar Chan envisions the boy in a black-purple aura and wonders whether Maxan should master the demonic cultivation method to control the pill's energy. The worried father immediately asks the scholar where they can find such a cultivation method. The man rushes headlong to his son, who sits helplessly on the floor. While Chan stands nearby, the father promises his son salvation, even if it means revealing a secret. Scientist Chan focuses his gaze on the man, intrigued by his words about a hidden secret. The head of the White Tiger squad in the hall suggests Lady Zhong evacuate to a safe place, and the young lady agrees. Lady Zhong asks Scientist Chan for one more meeting before his departure to the alliance with his younger sister. Scientist Chan skeptically replies that it is not the best idea. Lady Jixing reassures him, assuring that she only wants to see his face and will not say anything unnecessary. The young lady takes something from a secret pocket of her clothing, wishing to leave it for the scientist's sister. Lady Zhong hands Chan a bundle, asking him to manage her affairs in Hefei and deliver the gift to the coming-of-age girl. Scientist Chan silently examines the young lady and the bundle tied with a rope in her hands. Chan assures that official documents are not needed, and he and Yosol will visit the shelter tomorrow. The beautiful Lady sincerely thanks Scientist Chan for his help. Enchanted Chan silently looks at the beautiful girl. Sunlight brightly illuminates the gate and fence of the luxurious estate. In the hall of the estate, Father Yi Maxan expresses gratitude to the scholar Chan for fulfilling the request. Father Yi Maxan admits that he brought Chan here, relying on his insight in saving his son. Scholar Chan reminds the clan head son that only a demonic cultivation method can calm the son's demonic energy. With a serious expression, the father tells how he once accidentally came across a demonic manual. The man recalls studying incomprehensible verses from the book, which resembled orthodox martial arts, but then simply set them aside. Looking at his ailing son, the father admits that he now remembered that mysterious scroll. Father Yi Maxan asks the scholar hopefully if this book can help his son. Pensive Chan repeats to himself the words about the strange scroll and asks the man to show it immediately. Father Yi Maxan respectfully folds his palms in a greeting gesture as a sign of agreement. The clan head confidently walks to the filled bookshelves. Scholar Chan carefully observes the search for the master. Opening the secret hiding place with the manuscript, the first-rank master thinks about how even he could not decipher these texts. The ancient book lies lonely in a dark, secret niche. Father Yi Maxan cautiously hands the manuscript into the hands of Scholar Chan. Scholar Chan's fingers slowly turn in the old pages of the manual. Wrapped in green glow, Chan experiences an insight, recognizing the scroll of the Phantom Immortal from the Murim Alliance archives. Dense dark energy tightly envelops the page with hieroglyphs in the hands of the surprised scholar. Chun realizes that after a long search, he has found the divine art of the phantom shadow of the Nine from Hell. Continuing it to read the mysterious lines, the scholar mentally comes across the technique of soul separation of the finger. Scholar Chun thoughtfully considers that it is here, in the Manual of the White Soul and Bone Spirit, that the complete martial arts of the Phantom Immortal are collected. Father Yimak-san anxiously asks the scholar how they should proceed next. Chun holds the scroll and notes that this book truly has no value as a martial art. The scientist reassures the delighted father that the manual will be entirely sufficient to control the demonic energy in Yimak-san's body. He explains that he studied similar methods in the Alliance, so there should be no compatibility issues with the structures. Chun advises that in case Alliance investigators appear, they should refer to him, mentally considering this an excuse. Yimak-san's father clarifies whether this means they owe the scientist nothing more. The scientist lifts the boy by the shoulders, noting that saving a life justifies any claims from the Alliance. Chun sits beside the patient and assures the father that he will not be held responsible for the manual. The scientist's hand touches Yimak-san's shoulder, radiating pure energy. Chun begins a mutual exchange of internal forces with the wounded. The boy's father watches tensely as the complex process of energy exchange unfolds. The scientist persistently continues to apply the methods of demonic cultivation. Yimak-san slowly opens his eyes. The boy quietly calls his father, who is overwhelmed with joy, while Chun calmly observes them. Relatives embrace with tears, thanking heaven for the clan's rescue, while Cheon meanwhile sits at the writing desk. The scholar works as father and son respectfully bow their heads in a grateful gesture. Cheon hands over the deciphered verses with instructions for the boy's proper energy circulation. Receiving the bundle, the moved father promises to be more attentive to his son and thanks for the rescue. The scholar throws the scroll into the fire, explaining it as avoiding unnecessary trouble. Cheon seriously thinks he has engraved everything in memory and can now leave calmly. In a large bowl, the demonic manual quickly burns out. A sudden loud scream from outside makes Cheon and the gatekeeper alert. Father Yimak-san comes out and sternly asks the servant about the cause of the noise. A frightened man in the yard reports an attack by the extermination squad on demonic cultivators. Cheon listens as the head learns the location of the events and hears in response about the Shenghyang estate. The scholar recalls that this estate is the second safe refuge of the Murim Alliance. Landscape of a luxurious estate under the rays of the sun. The air shudders from powerful flashes of combat energy and clashes. Heavy strikes of feet on the ground raise dust. The head of the White Tiger Squad, with a sword in hand, decisively steps forward to meet the uninvited guest. A fighter whispers to Wang Qian that before them is the head of the 14th clan of the demonic cult, the sinister white-haired maiden. The ominous face of the woman with red eyes and a bizarre hairstyle is surrounded by a dark, bloody aura. The head of the White Tiger Squad orders the commander to immediately deliver the young mistress of the palace to the Namgun clan. The tense face of the commander of the first squad, the warlike leader of the White Tiger, tightly grips the sword, preparing to detain the old witch. The devilish expression on the face of the white-haired maiden. The warriors of the demonic cult stand like a wall opposite the commander of the White Tiger. Disgustingly smiling, the maiden orders her accomplices to seize everyone present in the estate. The demoness remains in place, while her accomplices dissolve into the air, leaving behind only black shadows. The white-haired maiden and the armed commander of the White Tiger Squad stand frozen opposite each other in the middle of an empty courtyard. Long red claws on the demoness's hand blaze with bloody energy against a dark background. The mad maiden licks her claw and says fiercely that she is eager to taste the blood of the White Tiger captain. The frowning squad leader tries to find out why the head of the demonic cult personally appeared on the battlefield. Wan Qian, with a serious expression, asks why the cult needed the young mistress of the Ice Palace. The audacious demoness mocks, noting that the captain clearly knows nothing about this matter. The squad leader listens carefully to the enemy. The maiden mockingly adds that ignorance is bliss, but she will reveal the secret of why they are hunting the girl. Lady Jiang Yewan, together with her companions and guards, tries with all her might to reach the safe palace of the Namgun clan. Suddenly, the fugitives stop abruptly, noticing a danger ahead. The frightened Lady Zhang sees that their path is blocked by the servants of the white-haired maiden, the terrifying, bloody gaze of the demoness. Accomplices of the demonic cult ominously greet the frightened fugitives. The guard of the fugitives fearfully warns that ahead stand one-eyed and one-armed demons. These are cruel and dangerous monsters. Next to the protector, the frightened Lady Zhang trembles with horror. The one-eyed scoundrel gouges out the eyes of his opponents and collects a gruesome collection from them. The one-armed monster cuts off and collects limbs. Both are true perverts. The one-eyed demon disgustingly smiles with saliva on his lips, praising the beautiful eyes of the young lady. Lady Zhang instantly becomes serious. The one-eyed stares at the girl and declares that he simply cannot pass by her. Suddenly, the demon hears a warning behind him that now he should worry about his own eyes. A new squad appears before the fugitives, arriving just in time to help. Namgun-hak draws his sword and sternly tells the one-eyed that from today, his nights will become unbearably long. Panorama of a great city brightly illuminated by the rays of the sun. Scientist Chan calmly walks down a crowded street. Chan notices flashes of white and red energy against the backdrop of the mountains, realizing that a fierce battle has erupted in the forest. He hesitates whether he should go there and whether he should intervene in this incident at all. Suddenly, Chan focuses, realizing that this powerful icy aura belongs to Zhang So-bin. The man intently watches the new powerful surges of energy. Feeling another flow of energy, the scientist swiftly pushes off the ground. Enveloped in a glow, Chan takes off in a lightning-fast leap. The scientist rushes through the air at the speed of light. A dense forest appears before his eyes. Chan quietly lands on the top of a tall tree. The scientist intently gazes into the thicket. He sees how Namgun Mubek fiercely fights against the one-armed demon. Mubek swiftly attacks the enemy in the heat of battle. The one-armed man wildly swings a bloodied blade, trying to reach the opponent. The attacker angrily shouts at Mubek, asking where his former courage has gone. Mubek barely dodges the strike and angrily curses the monster. Chan calmly watches the duel, sitting on a massive tree branch. The scholar thoughtfully analyzes the fight and realizes that with Mubek's power level, he should easily win. The one-armed demon suddenly kicks Mubek in the face. Namgun Mubek flies to the ground from the powerful and painful blow. The one-armed demon brazenly and arrogantly smiles. Scholar Chan watches the duel intently and focused. Namgun Mubek falls heavily to the ground, losing balance. Mubek rises to his feet and instantly executes the next combat move. Finding himself knocked down, the exhausted Mubek falls again from another defeat. The beaten warrior tries with his last strength to rise from the dust. Mubek suddenly hears a terrifying, devilish shock that makes the ground tremble. Worried, Namgun Mubek cautiously looks around. The one-armed demon fiercely attacks Mubek, threatening to take his arm. Bloodied Mubek desperately tries to block the enemy's strike. The scholar Qian swiftly descends from the heavens, shielding the wounded Mubek. The one-armed demon freezes in midair at the moment of his furious attack. The attacker is shocked and instantly takes a defensive stance. The warlike scholar, Qian, stands before the enemy, enveloped in destructive and super-powerful inner energy. Qian and the demon engage in a fierce and lightning-fast duel. The rivals tear apart the distance and freeze facing each other. Stunned Mubek looks up from below at his unexpected savior. The enraged demon does not understand how Chan got so close without revealing his presence at all. Mubek shudders, feeling someone's gentle touch on his shoulder. Lady Zhang carefully hands a handkerchief to the wounded man, asking about his condition. Mubek's trembling hand carefully takes the silk handkerchief from the girl's hands. The warrior presses the white cloth to his broken face, trying to stop the bleeding. Chan points out to Mubek that his technique of the heavenly infinite sword always lacked one detail. The scholar explains to Namgun that his flawless style lacks a true killing intent. Namgun Mubek's face becomes extremely serious from these words. Chan adds that although he has not seen the secrets of the Emperor's sword, this technique is definitely based on enhancing the thirst for killing. In the imagination appears the majestic silhouette of the perfect warrior, radiating pure killing intent. Shocked Mubek recalls that his father once told him about this secret in detail and marvels at the scholar's knowledge. Mubek is stunned to realize that the scholar Chan deciphered the higher art of his clan just by observing the shape of his sword. In Mubek's thoughts appears the majestic silhouette of scholar Chan, enveloped in powerful streams of energy. Mubek feels tiny in his own imagination, trying to comprehend who scholar Chan really is. Chan extends his hand to Mubek, noting that he suppressed his murderous intent due to the scrutinizing attention of the public, striving to live up to the status of a noble clan. Scholar Chan helps Mubek to stand up. The sword Namgun-hak gleams beside the stern face of the head of the Namgun clan, who once taught Mubek that a sword requires dignity. Recalling these words, Scholar Chan assures Mubek that it is precisely this dignity that he now lacks. Mubek declares with a militant gaze that the destruction of the inhuman is entirely justified. Before his eyes appears a grim picture of a bloodied battlefield. strewn with bodies and abandoned weapons. Sean recalls the battle involving the head of the Namgun clan, suggesting that their sword art made the demonic cult tremble with horror precisely because of this concept. Namgun Mubek deeply contemplates the words he heard about killing those who have lost their human form. Ye-Won unexpectedly interrupts the conversation of the young men, asking how killing intent differs from ordinary internal energy. The captivated scholar Cheon explains to the girl that killing intent is, above all, a manifestation of pure will. Imagining Mubarak's fight, Cheon adds, "Internal strength is needed for resistance, but without iron will to thrust the sword into the enemy's heart, victory cannot be achieved." The fierce face of the one-armed demon appears before the eyes. Explaining the nature of the spiritual center, Cheon notes that killing intent is a form of spiritual energy that can be felt even from afar through a dense energy field. Scholar Cheon imagines clearly sensing the killing intent of a hidden enemy who is watching him closely. Cheon focuses intently analyzing his thoughts, realizing that until now he had perceived the concept of spiritual energy too narrowly. The scholar thoughtfully reflects. Mubarak mastered the Asura dragon, but could not unleash the power not due to lack of internal energy, but because of a deficit of spiritual power, killing intent. Mubarak and scholar Cheon watch with surprise as Ye-Won suddenly jumps up and runs swiftly somewhere. Hua-Yan rushes after the girl, loudly calling her name. Lady Jiang stops Hua-Yan, addressing her as the third guardian. Armed with a sword, the girl boldly throws herself into a fierce battle against the one-armed demon. Hua-Yan enthusiastically notes that the young warrior has already achieved such refined mastery of the sword art of the Snow Wind. The enraged one-armed demon barely defends against sudden attacks, irritably calling the attacker a cheeky girl. Mubek's gaze instantly changes and he rushes forward to protect the girl from the dangerous enemy. The joint attack of Mubek and the girl reaches its target. They break through the one-armed demon's defense, and blood splashes from his wounds. Severely wounded, the demon exhales heavily and falls to the ground, bleeding. Mubek and the young lady stand side by side over the fallen one-armed demon. The scholar Chan remains maximally focused. Lady Jiang anxiously informs Shungten that the commander of the White Tiger Squad is in mortal danger, holding off the head of the demonic cult pavilion alone. A fierce, bloodthirsty smile appears on the face of the white-haired demon maiden. The wounded and exhausted commander of the White Tiger Squad, Wan Chun, grips his weapon tighter, ready to fight to his last breath. A fierce clash between Wan Chun, leader of the White Tiger Squad, and the white-haired demon maiden. The head of the White Tiger Squad receives a severe wound. Bloodthirsty and satisfied smile on the face of the white-haired maiden. Wan Qian instantly gathers strength and strikes the maiden in response. The head of the White Tiger Squad strikes the demonic maiden with a full force using his weapon. The face of the White Tiger leader burns with rage and a warlike spirit. The enraged demon maiden hisses with anger, cursing Wan Qian and calling him a scoundrel. The clawed hand of the demoness against the backdrop of bloody black energy. The demon maiden slashes the air with her bloody claws and wounds the head of the White Tiger again. Injured Wan Qian spits blood from the powerful blow. Wan Qian weakly falls to his knees before the enemy. The commander of the White Tiger Squad completely loses the remnants of his strength. The legs of the white-haired demoness amid the whirl of bloody black energy. Demonic hand with sharp, bloody claws in close-up. The bloodthirsty figure of the demon maiden raises her paw for a deadly strike at Wan Qian. The audacious maiden mocks Wan Qian, asking if he really hoped to defeat her. Wan Qian raspily replies that he never thought of victory, but is ready to give his life for even one of her hands. The demon maiden intently gazes into Wan Qian's face, listening to his words. Bleeding, Wan Qian adds that exchanging his life for her hand would be an extremely profitable deal for him. The demoness's face changes and she calls it incredible with surprise. The demon maiden looks at the exhausted tiger leader and acknowledges his impressive determination. Shrouded in bloody energy, the demoness lunges into attack, promising to send him to the other world with one strike. The blazing, bloody eye of the white-haired demon maiden. Suddenly, the blood-black aura around the demoness bursts with a bright azure flash. An enraged azure dragon with an open maw swiftly attacks the white-haired demon maiden. The shocked demoness desperately tries to block against the azure dragon. The white-haired maiden suffers a devastating defeat, helplessly waving her hands from the blow. The demoness's face at the moment when she finally loses the ability to resist. Kneeling, the commander of the White Tiger sees before him a majestic and powerful azure energy. Wanchong covers his face with his hands from the raging vortex of mighty power swirling right before him. The head of the White Tiger Squad is shocked by the powerful energy before him. He finally recognizes in this majestic figure the scholar Chan. Chan thoughtfully watches as the smoke slowly dissipates after the great battle. The wounded white-haired demon maiden touches Chan, demanding he say his name. Chan takes out from under his clothes a book created specifically for the re-education of those like her. The scholar calmly introduces himself to his opponent as Chan Tai-san. His fingers tightly grip the book's cover. The enraged demon maiden screams that an ordinary bookworm cannot move like that. She recalls the Azure Dragon of the Namgun clan, suspecting Chon's connection with them. Before her eyes appears the image of a scholar enveloped in pure power. The enraged demon maiden aims her red claws at Chon, accusing him of a treacherous attack from behind. Chon coldly remarks that true learning has no borders or rules. Flashing a red aura, she rages at the mockery of the pitiful scholar. The demon maiden swiftly attacks the scholar. Bloody whirlwinds begin to violently spin around the woman. Powerful demonic streams collide and mix with Chon's azure and bright energy. Extending her claws, she fiercely roars, asking how long he will continue to hide. Assessing the technique of the blood jasper claws, Chon decides to respond with fire to fire, the very center of the azure energy. Countless phantom hands swiftly burst from the energy center and attack the demon maiden. She fiercely contemplates her deadly claws that take lives into 9 hells. Chon engages in close combat, deflecting the opponent's strikes barehanded. The scientist confidently holds a defense against the furious onslaught. The demoness is shocked that her unparalleled technique was so easily blocked by an ordinary scientist. A cascade of lightning-fast and deadly moves in a prolonged duel. Suddenly, Chon hears a strange sound, resembling an underground stream of water. The scientist sharply shifts to the left. The next instant change of position to the right. Chon's hand flares with dense green energy. Chon delivers a devastating energy strike with a straight hand to the demon maiden. The demon maiden spits blood from the precise energy strike of scientist Chon, her eyes burning with rage. The moment of Chon's lightning strike on the demon maiden. The demon maiden swiftly flees from Chon, pushing off the ground and leaving a bloody trail behind her. The figure of the demon maiden, who has already managed to distance herself from the scholar. The disheveled demon maiden, without her frightening hairstyle, shouts to her subordinates about an urgent retreat to the meeting place. The palace guards watch as the enemy's accomplices push off the ground and literally dissolve into the sky. The enraged white-haired demon maiden shouts at Chon Tae-san one last time that she will remember his name. Chon looks at the empty, bloody trail left after the enemy's escape. A panorama of the majestic palace with a traditional roof bathed in sunlight. On the terrace, Namgun Hak sincerely thanks Chon for saving the students, and he modestly calls it flattery. The clan head recalls Mubek, who, thanks to the scholar, earned the nickname Azure Dragon Sword. Namgun Hak is pleased that this troublemaker finally gained a worthy name. Chon notes that Mubek achieved this insight only through his own efforts. Appreciating Chon's modesty, the clan head decides to immediately move on to the main matter. Namgun Hak extends to the scientist a box with the clan's secret elixir, the Azure Sky Pill. Close-up of the open box with a unique Azure Pill inside, Chon attentively listens to the clan leader, who grants him full access to the cultivation hall. Scientist Chon sits in the lotus position on the floor of the hall in front of the open box. Holding the elixir, Chon thoughtfully thinks that he must quickly become stronger for Yo Sol's sake. The moment when Chon decisively swallows the Azure Sky Pill, a clear sound of a solitary drop falling into deep water is heard. Underwater turbulent currents colliding at a great depth. The powerful energies of water spirals into a rapid whirlpool. The energy center where azure and green streams of power tightly intertwine. Scientist Chon is in a state of deep meditation. The scientist's face distorts as the pill suddenly begins to burst outward. At the peak of tension, the exhausted Chon spits out a pill of azure sky. The spat-out pill flies forward at a crazy speed through the hall. Worried Chon breathes heavily and thinks, could the reason for failure lie in his dantian? The glow of the azure pill emits a soft light. Chon thoughtfully wonders if this is his dantian. The scientist examines the azure pill, marveling at its ability to leave the body. Chion's sleeve brightly reflects the sky blue light. The azure gleam plays on the fingertips of the surprised scientist. The pill spins rapidly, twisting powerful streams of energy around itself. The shocked expression on Chion's face. Chion makes a sharp, precise wave of his hand. Reacting to the master's gesture, the sphere instantly takes off. The azure sphere with azimuth bounces off the surface and flies further. The face of scientist Chan shows full surprise at the unexpected result. Chan focusedly repeats the previous hand movement. The sphere obediently responds to the new gesture. The scientist realizes that now he can fully control this process. Chan slowly steps out onto the spacious terrace of the palace. The azure pill deeply sticks in the strong bark of the tree. The scientist tries to carefully extract the artifact. Chan's hand frees the glowing sphere from the wooden captivity. The excited Chan holds the artifact and rejoices that it flew not far. Having assessed the destructive power, Chan understands that carelessness can hurt someone. The scientist holds the azure pill in his hand, analyzing its colossal power. Chan decides to focus on the pill, as fierce battles are already behind. The sphere suddenly breaks free from the palm of the surprised scientist and flies away. Chan looks stunned after the artifact, trying to understand its trajectory. The frightened scientist runs at full speed after the shining light. The azure sphere rushes forward through the courtyard. Chan sees the magical object fly inside the building. The scientist pales as the sphere flew to the room of the Namgun clan warriors. The empty silence of the room where the allies are soundly sleeping. The sphere voluntarily circles above the Namgun warriors, who do not even suspect the danger. Scientist Chan watches the warriors through the window, not understanding why the azure pill moves as if alive. The azure pill lands on the pillow of a soundly sleeping Namgun clan warrior. The artifact voluntarily jumps into the open mouth of the warrior. Angry Chan understands nothing and mentally scolds the disobedient pill that has gone God knows where. The confused gaze of scientist Chan. Chan crouches under the window and irritably mutters that this is driving him crazy, since nothing like this was written in any book on esoteric Buddhism. The irritated scientist grabs his head, recalling treatises and realizing the absurdity of Dantian leaving the body. Chan suddenly ponders hearing a strange sound. The scientist looks into the window again, watching the warrior who swallowed the pill. The warrior of the Namgun clan suddenly begins to writhe in bed. The azure pill flies back out of the warrior's body. Chan watches every movement of the magical object in fascination. The azure pill returns from the room directly to the window where Chan is hiding. The artifact suddenly flies into the scientist's mouth, forcing him to instantly swallow the energy. Chan shudders with disgust, recalling this unpleasant moment. The scientist clearly feels strange changes and movement inside his body. Feeling the azure pill in his stomach, Chan notices that the internal energy in his dantian has significantly increased. The surprised scientist realizes that the pill simply stole someone's cultivation. Chan sits alone in the middle of a quiet inner courtyard. The scientist ponders the strange event, since the dantian had only 5 years of cultivation, but overnight accumulated energy equivalent to a full 10 years. Chan begins to seriously worry that he has inadvertently become an ordinary thief of someone else's power. Being at the center of the energy vortex, the scientist understands the usefulness of such a mobile dantian, but decides not to lose vigilance. The thoughtful face of scientist Chan. A sudden rustle distracts the scientist from his intense thoughts. Chan shifts his gaze to the maid in red, who conveys a request from the clan leader to appear immediately. The scientist thoughtfully asks again if it is really the leader himself who is calling him. Chan climbs the stairs to a high terrace against the backdrop of a clear sunny sky and distant majestic mountains. The scholar decisively opens the massive doors of the clan leader's residence. Chan enters Namgun inside and respectfully inquires about the reason for the summons. At the table sit the head Namgun Hawk and a young lad who invites the scholar to proceed further. Scholar Chan notices the guest at the clan leader and is curious about his identity. The young lad with a tired, scarred face slowly drinks tea. The clan leader Namgun asks the scholar if he recognizes this unexpected visitor. Chan guesses by the clothing that the lad belongs to the Hyeon Chan sect, rulers of Jiangxi. The guest closely watches every movement of the scholar. The majestic Hyeon Chan sect by Poyang Lake in Jiangxi seems prestigious, but it is led by the lord of heretical factions, Mak Yohin. A fully demonic and eerie image of Mak Yohin arises in the imagination. The wounded lad directly asks Chan if he suspects who exactly is sitting before him. Examining the wound on the lip and the scar near the eye, the scholar asks if this is the legendary snake sword. The young man's sharp eyes barely narrow from what he hears. With a smile on his damaged face, the guest confirms the rumors about the interlocutor's incredible insight. Chan is surprised and asks if he had heard about him before. The boy replies that the fame of the scholar Chan has reached even the distant lands of Jiangxi. The image of the unparalleled reformer Chon with a fan wrapped in azure energy who skillfully re-educates the worst bastards. Chon modestly notes that he did not expect such widespread popularity. The young man decisively places the cup on the table, suggesting to move directly to the purpose of the visit. He asks the scholar to take on the re-education of their young sect leader, Mak Chi-yon, the son of the ruler himself. Chon's face shows genuine surprise. The sinister and unpleasant silhouette of Mak Chi-yon appears against a dark black-purple background. The scholar is shocked by the thought that he will have to re-educate the child of the leader of the heretical factions. Scholar Chon at the Namgun residence tells the scarred young man that the Hyeonchan sect is hardly lacking other mentors. The young man confidently confirms his words. The interlocutor objects, noting that they simply cannot find a better candidate. Chon reminds that he is from the Murim Council, and interference in the affairs of the unorthodox path is not allowed. The face of the scholar who learns about the aggression of the young gatemaster and the threat of Anhui's absorption. A terrible demonic image of the young successor. A map of states with a dagger deeply embedded. Namgun Hak sternly asks the young man if he is threatening their clan with war. The guest calls it an assumption and says he came precisely to avoid such an outcome. Chon unfolds a fan, silently listening to the argument. The scholar thinks that correcting someone for the sake of peace in Murim sounds noble. He imagines the son of the head and realizes that going to the stronghold of unorthodox practitioners, resembling a demon cult without a plan, is a bad idea. A complex dilemma is reflected on the thinker's face. Sudden enlightenment. Cheon recalls that last night his dantian finally manifested. The memory of the room with warriors and the azure pill brings the thought that absorbing the energy of sinners will not torment his conscience. The scholar tensely decides to use this chance to reach the third level. A shining azure pill against the backdrop of the boundless universe. Observing the energy streams, Cheon assumes that Mak Chi-yong may have the power of one of the 7 stars, so things are not so bad after all. The boy promises Cheon wealth and lands until the end of days for re-educating the master. The youth falls silent, awaiting the thinker's decision. The scholar's fingers tightly grip the book cover. A wary and tense look from the boy with scars. Cheon, in turn, puts forward a condition regarding receiving the dragon blood pill from the gates of Hyeonchan. Cheon's eyes flash with confidence as he promises to accept the offer under this condition. Namgun Hak is outraged because Cheon is the mentor of his own clan. The scholar explains to the head that the blessings are secondary, and without changes, the impending faction war cannot be avoided. An imaginary vision of a bloody war in clan bridges engulfed in devastating fire. Chon adds that Namgun Hak knows better than others the destructive power of a foolish rebel. A heavy, tense look of the clan leader. The scarred youth gladly accepts the mentor's conditions and, considering the matter closed, bows. The scarred youth bowed his head in a gesture of gratitude near the table. The scarred youth leaves Namgun Hak's residence. The scarred youth approaches the scholar Chon and invites him to a banquet in 2 weeks in honor of the 60th anniversary of the gate's head, asking if it will be convenient. The scholar Chon politely folds his hands in a gesture of thanks and promises to arrive on time. The scarred youth says goodbye to Chon until their next meeting. Suddenly, the scholar Chon hears a sharp call from behind. Namgun Hak leans his hand on the table and indignantly asks the scholar how he could make such a promise. Irritated, Namgun Hak approaches closer, offering Chon any wealth and land if only he would refuse. Scholar Chon patiently explains that if Mak Chi-yon comes to power, the entire world of martial arts will be under threat. Namgun Hak indignantly asks if Master Chon really intends to bear this heavy burden alone. Scholar Chon considers it foolish to remain on the sidelines when a catastrophe is approaching us all. Namgun Hak's face becomes deeply thoughtful. Firmly clutching the book, Chon assures that he will not hesitate if his efforts save people from suffering. Confident in his righteousness, Scholar Chon appears against the backdrop of bright flashing energy. Alert Namgun Hak recalls the saying about being ready to enter hell for others, seeing the embodiment of these words before him. Mysterious, semi-darkened image of Scholar Chon. A rich carriage with a coachman swiftly rushes along the road past dense trees. Serious Scholar Chon sits in the carriage, pondering that they have finally set off on the journey. Next to Chon, Yosol spins around, looking out the window with great curiosity. Chon recalls how Yosol shouted and stubbornly demanded to be taken with him, categorically refusing to stay without him. The thoughtful Scholar Chon looks at the girl, thinking that perhaps it was in vain not to leave her at home. The cheerful Yosol suddenly asks Chiwon if she can now do whatever she wants. The Scholar Chon deeply contemplates her words about complete freedom of action. Before Chan's eyes appears a memory of the girl training with a stick in the courtyard. He recalls how he forbade her martial arts out of fear of others' eyes. Chan orders Yosol to first reread all the martial arts books given to her, to which the girl replies that she has already mastered the classics. Satisfied, Yosol boasts that she has memorized everything perfectly. The stunned scholar thinks that studying the classics is one thing, but she managed to memorize all the martial arts manuals. The maid in Bai in red is embroidering on a hoop and remarks to Chan that the girl's genius is definitely hereditary. Yosol blushes and praises in Bai's embroidery skills, calling her also a genius, for which the maid sincerely thanks her. The scholar Chan gently notes that the maid in red has already suffered a lot because of them. The maid in red assures that her gratitude to Mentor Chan for helping her family is much greater than any hardships of service. A servant's recollection of how the scholar Cheon once devotedly treated her seriously ill mother. Inbai confesses to the scholar that she has long known about the money he secretly sent for her mother. Inbai tightly grips the embroidery hoop and fervently asks the mentor not to blame himself, as she would follow him even to hell itself. Yoso listens to this and makes her unequivocal conclusion that Inbai simply loves money too much. The girl hands the servant a bundle with a 100 Nyan banknote, which Cheon gave her, believing that the servant needs the money more. Yosol, with a joyful smile, sincerely says that her own happiness depends on Inbi's happiness. The servant in red cannot hold back tears from such touching words of the child. Scholar Cheon looks at Inbi and allows her to spend the received money on urgent needs immediately after arrival. Cheon adds that a hotel will be rented for the girls, and he and Yosol will sleep outdoors if necessary. The scholar and Yosol laugh contentedly. The tearful servant carefully catches every word of the mentor. Scholar Cheon reminds that the entire Keonyo group is under their protection. Luxurious carriages confidently continue their journey further. The girl musicians quietly sit inside one of the carriages. A mysterious attacker from the top of the hill closely watches the movement of 2 rich carriages and 3 horse guards. Among the forest thickets, one of the strangers reports to his master that the target has already successfully crossed the borders of Anhui province. An unknown woman learns from an informant that there are only 3 guards, but each of them is a first-class swordmaster. The stranger with blood-red eyes rages at such audacious confidence of the enemy, who decided to use minimal protection. On the hill, a chestnut-haired man checks readiness for the attack, and the assistant assures him that 20 elite fighters are already waiting in positions. A man's hand slowly pours a strong drink directly from the flask. The alcohol streams down onto a wooden monument under the rock. A battle axe is stuck near a stone boulder, and the name Wang Bok is clearly visible on the wooden monument. An unknown man greedily finishes the remaining drink from the flask, letting drops run down his chin. The man remembers the deceased Wang Bok and mentally vows to tear Chante-san and all those responsible for this death to pieces. Fury and the beastly snarl of a demonic warrior. The figure of the calm scholar Chan emerges in the imagination of the enraged avenger. A night glade in the middle of the thicket near the mountains, brightly lit by a bonfire. Yosol gently strokes the horse, whose eyes sparkle with hot sparks. The scholar Chon and the musician girls sat on low stools near the fire. Against the backdrop of dark trees, the scholar Chan sincerely thanks the girls for allowing him to go with them. One of the girls notes that without his help, their difficult path to the banquet would have been much harder. Chan awkwardly apologizes and adds that now they will have to sleep on the bare ground for the sake of speed. The girl frankly says that they actually knew about the deliberate slowing of the travel pace for their sake. The scholar Chan replies with satisfaction that it is very good when there is complete mutual understanding. The whole company rests by the fire near their carriage. The bright flame burns and confidently disperses the night darkness around. The forest is illuminated by fireflies, and one of them leaves a long, sparkling trail in the air. A tiny insect smoothly lands on a broad leaf of a plant in the thicket. The firefly takes off again, surrounded by magical azure streams. Scientist Chon watches the clearing flooded with azure light from Yosol's training. The girl actively performs combat exercises, releasing powerful waves of energy around her. Chon analyzes her movements, noting that despite the informal style, they clearly show a deep foundation. The man understands. The design of this sword requires years of practice, but Yosol needed only a glance at the secret manual for instant reproduction. Recalling enemies from the demonic and bloody clans, Chan finally realizes the reason for their relentless hunt for the girl with such incredible talent. Little Yosol continues training, completely enveloped in mystical radiance. Suddenly, Chan feels his own dantian in his abdomen and realizes that the azure pill is trying to break out. The energy sphere inside the scientist begins to glow so powerfully that it pierces through his body. Chan opens his mouth, and a bright azure pill swiftly flies out. The dazzling glow of the artifact cuts through the dark night sky. Folding his fingers into a protective gesture, Qian fully controls the flight of the pill. The scientist makes a lightning-fast strike, mastering his dantian. Qian learns to skillfully control the azure sphere, illuminating everything around with magical power. The concentrated pill makes a sharp maneuver in the air. The sphere swiftly flies upward, piercing the night space and the dense branches of forest trees. The face of scientist Qian becomes tense. Thanks to the vibrations of the dantian, the man begins to clearly feel the energy of the birds and deer around. The hand of scientist Qian with outstretched fingers makes a sharp movement. The blue pill obediently obeys the gesture of his hand. The glowing blue pill flies over the trees, illuminating everything around. Several enemy warriors lurk in the night darkness. Chan felt a foreign energy and realized that these were not fighters of the Namgun clan. The scientist recalled Namgun Hak's care for little Saul and understood that he would not neglect safety. Chan closely observes everything and decides for now to pretend that he noticed nothing. The scientist stands in a lonely clearing and waits for the return of his blue pill. The shining sphere returns to the hands of its owner. Chan calmly swallows the magical pill. Sol walks through the clearing and sleepily calls her brother, rubbing her eyes with her palm. The scientist suggests to the girl to return, and they head together towards the carriages. Two gray-haired women watch the firelit clearing from a high hill. The face of Elder Yu becomes intensely focused. The assistant quietly asks Elder Yu about the time the attack will begin. Elder Yu wonders if she really does not feel the powerful aura of the guards. The assistant nods affirmatively, receiving remarks for foolish questions. The elder notes that with the current forces, they cannot overcome these five masters. The companion suggests using the Bloody Clan to avoid sitting idly. Sinister, imaginary figures of the Bloody Clan with red eyes. Elder Yu listens to the assistant, but considers a direct attack on the guards impossible. The worried assistant asks about their further actions. The elder explains that for the kidnapping of the frozen holy body, a fight is unnecessary, since the Bloody Clan seeks revenge on Shkan and will attack him themselves. The companion sincerely admires this brilliant plan. Elder Yu orders to set off immediately, and the assistant agrees. The elder remains on the hill while her companion goes to carry out the order. A cunning smile appears on the elder's face at the thought of her own craftiness. Yeshua is confident that everyone except her would fall for such trickery. The woman had absorbed icy crystals for so many years that she instantly recognized the true ice holy body and now considers her assistant too foolish for such secrets. Scientists Chan and Saul finally return to the hearth. The forest thickets where a band of robbers lurked. One of the robbers is searching intently on the ground while another assesses the surrounding situation. Two robbers question a third about the find, and he replies that the message was attached to an arrow that came from the west. The scarred leader carefully examines a large sheet of paper. The mutilated robber hands the paper to his comrade, noting that someone else is hunting the scientist. One of the bandits addresses the mutilated hall leader with the thought that the secret warning about law enforcement seems like indirect help. The hall leader sternly replies that in Zurichia no one shares information for free and everyone expects a benefit. The enraged leader shouts that the letter senders simply lack the strength to overcome the guards themselves, so they try to shift the dirty work onto others' shoulders. The second bandit asks if they have an alternative, to which the leader nods affirmatively. A close-up of the hall leader's face explaining that they will ignore the message because the enemies also need this scientist. Law enforcement officers of the Namgun clan are concentrated in the forest thickets, not even suspecting the exposure. The imaginary image of Elder Yu, while the hall leader talks about her insidious plan to make the gang do all the hard work only to simply take the prize later. An accomplice asks his leader for further instructions. The hall leader laughs loudly and waves a sword, calling everyone to full attention. The leader shouts an order to ignore the hidden guards and immediately storm the scientist himself. The entire group of bandits unanimously expresses readiness to carry out their leader's will. Scientist Chan rests in a clearing near the wagon while the coachman tends to the horse. Against the backdrop of a clear sunny sky, a flock of frightened birds suddenly takes flight. Scientist Chan instantly reacts to the birds' distress, a focused and extremely serious expression on Chan's face. Scientist Chan enters a deep meditative trance, enveloped in mystical energies with his third eye activated. An armed gang led by the hall leader runs through the forest at full speed to attack Chan. Scientist Chan notices the approach of an enemy ambush. Armed bandits swiftly attack Scientist Chan. Scientist Chan focuses intently, preparing to repel the enemy attack. Chan's gaze instantly fills with powerful inner energy. A bandit clashes in a fierce fight with the scientist, who skillfully defends with a sword. Chan freezes in a fierce confrontation with the attacker. The stable hands desperately shout, trying to warn Scientist Chan of deadly danger. Chan, with a determined look, orders the stable hands to immediately protect the women. Armed bandits also swoop down on the stable hands. Scientist Chan demonstrates incredible skill, fending off several attackers at once. The bandits fiercely storm the scientist from all sides. Scientist Chan's eyes blaze with pure energy. The scholar applies the techniques of the celestial infinite sword, the art of the azure dragon, the illusion of flight, and the lone flash. Chan fearlessly destroys enemies by summoning the mystical power of the dragon. Wounded bandits scatter in different directions from powerful blows. Chan assesses the opponent and realizes that this master is significantly stronger than the scoundrels from the blood cult he encountered before. A chilling memory of the blood cult arises in Chan's mind. Near the carriage, a battle rages where the coachmen desperately fend off the robbers. The Namgun clan guards break through the enemies to assist the scholar, Chan. One of the Namgun guards loudly informs the scholar about reinforcements. Chan orders the guards not to be distracted and to focus on the safety of the women. The tense face of one of the Namgun clan fighters. Shun Tae-san demonstrates a warlike mood. The scholar Chan notices the approach of the leader with two swords, enveloped in a sinister, bloody aura. The hall leader fiercely attacks the scientist Chan. Scientist Chan takes a heavy blow from the opponent. The enraged scientist continues the fierce battle. Chan casts a wary glance at the enemy. Chan carefully watches the bandit, who charges again. Chan raises two fingers to activate the azure pill. Surrounded by enemies, Scientist Chan performs lightning circular strikes, shredding the ranks of attackers. The azure pill rapidly begins its deadly path. The projectile pierces through the head of the shaggy bandit. Chan does not stop for a moment and continues the fierce battle with the attackers. The azure pill instantly catches up and pierces the head of the next bandit. The hall leader watches against a blood-red background, realizing the secret of Chan's victory over Wangbok. Several robbers with weapons in their hands jump forward, trying to reach the scientist. Chan confidently repels the next attack of the enemies. The young man powerfully pushes off the ground with his foot to maneuver. Scientist Chan takes off in a high jump and simultaneously launches the obedient azure pill. A shining point pierces the skull of the next bandit. Another fallen enemy falls with a through wound from the pill. The frenzied leader feverishly tries to unravel the mysterious technique of Chan's tits. The azure pill spins in a deadly circle, piercing the bodies of enemies again and again. A blind girl musician fearfully hides inside the carriage. The gaze of Scientist Chan becomes extremely focused and alert. Two armed bandits approach Chan from behind. Chan sharply glances back, clearly sensing the approach of deadly danger. The scholar does not see enemies with his eyes, but unmistakably distinguishes their outlines by the bloody aura. Chan's fingers fly in a lightning-fast gesture, directing the weapon. The youth fully controls every movement of the azure pill in the air. Chan makes a lunge with the sword and sends the projectile into battle again. The pill pierces the enemy's head, leaving a bloody trail behind. The next bandit bleeds from a through wound in the torso. The azure pill hits the head of the hall at full speed. Chan analyzes the situation, recognizing the defensive armor technique from the chi energy. An imaginary image of a warrior fully enveloped in a protective chi barrier appears before his eyes. The scholar understands that with a greater energy reserve in the Dantian, this barrier would not be an obstacle. Chan stands before the corpse and the barely alive leader, who radiates a sinister bloody black aura. The mutilated head of the hall with burning red eyes rages because he did not bring the entire combat squad with him. Chan notes that repentance is always late and exposes the enemy's affiliation with the blood cult and his carp sword technique. The bandit sneers disgustedly and confirms that the scholar is telling the truth. Mokjin recalls the leader of the bloody cult, explaining to the scholar that the slain Wanbok was his brother, and now he will wash away this shame with blood. Gazing at his slain comrades, Mokjin admits that the thirst for revenge blinded him and went too far. Obsessed, Mokjin fiercely promises the scholar to drag him down to the grave. Scholar Chan covers himself with his hand, barely restraining the furious onslaught of the enemy's bloody energy. The Namgun clan guards also find it increasingly difficult to resist this deadly pressure. Chan boldly looks at the enemy, realizing that Mok Jin is burning the last drops of his true self for mutual destruction. The terrible demonic image of Mok Jin, shrouded in dark power. Distorted by rage, Mok Jin curses his opponent and calls to die together. Armed, Mok Jin in a bloody aura swiftly approaches Scholar Chan. Focused, Chan understands that his spiritual energy is insufficient for the heavenly sword or azure dragon techniques. The scholar tightly grips the sword hilt, which begins to blaze with a light green glow. Chan finds himself at the epicenter of a powerful confrontation, where his green aura clashes with a blood-black field. Raising the sword, Chan decides to use the art of the spiritual dragon of 9 abysses. Before Chan's face, the azure pill flares up, which he plans to use as a new center of power concentration. Mok Jin fiercely stares at the artifact, trying to comprehend the nature of the strange glowing bead. Enveloped in spiritual energy, Chan holds the sword in the pill above his head, opposite the bewildered enemy. Gathering his last strength, the scholar decisively directs the azure pill toward the opponent. Mok Jin freezes in shock, completely not understanding what just happened. The glowing artifact flies at a crazy speed from Chan straight to the target. The azure pill ends up right before Mok Jin's very face. At that moment, the enemy feels as if a real sun has flared up before him. Receiving a powerful blow to the forehead, Mok Jin screams and grabs his head, a gaze full of pain and fury of a wounded bandit. Despite the blurred silhouette of the enemy in his eyes, Mok Jin still strives to kill the scientist. The image of Chan finally blurs through the broth of blood as the wounded leader hurls curses. Mok Jin stands with a pill-pierced forehead, and blood streams from his eyes. The decisive moment of the fierce battle between Scientist Chan and the bandit. Scientist Chan shouts the names of his final secret techniques, the art of the spiritual 9 abyss dragon and the devastating strike that pierces the heavens. Scientist Chan delivers a powerful blow, causing Mok Jin to fall to the ground. Enveloped in spiritual energy, Chan exhales with relief after the hard duel. Chan intently watches the bloodied Mok Jin, who lies motionless face down in the forest clearing. Standing among defeated enemies, Chan realizes he survived this ambush only thanks to the ability to sense blood flows. The thoughtful scientist holds a mysterious azure pill in his hand. Chan suddenly becomes alert, hearing a suspicious rustle nearby. An unknown person swiftly runs out onto the clearing and loudly calls the scientist. Chan's hands automatically grip the sword hilt, preparing for a new fight. In front of Chan appears a Namgun clan guard, who instantly recognizes the fallen man as Mok Jin. Another Namgun clan guard changes his expression upon hearing this name. Chan thanks the 5 fighters for the rescue, but they modestly deny it, considering it flattery. The scientist addresses the guards with an important request, and they listen attentively to his words. Finding himself among the bodies of bandits, Chan asks to eliminate the consequences of the battle, and the warriors willingly take on the task. Scientist Hong sincerely thanks the allies for their help once again. Namgun clan sentinels silently watch as Chan's figure disappears into the distance. One of the warriors doubts whether to let the scientist go alone without the escort of 2 guards, but a comrade reminds him of the enemy's identity. In response to the colleague's misunderstanding, the first fighter explains that the opponent defeated by Chan is the peak master Mok Jin, who absorbed the core of the century-old carp. Before their eyes appears the image of the legendary century-old carp, while the sentinel describes Mok Jin's high status in the bloody cult. A terrifying imaginary face of Mok Jin appears, and the guard emphasizes that Chan defeated this monster without any loss of internal energy. In the air, an imaginary picture of a fierce and spectacular battle between the scientist Chan and his powerful opponent arises again. The first guard summarizes that with such impressive strength, Chan does not need their protection at all. An altered, almost mystical image of the scientist Chan with a single burning eye emerges. People bustle in the spacious courtyard of the palace. A dim lantern barely illuminates the spacious entrance hall of the palace. The scientist Chan focusedly puts on his clean coat. Buttoning the last button, Chan calmly invites the night guest to come inside. Yosol peeks into the room and with a moment of anxiety asks her brother about his well-being after the night's adventures. Chan with a warm smile goes to meet the girl, assuring her that he is fine. Chan's question about her worry causes a burst of anger in Yosol. She emotionally shouts that he fought against a whole crowd and is definitely exhausted. Having calmed down a bit, Yosol thoughtfully adds that Chan by nature is not a professional swordmaster at all. Scientist Chan patted the girl on the head, praising her for caring about others, and cautiously asked if she had heard any rumors. Yosol replied that she was constantly asked whether he really was the mysterious weapon of the Marim Alliance, after which Chan curiously inquired about her reaction. The girl proudly said that she denied it, calling him a hidden master from the Imperial Palace. Continuing her story, she looked at the scientist in surprise and, while devouring dumplings, added that such a genius had no reason to work for the Marim Alliance. Intrigued, Chan immediately tried to find out what they replied to such words. While eating dumplings, Yosol explained that they were impressed and found it logical that he knew so many techniques, supposedly learned in the Imperial Treasury. Scientist Chan clarified whether the interlocutors really believed this tale, to which the girl confidently nodded. When he asked the name of the person who interrogated her, Yosol simply exclaimed that it was Namgun Mubyuk. In his imagination appeared the image of Namgun Mubyuk, who was carelessly picking his nose with his finger. Hearing this name, Scientist Chan sighed with relief. Suddenly, the silence was broken by someone's loud voice from the yard, calling for the scientist. Chan went out onto the second-floor balcony and confirmed his presence. On the lower floor of the palace, the figure of an unknown warrior was clearly outlined. Through the open doors of the hall, 3 fighters in red cloaks and with yellow headbands with a red dot on their heads were visible. The leader of the trio introduced himself as Captain Guan Ryun Jin of the Dark Heavenly Asura Squad and announced that from now on he would accompany the scholar. Enthralled, Chan respectfully folded his hands, greeting the legendary hero known for his forbidden soul-splitting blade. The squad captain informed that, due to the late hour, the escort mission to the Dark Heavenly Sect would begin only in the morning. Scholar Chan agreed with the plan and silently watched as the guards turned around and left. Chan sank into deep thought, left alone. Sitting by the window, the man began hastily jotting down some thoughts on paper. Before his eyes, the image of little Yosol appeared again, about whom he was incessantly pondering. In his notes, Chan noted noticeable changes in the girl's gaze during her daily exhausting training sessions. The memory of her incredible leap with a powerful energy burst proved that she had equaled him in understanding sword techniques. Drawing line after line, the scholar compared Yosol's talent with the legendary heavenly martial saint body. In the imagination appeared a strange image of a girl with burning eyes, making Chan ponder her true nature. A sudden suspicion illuminated the scientist, and he was stunned to realize that she is the bearer of the body of the ice star. Suddenly, footsteps of an uninvited guest were heard in the darkness, whose presence Chan instantly felt absent in the room. The scientist's gaze became intensely focused as he finally became convinced that a treacherous assassin had slipped into the palace. Chan sharply drew his sword, preparing to strike back. Before his eyes appeared an amazing scene. The attacker was flying backward from a powerful blow, and right in front of him towered the formidable face of a dragon. The scientist Chan watches the events around him in amazement. Chan enters the room and sees giant teeth, guessing that it is the azure dragon. The puzzled scientist thinks that the creature looks more like a gentle azure ice dragon with burning eyes. Armed Yosol, in a whirlwind of powerful energy, towers over the fallen assassin. The unconscious attacker lies on the floor. Radiating energy, Yosol raises the sword above the enemy, calling him a freak. The wary gaze of Chon, whose eyes suddenly fill with power. The alarmed Chon orders Embi to immediately close the doors. The frightened maid in red rushes to carry out the order, while Yosol, with the sword, emits light. The palace doors, into which a loud crash suddenly echoes. The scholar Chan swings the sword and mercilessly cuts the assassin, tearing flesh in all directions. The shocked Guan Ryon Jin feverishly tries to understand what happened at all. Chan calmly explains to Guan Ryon Jin that he has completely eliminated the threat. The guard is horrified by the thought that the killer bypassed their elite defense. Guan Ryon Jin begs for forgiveness, admitting guilt for the enemy's breach. The captain of the guard repents before the master, but Chan notes that no signs of a break-in were found. Ryan Jin timidly asks for forgiveness. The scientist reassures the guards, assuming that the mercenaries infiltrated the palace in advance. The warrior thanks for the concern, but Chan only dryly states the facts. Guan Ryan Jin is interested in the gentleman's guesses about the client behind this assassination attempt. Scientist Chan deeply immerses himself in his own thoughts before responding. Chan's figure by the apartment window, lonely pondering in the night silence. The roofs of the magnificent palace under the cold moonlight. A mysterious figure closely watches the night residence from the hill. The face of a masked fighter reporting the mission failure to the purple cloak. The dying warrior loses his mask and gasps his last word. The elder's foot near the body losing the remnants of vital energy. A female hand in purple makes a sign for the white masks to approach. The elder on the hilltop talks to a subordinate who approached her call. The demonic visage of Elder Yu, who commands to immediately prepare squads of poisoners.